Good morning, everyone. Thank you for being here today, and I'd like to call this meeting to order. Today, our invocation will be said by Deacon Michael Mance with the Diocese of Corpus Christi. Deacon, welcome.
Thank you, Your Honor. Bow your heads and pray for God's blessing. Lord, as we begin this new year, may everything we do begin with your inspiration and continue with your help, so that all our prayers and works may begin in you and by you be happily ended. Glory and praise to you forever and ever. Almighty Father, we humbly ask that you bless the members of this city council and the staff. We ask that you give them wisdom and courage to make honest and just decisions for all the people of the city of Corpus Christi. And we ask this in your name. Amen.
Amen. Thank you, Deacon.
Thank you.
And our Pledge of Allegiance to the flag of the United States and the state flag will be given by Angela Padilla. She is a student at TAMU CC, and she is also interning in my office. Angela.
Thank you, Mayor. Please join me in the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Please join me in honoring the Texas flag. Honor the Texas flag. I pledge allegiance to thee, Texas, one state under God, one and indivisible.
Thank you, Angela. Ruth, would you please call the roll?
Mayor Guajardo,
Present.
Councilmember Rivera,
Here.
Councilman Hernandez,
Here.
Councilman Hunter is participating via WebEx,
Here.
Councilman Lerma,
Here.
Councilman Martinez,
Here.
Councilman Molina,
Present.
Councilman Pusley, Councilman Smith,
Here.
City Manager Peter Zanoni,
Present.
City Attorney Miles Risley,
Here.
and City Secretary Ruth Bocchino. Mayor and council, a quorum of the council, and the required charter officers are present to conduct the meeting.
Good morning, everyone. Today, our first proclamation is for National Mentoring Month, which is extremely important. I think that's one of the key, factors in helping our youth and our children, really grow in the best way that they can. It's always looking up to us as parents, teachers, friends, whatever it may be. So today we have Big Brothers, Big Sisters, which I'm so proud to be a board member of, and to be here today to read this proclamation in the wonderful work that you do. So whereas research has shown that children engaged in healthy and safe one-to-one mentoring relationships are more likely to graduate high school, avoid incarceration, and avoid delinquent behavior. And whereas there are a significant number of vulnerable children in our community who need and want a positive role model in their lives. And whereas our city embraces the concept of engaging volunteers to mentor children of promise in our community. So now, therefore, pursuant to the powers vested in me as the mayor of the city of Corpus Christi, I do hereby proclaim January of 2022 National Mentoring Month in Corpus Christi, Texas, and encourage all citizens to recognize and support the efforts of Big Brothers, Big Sisters of South Texas Coastal Bend to support mentoring and give the children in our community the gift of time and friendship through Big Brothers, Big Sisters.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, City Council. As Mayor Paulette Guajardo mentioned, January is National Mentoring Month, and so we are starting a campaign in order to get 60 mentors by the end of June. Due to COVID, we were hit pretty hard and we lost a lot of our matches. And so there are a lot of kids in waiting that are waiting for that wonderful person to enter their life and change the trajectory of where their life could go to a possibility of brand new things for them. So if you could please go to bigmentor.org, and there you can fill out the application if you are interested in becoming a mentor. Thank you.
Yes, and I'm going to add to that, and especially to my colleagues, because they're all men, we desperately need male role models. Desperately need male role models to take part in mentoring. Mentoring isn't just for women mentoring. You know, a lot of times it's like stereotyped. We need men. We've got a lot of children who don't have fathers in their lives. And you know, a mother at times has to be both to a child. But in asking for your your time and support, I would really ask, especially our 9-8 councilmen, to consider mentoring, because some of you, your children are grown, or you're having grandbabies that weigh 8 pounds, 14 ounces, or you've already raised them all. Anyway, there's always time. There's always time. So I encourage it. So thank you all for being here. Let me give you that.
Thank you all for all you're doing. Yeah.
Thank you for your service.
Okay, so next, y'all want to scoot down a little bit? Scoot on down. That's good. So next we have a wonderful organization, which is highlighting putting an end to human trafficking. And before we start, what I'd like to do is open up with a few remarks regarding what our own Corpus Christi Police Department has done. This is a topic that is not, you don't hear about it all the time. You hear about it more so. And I'm so grateful to Minta Moore. 10, I don't know, we argue about this, 10 years or 10 plus. Right, I know. Well, she started this. She was the advocate for this. And I remember thinking, no, that doesn't happen here. What are you talking about? It's like this silent, horrible thing that happens. And it happens every day. And it doesn't matter the size. You don't have to be Atlanta or New York or some big city for this to happen. It is happening. And so this is very special to me because I was a part of the small advocacy when it all started many years ago, and I'm just so impressed. Chairman Todd Hunter, I mean, he took this and ran with it, and so many people have really advocated, and it's become what it is today. I mean, we're actually doing a proclamation for something we didn't even hear about 10 to 12 years ago. So the City of Corpus Christi has an award-winning Internet Crimes Against Children Task Force. I bet we didn't know that. ICAC. It is an award-winning. Due to their investigations against Backpage.com, the ICAC team received state recognition. The team consists of 2 investigators, Mike Isley and Alicia Escobar. Are they here? There you are. Okay, wonderful. And 4 forensic examiners. What they investigate are cases regarding child exploitation, child pornography, and human trafficking of minors. The ICAC has 100% prosecution rate against traffickers, and due to the work of these investigators, they've helped to bring charges against the CEO of Backpage.com by the Texas Attorney General, which resulted in shutting down that page. And when was that, Markle, Chief Markle? About 2 years ago? Okay. 2015 or so? Okay, and that's huge. So again, I just wanted to highlight, this is not just a, let's read a proclamation and thank you for your work. This is something that can't be done alone. Our police department is very serious about these crimes. It's horrible, but we are making progress. We're making progress, and we're here today to talk about and recognize the progress that's been made because of a group of people and because of Mentamore, who founded New Life Ministries. So with that, I will finally read the proclamation. So whereas during January, National Slavery and Human Trafficking Prevention Month, we as a city recommit ourselves to eradicating human trafficking. Human trafficking is a form of modern-day slavery and has no place in our community. New Life Refuge Ministries is working to combat human trafficking through education for the purpose of awareness and prevention, partnerships to help prosecute the criminals, and providing a refuge of hope and healing for child survivors. In addition, we support legislation that decriminalizes the victims and prosecutes the perpetrators. And whereas human trafficking is defined by the Trafficking Victims Protection Act of 2000 as follows: sex trafficking, the recruitment, harboring, transportation, provision, or obtaining of a person for the purpose of a commercial sex act in which the commercial sex act is induced by force, fraud, or coercion, or if the person has not attained 18 years of age. The exchange of anything of value for a sexual act is considered sex trafficking. And labor trafficking, the recruitment, harboring, transportation, provision, or obtaining of a person for labor or services through the use of force, fraud, coercion for the purpose of subjection to involuntary servitude, peonage, debt, bondage, or slavery. And whereas the victims of human trafficking are exploited and compelled to work for little or no pay, and it is a crime that can take many forms, violating the very fabric of our society. During National Slavery and Human Trafficking Prevention Month, we join the survivors, advocates, and organizations dedicated to eradicating the commercial sexual exploitation of all people and all other forms of human trafficking. So now, thereby, pursuant to the powers vested in me as the mayor of the city of Corpus Christi, I hereby proclaim January 2022 Human Trafficking Awareness and Prevention Month in Corpus Christi, Texas, and I encourage all residents of Corpus Christi to become educated about human trafficking and to speak up against this injustice.
Thank you, Mayor Guajardo. Thank you, council members. Thank you, board members and law enforcement for being here with us. Yes, Mentamore founded this Refuge of Home of Hope and our New Life Refuge Ministries in 2011. So this last year we celebrated 10 years. And we are so thankful for the partnerships with the city of Corpus Christi, with law enforcement, with all of the other providers that come through. And let me tell you, Boys and Girls Club, mentoring is key. You've got to give these kiddos an opportunity to know what that safe adult is and how to have that kind of relationship. That would prevent so much of the vulnerabilities. So if you're into mentoring, please contact them. If you'd like to volunteer with New Life Refuge, we have lots of opportunities to do that as well so that you can get out in the community and educate as well like we do. So partner with us. You can look at our website. The short version is newliferefuge1e.com. Thank you so much.
Perfect. We'll take a picture.
I got my phone working this time. All right, I'm good.
One, two,
long time. Yeah. Calvin, or something. We need to go over a bunch of stuff. Hi, how are you?
You've been back to Orange Theory?
Uh, Tomorrow, 6:15. Yes. Oh, really? Oh, good, good. Well, I was hesitant. I was going, how cold is it going to be?
Oh, that's true. You'll get
Well, it's harder
for a
to
few
fast.
minutes, I warm up real fast.
Y'all want to, y'all move on in? Scoot on in. Okay, so last we have our School Board Recognition Month, which I'm going to ask you to scoot on down. Dawn, scoot on. Okay. Yes, which is, critical. The work you all do is immeasurable, and we're very, very grateful here at the City of Corpus Christi for everything you do in serving our children. My goodness, remind me of the number at CCISD. How many students? 34,000. 34,000 children. Wow. Huge responsibility. So with that, I will go on to read this proclamation. Whereas the mission of public schools is to meet the diverse educational needs of all children and to empower them to become competent, productive contributors to a democratic society and ever-changing world. And whereas local school board members are committed to children and believe that all children can be successful learners and that the best education is tailored to the individual needs of the child. And whereas local school board members work closely with parents, educational professionals, and other community members to create the educational vision we want for our students. And whereas local school board members are responsible for ensuring the structure that provides a solid foundation for our school system. And whereas local school board members are strong advocates for public education and are responsible for communicating the needs of the school district to the public and to the public's expectations to the district. So now, therefore, pursuant to the powers vested in me as the mayor of the city of Corpus Christi, I do hereby proclaim January of 2022 School Board Recognition Month in Corpus Christi, Texas, and I urge all citizens to join me in recognizing the dedication and the hard work that school board members and in working with them to mold an education system that meets the needs of both today and tomorrow's children.
Thank you, Mayor. Just a few words. You know, a lot of times we're spending a lot of our time recognizing our students and our staff, and we don't do enough recognizing our board members. These are individuals, they are elected, but they are on a volunteer service to our district and our community. And so we're very fortunate that we have an outstanding group of leaders among us leading our schools and helping me and my team. They've been amazing. If you don't know them, get to know them. And we're just thankful for what they do for our students in Corpus Christi.
Just real quickly, first of all, Mayor Harder, thank you for recognizing us and city council members, y'all as well. But I was thinking about this morning. As servant leaders, we are so fortunate to be in the position of caring for our community and serving our community. And I also I think everybody here truly appreciates the relationship we have with the city and how we work together to make this community such a wonderful place to live. And then I thought, well, the reason why we look so good is because we have an incredible superintendent, Dr. Hernandez, and his team. I mean, without them, they make us look good. I mean, we are so thankful for their leadership. So, thank you.
Perfect. Well said. Thank you.
Just a little bit. There you go. All right, got it.
Okay, right on time. Okay, now we are going to go ahead and start our public comment. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to go ahead and read let's see here. Are we going to have that row, Alice, available? I was going to ask the first 5 people to come up front, so that way we've got quite the list of public comment this morning. If you'll come to the front row so that we can more efficiently get to the podium. Doreen Kinkle, Robert Suggs, Russell Moody, Ingrid LaHaye, and Karen Smith. That would be great. I'm sorry, I didn't get Mr. Risley. Would you please read our public comment?
Citizens are authorized and encouraged to present their views to the council on city-related matters. However, such should be done in a factual, precise presentation, and questions of council or staff are inappropriate. Loud, boisterous, profane, or obscene language or behavior is not allowed.
Okay, thank you. Okay, do we have those 5 people here in attendance? Okay, so I'm going to go ahead and let me call up more. Not there. Karen Smith. Curtis Hanna. Not here. Okay. Jaime Cantu? No. Amanda Bliss? Gabriel Vega, I'm sorry. Veronica Cullen? Paula Brighton? Okay. Denise Villagran? Albert Vega? Janie Ludwig? Marcela Gonzalez, Ryan Adames, Jason Page. No? Is this a sign-in for? This is very strange. Okay, well, I'm going to keep going down the list so we can. Renee Earharf, Dusty Gordon, Bianca Prado, Brian Banks. Yes, sir. Come on down. James Van Lennon. James is here. Karen Carden. Come on down, Karen. Tony Jimenez. Thank you. Chris Craig. Errol Summerlin. I see Errol. Suzanne Taylor, thought I saw, yeah, you're good, okay. Brian Morales, John Weber, and Joy Green. Okay. Okay, then Doreen. What's that?
We have passed out the handouts for the first speaker.
Oh, Doreen, right, Speaker Doreen Kendall, so it's this one,
Kinkle.
residential multifamily, okay, that one. Yeah, we got it. Okay.
It's a packet. There's 3 pieces.
Okay, yes, ma'am.
Ready? Doreen Kinkle, 15405 Grass K, Unit 706. The case is being made since multifamily properties HOAs have declarations with permitted rental periods that they will not be treated as residential like RS single-family homes in the STR ordinance. The units in these are intended for single-family occupations. 17 of 34 HOAs on the case having declarations on file contain the following. Home shall refer to the improvements constructed upon the building site subject to this declaration for use as a single-family dwelling, as that term is defined by local ordinance. This is found in 16 of 34, zoning and specific restrictions. This declaration shall not be taken as permitting any action or thing prohibited by the applicable zoning laws or the laws, rules, or regulations of any governmental authority or by specific restrictions of record. In the event of any conflict, the most restrictive provisions of such laws, rules, regulations, Restrictions of record of this declaration shall be taken to govern and control. Others of these 34 HOAs have related verbiage. In mid-October, I emailed council members information, including attachments about rental periods in these 34 documents, as there is a misconception that the governing documents allowing STR is widespread. It is not. Of the 34 HOA declarations that were reviewed, 41% of those on the Ks do not allow rentals of less than 30 days. Another 24% do not allow rentals of less than 7 days. And the trend was toward amendments to declarations lengthening the minimum rental period. STR ordinances for RS should likewise apply to properties zoned RM 1, 2, and 3. For HOAs in these areas with shorter minimum rental periods than that which applies to RS should be allowed to apply for waiver only by demonstrating that their declarations do not contain the verbiage mentioned regarding single-family dwelling, local ordinance, and/or the zoning and specific restrictions verbiage, the most restrictive provisions. Specific recommendations can be found in the email that was sent October 14th. Areas zoned RMAT and CR2 are fair game for STR. Permitting in the Unified Development Code allows that, but condos or townhomes in areas zoned RM 1, 2, 3 are intended to be truly residential as reflected by what is allowed. Permitted, Table 4.4.2, Permitted Uses, UDC. If an HOA's governing documents contain the verbiage described, it appears whatever the city ordinance defines as the STR rental period would prevail with respect to violations of the ordinance rather than the HOA's declarations minimum rental leasing period. Bottom line, there should not be a carte blanche exemption of multifamily HOAs from length of rental period defining STR in the ordinance being developed just because they have governing documents. The workarounds proposed in the October email protect the interests of owners in HOAs that restrict STR as well as those that allow rentals of less than 30 days by having owners engaged in STR registered with the city and subject to regulations as per the STR ordinance developed. And as a quick aside, that $50 fee that was passed is chump change. Places make that much between breakfast and lunch and what they charge. Thank you.
Thank you, Doreen. And I'd like to also remind everyone, I failed to mention this earlier, if you speak now, once the item comes up, you wouldn't be able to speak on both, at both opportunities. So please just know that before you come forth in the public comment period. So next we have, let's see here. Brian Banks.
Hi, my name is Brian Banks. I'm a realtor with ATC Metro Properties. Some of you guys might know me from my work with affordable housing, but I'm here to talk about short-term rentals. I'm in favor of short-term rentals, not because...
Brian, I'm sorry, would you state your address?
I'm sorry?
You state your address as well.
Oh, 2605 Summer Ridge Drive, Corpus Christi. I'm in favor of short-term rentals. I don't think that the council should be trying to restrict people, restrict people's liberties. I don't see this as a party residence. I've seen it reported that the primary reason for short-term rentals is for people to come here and party, and there's beer cans in the streets and drug use, and that's not what this is about. There's people who come here for work. There's people who have short-term rentals in their homes to help supplement their income. Imposing on that because of a few instances where, I'm not saying that it hasn't happened. I'm sure there has been crime in some of these and things have gone sideways, but it's a very, very small minority of the situations where that's happening. I think most of these places are places where people come, they're polite, they're staying in somebody's home, just like you would. If you went someplace to stay in somebody's home, you're not going to go there and raise hell and, create a disturbance. You're there to, especially if you're there to work, and most of the people who are coming are here to work. Actually, Mr. Zanoni was quoted in an article June 30th in Caller Times of 2020 saying we need more of these. So restricting these just doesn't seem like a real good idea to me. So thank you.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Banks. James Van Lennon? Defer. Karen Cardin? Karen? Who's Karen? Okay.
Karen Cardin, 6838 Aswan Drive, and I'm the nice Karen.
Okay.
My husband and I are STR property owners. We purchased a home that was so damaged by fire that it was unlivable. We renovated it from studs to the roof inside and out. We made a completely unlivable mess into one of the nicest homes in the neighborhood. Then Harvey hit. Our home was constantly booked by people displaced while their home was repaired. We had insurance adjuster after insurance adjuster that came and stayed for almost a year, different ones at different times. These were people who could not find hotel rooms. We had families who come for funerals, graduations, wingings, reunions, conferences. I had duck hunters this past weekend and fishermen, as well as vacationers. We have doctors and nurses who need a place for a week or a few days. Every winter, I have snowbirds that are looking for a place to come. All these people come to Corpus Christi needing lodging. They spend their dollars in our restaurants, shops, aquarium, and museums. Their taxes help our city. Some people who object to STR make it sound like spring break every day. Well, I'm here to tell you that it is not. Our guests are respectful of our rules, and we maintain our property. We have not had one single complaint from any of our neighbors, and we know them all very well. The rental property has provided this retired teacher a little extra money to make some income while providing a need for our tourists and our city. The pie is big enough for all of us. By eliminating the Airbnb short-term rentals, it is my belief that while some may come and find other lodging, many will opt not to come at all, resulting in a net loss for the city. In these modern times, the business models provided by Airbnb have been embraced by cities and communities around the globe. In short, it has become the expectation of consumers when making their travel plans. Taking it away will not move this city forward, but rather backwards. Surely this is not the direction the city wants to travel. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Cardin. Tony Jimenez?
I got packets for everybody, I think. My name is Tony Jimenez. I live at 7002 Ridgestone Drive, and I'm here to see petition to get the 5G cell tower removed from the corner of our subdivision. It's not safe. If you look, I have pictures of where the tower is located. It's 20 feet off the ground. Last Monday, when I came home, they were testing they were putting power to it, temporary power, to see if it worked or not. That first picture, it says with no power to antenna. That's radio frequent radiation meter. I'm an engineer with mechanical and electronic degree. I work in the oil field, and this is what I do for a living. If you look at that picture, and then you look at the second picture, it's a big difference, to the point that the meter wasn't even reading it. We've spoken to the installers, and when they come to do the testing, they'll park the truck a block away. There's a reason for it. And we asked them because we don't want to be near the tower. The installers are telling us it's not safe. Last Thursday, we came back, and SCIC, the dig test folks, were in there marking, and we asked them what it was for. Well, they're going to hook up to a residential transformer that's down the street, and instead of putting 120 to this tower, they're going to put 240, 480, which will even make it more powerful. There's 3 articles that I put in the packet. What's wrong with sulfur radiation exposure limits, why we need stronger radiation limits, and children are exposed to cell phone RFR, radio frequency radiation. What's wrong with the radiation exposure limits is the date in 1996. That's obsolete. That's 25 years old. They don't even pertain to what we're doing right now. 5G is not the stuff we had back then. That Monday, my daughter was playing outside. I had gotten home when they were testing it. They left at 5:30. By 7 o'clock, I had to take her to gymnastics practice, come back. They called me because she had a massive headache. I had a massive headache, like it was a halo around my head, and there was like somebody torquing down on it. First thing I thought was we had COVID, so we tested it, it wasn't it. Next morning, the headache was still there. A couple of the other neighbors, their wives had headaches, they had headaches. This is not a safe deal. 20 feet off the ground in a residential neighborhood, you're gonna kill somebody. Sooner or later, you're gonna hurt somebody. If you read the articles, radio frequent radiation is not good for you. Even the gentleman that did the dig test called his boss and reported an unsafe installation. So we're just saying we got to get this out of here. And I know you've helped us, Mayor. You've helped us a lot. Mr. Hernandez has helped us. You've gotten every email I sent since April. I don't know if you looked at one, that's none of my business, but I mean, we've been dealing with this since April with the city, and we've gone nowhere. And it's just and now they're going to power it up. We're 480. We're going to get nuked.
Thank you, Mr. Jimenez. Chris Craig.
Hello, my name is Chris Craig. I live at 5222 Pepper Mill. I'm a neighbor of Mr. Jimenez and Mr. Goodman. I'm also here to talk about the 5G tower. I wanted to start out with an anecdote about COVID. I lived with my wife and my 12-year-old daughter. When COVID hit, we had a choice, or we had choices to make. We chose to stay home. We chose to get the vaccine when it was available. We chose to alter our lives to protect our family. Now they're installing a 5G tower approximately 60 feet from my daughter's bedroom. The same height. We have a 2-story house. We no longer feel like we have the choice to seek safety in our own home. I provided a map as well of where our home is located, and if you'll notice in the bottom part of the map, there's a city park several hundred feet away from the current location of the tower. The common sense would tell you, let's put the tower there. If we're not even sure what the long-term effects of these radio frequency radiation waves may be, but why even put our citizens at risk? Why not move it as far away from the citizens in their homes as we can? Like I said, we aren't even sure of the long-term health effects. But already the FAA is already trying to put a stop to the 5G technology. They say it interferes with certain instruments in planes. Now, to me, an instrument in a plane is nothing but it's nothing but. Excuse me. The frequencies that the 5G tower are emitting are interfering with the mechanics of a plane. Imagine how they're affecting the mechanics of our brain. It's nothing but electrical impulses. So I appreciate your time. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Craig. Errol Summerlin.
Mayor, members of the council, my name is Errol Summerlin. I live in Portland. Happy New Year. During the town hall meeting on desalination last month, a lot of questions posed to the council and staff remain unanswered. One question I asked, which was answered by staff, appeared to cause some apprehension from members of the council. Given that the TCEQ is unlikely to grant all of the permits sought in Corpus Christi Bay, I asked if the port receives its permits before the city, what alternatives does the city then have? Staff responded that the city has an agreement with the port to transfer its permit to the city. As far as I can tell, no such agreement exists. I'm hoping that the mayor would direct the staff to clarify that position on the city's website. My main reason for being here today, though, is to express my dismay on how many members of this council and the local media would have characterized CAPE members as environmentalists. While I have hugged a sequoia in my day, I don't consider myself an environmentalist, and the majority of CAPE members would likely not consider themselves environmentalists either. You see, the vast majority of those in opposition to desalination in the Bay are simply residents from communities that are connected directly and indirectly to the Bay, residents who come from all walks of life. Recreational fishermen are not environmentalists. Folks who worked in the oil and gas field are not environmentalists. You can't tell me that the 4,000 plus signatures on the petition asking to be allowed to vote on this are all environmentalists. Hillcrest residents are not environmentalists. They're just tired of being trampled on. I dare say most folks in Port A are not environmentalists. They just don't want massive VLCC terminals and a desalination on Harbor Island that will destroy the estuaries. There's also a perception by some members of this council that we're against all industry. That is far from the case. Many Alliance members have worked in industry. We have neighbors and friends who work in heavy industry. What Alliance members are angry about is the failure of current heavy industry to pay their fair share, while seeking amendments to their permits to allow increased emissions from their facilities. Exxon emits 3 million tons of greenhouse gases each year. Cheniere emits 4.5 million tons per year. Valero, Citgo, Flint Hills, Voestalpine, Cheniere, and a host of others are all seeking increases in their emissions. Industry in this council continue in a course that fails to adapt to climate change. When you locate a desal in Hillcrest, it gets personal. When you destroy Harbor Island, it gets personal. When you destroy seagrasses in La Quinta Channel, it gets personal. When you destroy a commercial and recreational economy, it gets personal. When the windows in my home rattle from Exxon's operation, it gets personal. Rest assured that the Alliance is here, and they're together, and they're bound by science and common purpose, and 2022 will be a very strong year for us. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Summerlin. Suzanne Taylor?
Good morning, council members, mayor. Glad to see you all again. I told you I'd be back. Here we are. I'm here to talk about the short-term rentals. I have short-term rentals. We've been paying city and state tax since 2018 on those. But then Airbnb and Vrbo, which, vacation rental by owner, started collecting the tax from the folks renting them and submitting it themselves. The city's getting 9% tax on every dollar that we bring in. The state's getting 6% tax on every dollar we bring in. Even though they're collecting the tax, the city of Corpus Christi still requires us to file monthly reports with the city. So when we're saying like the city doesn't know what's going on, I don't see how that's quite possible. There's one that's called it's MUNIREVS, and that is the hotel occupancy tax remittance system for the city of Corpus Christi. I'd be glad to give you a little paper. And it specifically says on there that Vrbo, Airbnb will collect those taxes and remit them, but we still have to file a monthly report with the city of Corpus Christi, letting the city know how many days were available and how many days were used. So I'm more reports, more requiring, and I noticed that back when they first started going to provide the taxes from Airbnb straight to the city. The Corpus Christi was saying that they thought they were going to make another $722,000 a year. And that's great. I mean, I'm happy for the city, but I also wonder how much money the city's getting off those game rooms. Oh, I know, $0 off of all of the game rooms and all the prize fees that are paid out in the game rooms. And yet the owners that have the short-term rentals, which are already paying city cat tax, bringing folks into this city, are now you're talking about charging them an additional fee. So I'd like to see the game rooms charge the same additional fees, which we come back to the game rooms. And because they're not being charged anything, we don't know where their tax dollars are going. We don't collect any money from bingo. You're collecting money off of every person that wins. From the game rooms, you're collecting $0. So City Council, please don't kill the golden goose, and you've got one with the short-term rentals. Instead, you need to go after some of the other activities that are taking place in the city that you're not collecting any tax dollars from. Thank you so much. Sorry to bother you all again. It's near and dear to my heart because that money needs to be going to the charitable organizations in the city and not to God knows where it goes. It doesn't stay in our city. We don't know where it's going. Thank you. Have a great day.
Thank you, Ms. Taylor. Mr. Risley, would you kindly make a factual statement regarding the game rooms and where we stand, which is what Chief Markle apprised us of?
The state of Texas grants broad regulatory authority to the counties to regulate game rooms. While cities have some regulatory authority inherent within their status as home rule, the counties are given the authority to put people in jail if they fail to comply with county game room regulations. So the ability of counties to regulate game rooms has been, pursuant to the state of Texas, given to a much broader and greater degree than to cities.
Great. Thank you very much. Brian Morales?
Brian Morales, 5040 Maylands Drive. Thank you, Mayor, members of council. I'm Director of Operations for the Corpus Christi Association of Realtors, and I have a little statement to say on short-term rentals. First, thank you for addressing this topic. It's something that has needed some attention for quite some time. And with the growth of short-term rental web services, we've seen a flurry of regulatory activity across the country. And the aim of these regulations is to address the perceived impact that short-term rentals have on residential communities. However, these regulations can also significantly impact the rights of property owners, as conferred in the Fifth Amendment to the U.S. Constitution. So our association supports the rights of private property owners, including the right to gain income from their property, whether on a short or long-term basis. And we are opposed to registration fees that administer these short-term rental programs. We understand that this is a complex issue, and so we'd like to offer our assistance to City Council and City staff in the development of any policies and procedures regarding the management of short-term rental properties. Thank you for your time.
Great. Thank you very much. John Weber?
Hello, my name is John Weber, 609 Naples Street. Recently, a neighbor had me come into his kitchen to smell methane. I smelled methane leaking from his older gas stove. Many older gas stoves leak methane. I turned off the gas to his stove, aired out his kitchen, and suggested he purchase a hot plate to cook his food, which he did, and his kitchen air quality is much improved. Later that same day, another neighbor wanted me to smell her grandson's bedroom. I did and almost gagged on the very strong smell in his room, even with the windows open. I found the wall heater was leaking, and I shut it off. If someone had lit a match, I'm sure the house would have gone up in flames. I asked what other things in the house were fueled with methane. She said her stove. I explained that the known respiratory illnesses associated with gas stoves, including childhood asthma. She then told me her grandson had asthma. That really hit me hard, knowing that my city is using taxpayer money to harm the health of its population. Like most older homes, neither neighbor has a range hood to vent the harmful gas outside the house. Methane, burned or unburned, is harmful to the human respiratory systems. I'm an avid runner, and weekly I come across methane leaks on the city side of the meter. Some I've reported, but on some runs there are too many to keep track of. How often does the city leak detector check the whole city for leaks? We receive a report card annually regarding our water. Why don't we receive one regarding our methane emissions? Does the mayor, council, or manager know how much methane has leaked out of the system before the meter? What are our total purchases less our total sales? That should tell us the leaks before the meter. How do we estimate methane leaks on the customer side of the meter? I think we would all find it informative if the gas department presented publicly This data, including the emissions data for all the burned and unburned and leak methane. The city needs to develop a long-term plan to phase out methane and to electrify everything to meet our climate goals and protect the health of our population. At a minimum, eliminating taxpayer-funded subsidized cash rebates for methane appliances and other taxpayer-funded subsidies is a good first step. Using those budgeted funds to encourage citizens to switch from polluting methane appliances to electric is a good second step. Lastly, I suggest the city ensure all gas stoves are properly vented outside the buildings they are used for the health of its residents. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Weber. Joy Green, is Joy Green here? No. Robert Goodman? Yes, sir.
Hello, good afternoon, City Council and Mayor Guardino. My name is Robert Goodman. I live at 5218 Peppermill Drive. My grave concern is in regards to that 5G cell Wi-Fi booster antenna that AT&T has erected amongst our homes in a residential neighborhood, only 20 feet off the ground and 50 feet from our homes. I'm here for one reason, and I'm gravely concerned about our families and neighbors' health and safety regarding this RF radiation antenna that's about to be powered up. This booster antenna is dangerous. It's so close to our family homes and so close to the ground, as I mentioned. The reasons we are so concerned are the documented signs and symptoms of RF radiation that are now being documented, especially like by prominent institutions like the Mayo Clinic, which include headache, dizziness, weakness, insomnia, and disorientation. They're also revealing more serious symptomatology and diseases such as lymphomas, cancers, and other neoplasms. My wife and I, as a matter of fact, developed headaches on January 4th in the evening after they did a test power-up of the antenna. It was a circumferential band type headache that lasted till the following morning. When the power was cut off, the headache dissipated the next day on January 5th. The techs that installed this antenna and did the testing, we had Mr. Jimenez do RF readings on his meter, and they were off the scale. They were extreme, very high to extreme. And this is before they fully powered up this antenna. So my point is, I'm here because we need your help. You're here to protect the health and concern and welfare of your constituents. We can't allow this new technology, which is really being explored. It's a new technology. Not all is known about it, but we are seeing some adverse effects from it. We need you to help us. We elected you to help us. We pay our taxes, and we need you to remove this before it's too late. We elected you to protect and serve your constituents, and we hope you will fulfill that mission. So we beg you, please, do not let AEP power up this antenna until more information is known, and we want it moved out of our neighborhood, away from our homes, so our children and all citizens around the surrounding neighborhood can live a healthy life. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you, sir. Paula Brighton.
Mayor Guajardo, council members, my name is Paula Brighton, 15226 Caravel Drive. I am a member of the League of Women Voters, Corpus Christi area, though I do not speak for the League today. I do, however, speak on behalf of the many people who did not wish to risk their health to provide in-person public comment during this pandemic. A pandemic which, according to a number of virologists, may be with us for another 2 to 3 years. I urge you to follow the example of cities such as San Antonio and reinstate the ability of constituents to provide public comment on a virtual platform. While written testimony is an option, it is not preserved in the same way as in-person testimony. Many people refer to archived public comment when researching issues and positions. Redistricting only happens once a decade, and it is imperative that members of communities of interest have their voices heard as city council maps are drawn and considered. If the council truly encourages the expression of all views before action is taken on this and the myriad issues affecting the constituents of this city, then please ensure that viable alternatives for public input are put into place and maintained. Also, an added benefit of virtual testimony is that civil discourse and time limits can be strictly adhered to via the mute function. Thank you for your time and your consideration.
Thank you, Ms. Brighton. Is there anyone else who's present who already signed up that maybe came in after I read your name that would like to make public comment now opposed to if or when the item comes up on the agenda? No? Okay. Then I will go ahead and close public comment at this time. At this time, we are going to move item number 2 up on the agenda. Item number 2 is a motion awarding a construction contract to Raytech Construction Resources, Inc. of Corpus Christi, Texas, for the reconstruction of Junior Beck Drive from Bear Lane to Dead End, and the construction of Junior Beck Drive from the Dead End to Old Brownsville Road. Now, this is a very special project that I know our council district representative Barrera is going to want to speak on, and rightly should. But this is a long time coming, a very long time coming, and so we're very proud today to highlight not only the great partnership that we have with our Commissioner Gonzalez, who is sitting down here before us, and thank you for being here, Commissioner, because you, the county. When I say you, the county, and the partnership that you've had with the city, with your leadership, is what is making this come to fruition today after so long. I know you've worked on this very long. So, Mr. Edmonds, we'll go ahead and start with you, or Councilman Barrera, would you like to say a few words before?
I can tee it up.
Tee it up then.
Good afternoon, Mayor, council members. Jeff Edmonds, Director of Engineering Services. The item before you is awarding the construction contract for the Junior Beck Road project. This was actually broken into 2 segments. We had funding in Bond 18 to reconstruct the existing roadway, and then there was an EDA grant that was applied for and received for the extension of Junior Beck out to Old Brownsville Road. And this is awarding the construction contract to do both of those, and this is really a great news item. The bids came in very good on this. There's going to be some savings involved. Raytech Construction submitted the low bid for a concrete roadway, so we hope that's going to perform better than the previous road. As you know, this is an industrial area. There's a lot of truck traffic, and we're pleased about the way that's come out. And I'm going to pipe down and let Mr. Barrera say a few words.
Okay, Councilman.
Thank you, Mayor. First off, I want to, it's my understanding that this project has been roughly 8 years in the making. It's a privilege that during my tenure we're able to finally get it to the point of award contract. And I don't know if you remember, Mayor, but you actually, in January of my first month in office, you actually brought this to my attention, and you encouraged me to visit with Commissioner Gonzalez. And Commissioner Gonzalez also has been steadfast in ensuring, what's the situation? What's the status? Where are we at? Where are we going? Have you talked to the property owner? Have you talked to here's the hiccup that we have. Okay, we're having a challenge. Have you met with the engineer? I can tell you that having him on your team is truly an asset. And I have to also commend Ratna in dealing with the Department of Commerce. And Jeff as well, the challenges that we had with regard to budgeting issues, it's my understanding also that the landowner is going to, at some point or another, extend the utilities on the other component of the road. So this is a great example of cooperation, collaboration, patience, and just not giving in and trying to make the project work. As Jeff had mentioned, that project that area is an industrial area, and just to be a paved road with all these big trucks that go out through there on a regular basis. I know there are several businesses that are out there. So I just want to thank the team, and I hope my colleagues will join me in supporting this. And I'd like for Commissioner Gonzalez to say a few words, with your permission, Mayor.
Yes, absolutely.
Good afternoon. Thanks, afternoon, anyway. I just want to say thank you to the council for hopefully supporting this project. And like Council Barrera said, this is a way long overdue project that we've been kicking around for about 8 years or 9 years. And I think, Commissioner, you were there in the court too. And I think the gentleman that really ought to give thanks to, because it was a dream he had, it was a vision, that was Mr. Armando Ortiz. He's the owner of the property that it passed. He passed away fighting this fight. And I promised the family that I would continue the fight for him, because this is what he wanted. He wanted to open up that road to, it's a win-win situation here. Nobody loses. The county wins, the city wins. Westoso, tax base, will win. The business people will find a way in and out of Bear Lane and Old Brownsville Road. It won't flood no more, so they can actually travel that road. So if you look at that, I don't know why it didn't get done sooner, but that's another story. But I just want to thank Mayor, you for opening up your ears to me, and when you first came on board, and and not letting it go. And Council Barrera, City Manager, and I know I kind of been in your ear a little bit too, and and I really appreciate. It's about persistence, It's not I think it's about not letting go. And I want to thank you guys for not letting go. I hope you don't let go, and we need to see this project through. And I think the Ortiz family, Mr. Armando is probably up there looking at it and got his thumbs up already. So anyway, thank you very much for everything. Appreciate it.
Commissioner, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Is there any other public comment on this item? Okay, I'll go ahead and close public comment. Councilman Hernandez?
Thank you. And what I really want to mention here is I appreciate that this is being done in concrete. I think, and I appreciate Raytech for their continued low bids on this thing. So it is, as you know, I'm an advocate for concrete. I think in this area where it's going to be mainly industrial, that it would be appropriate. I believe we're also going to be discussing something at our landfill that's going to be something similar. So anyway, I appreciate that this is going to be done in concrete. Thank you.
I'll entertain a motion to approve.
Mayor, I move for approval.
Second.
Okay. Any further discussion? All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed say no. The motion carries. Thank you, Mr. Edmonds. So we'll go on to Section H, our city manager's comments. Mr. Zanotti.
Okay, great. Thank you, Mayor. Mayor and members of the council and the community, this is our first meeting since our holiday break, and January begins our second quarter for the city's fiscal year. And soon I'll be providing the city council and the community an update on our first quarter results, to include how we're doing on the budget initiatives and how we're doing financially as well. But I thought I would begin the city manager's report today to talk about some of the upcoming major policy issues that the city council will be addressing over the next 3 months. And we know that the community continues to embrace and give the mayor and council and the city staff's professional teams high praise in what we're doing. And a lot of that is owed to the mayor and council in addressing and tackling some of these major policy issues that have been on the books for decades in some cases. So today, let me go over 20 of the top 20 policy issues that will be coming forward to City Council. Some are on today's City Council agenda. These are ones that the council will be working on. Staff will be providing recommendations for them. They're in no particular order. We were going to try to rank them, what was the highest priority, but every one of them was a top priority. So I'm just going to kind of go, right? Yeah, so we're going to read them off. I'm going to provide these to council also in a memo format later this week. And so today is just to talk to you verbally about them and let the community hear as well. So number one is short-term rentals. We know we've already heard from some of the community today. Today is the second reading of the ordinance that begins the short-term rental policy. We'll be working on phase 2 of that and bringing that back to City Council around the July or before the July timeframe. Municipal court backlog, we know we've talked about that, especially in that last quarter. Working with the chair of the Municipal Court Committee, Councilman Martinez. Today, the judge will be bringing a pretty aggressive plan to address that backlog. We've worked with her. I personally worked with her alongside Councilman Martinez, and so that's a significant issue. Dockless scooters, that's something that's been in our community for many years, and now the City Council will consider, after today's presentation, putting some additional ordinance material in place. The ordinance has been in place for several years and has not been amended, so that'll improve that industry and that asset or service to the community. The Emergency Services District, we're going to talk about that today in executive session. Michael Rodriguez has been working with the fire chief and others on that important issue. Our City Health Department transition, this is a critical week, as I told our employees yesterday. Today we'll be talking to the City Council in executive session on some negotiated deal points that are an alternative option to the city's withdrawal next Tuesday. Community Enrichment Fund, the Community Enrichment Park Funds, that's something we'll be bringing back to City Council later this month and have more discussion in February. A real important one for the construction of our new streets and other new infrastructure, a design standards manual update. This is something that the UDC allows staff to do, but we do want to bring this forward to City Council. There's some significant and worthy improvements that we're recommending for the construction of new streets in our subdivision. A local preference policy, we know that Councilman Barrera and others have asked for that. That's coming to Council on the 25th for presentation. La Boya Creek will be something we'll be bringing back to City Council soon. We know we're working with several federal agencies to be able to transition land from one owner to another to be able to do that drainage project. The Marina Master Plan, one of the mayor's top initiatives. So we've interviewed 2 firms already. We'll be interviewing a 3rd firm soon, and hopefully we'll be making a selection to have a consultant firm help us develop a master plan for the marina. The Historic Preservation Plan that was presented to council, and we're going to do some follow-up with the mayor and the council and bring that plan back. And it had a pretty extensive community input, and it's well regarded amongst our community. So February, March timeframe for that Historic Preservation Plan. An important one that we've talked about in my 3 years here, and we'll finally be bringing a recommendation to council, is on the water garden renovation. The water gardens, renovation. So we reduced the design so that the budget was half the cost of the initial proposal that the design consultant had given us. We did have 2 bidders submit. We're putting together a review panel, and we'll bring that recommendation to City Council, hopefully in the February, March timeframe. A homeless shelter, we have federal dollars, and so some type of a shelter working with a partner agency is something that'll be brought to City Council in this quarter. Something I talked about in the budget, the American Bank Center and Convention Center, how we're operating that, what alternative business models we can use for it. That's something that's in our work plan since October. We've made a little bit of headway. We think that in this quarter, we're going to have to make more headway and bring that back to City Council as well. Right. The impact fees, this is a major policy issue that this City Council approved impact fees in lieu of the trust fund funding model that is pretty unique to our area. That work will continue. Councilman Lerma and I will work on North Beach and the Council North Beach redevelopment, some of the options that exist there. We briefed council before the break on some work there. A real important one for the community and the council is the FY22 bond development. And so every 2 years we have a bond package, and we'll be developing with the council that in this next quarter, as well as looking at our certificates of obligation policy that Councilman Hernandez had talked about. We're going to have several development agreements on the island that Councilman Smith is well aware of that we'll be bringing to City Council. There's several incentive proposals that we'll be showing Council for development on the island. And then seawater desalinization, we know that that is probably a very critical, if not the top policy item. We'll be coming back to Council with some real estate recommendations in February based on the action of the Council back in December. And then finally, redistricting. This is item number 20. So redistricting is something that'll be on the Council agenda. The City Secretary is helping us with that with an outside consultant that helped us before. And that'll be on the City Council agenda for the 25th. So those are the top 20 policy issues over the next quarter. They, along with our numerous other efforts, will continue, we believe, as the mayor said yesterday, to make this a new day in Corpus Christi. These are significant. It's taken a lot of work from the professional staff team, and that's why we're here. And then the council ultimately sets those policy items. So unless there's any questions on that, Mayor, I'll move on to the second item. Okay, so important to note that next Monday is Martin Luther King Jr. Day, and we owe this mayor and several city council members recognition because it wasn't until a year ago, 2 years ago, I believe, three, that this city finally recognized it as a city holiday. It was approved at the federal level many decades ago, and so finally the city recognizes it as a city holiday. It will be observed Monday, January 17. Last year, because of the COVID pandemic, the live march was transitioned to a virtual march. And this year, the 36th annual march will happen in person and virtually as well. The Corpus Christi alumni chapter of Delta Sigma Theta sorority and the YWCA, they helped to manage the march, and they've opted to keep it in person. We did talk to Annette, who will be talking to us later about protocols, and she believes because we're outside, if people still social distance and have other safety protocols like face masks, the in-person march should be okay. It will begin at 11 o'clock with a forum inside the courthouse. So if somebody wants to go into there, that'll begin at 11. But the actual march will get underway at noon at Nueces County Courthouse. And we did talk to the sorority that we'd like them to consider the business model of alternating start points. So next year, hopefully, it'll start at City Hall, and then we'll go back to the courthouse and vice versa, or continue that pattern. So we started at City Hall one year and started at the Nueces County Courthouse the next year. So it will begin at noon at the courthouse, and it will proceed to the Episcopal Church of the Good Shepherd at 700 South Upper Broadway Street. There'll be a short program there as well. And so we want to remind people to use your safety protocols, COVID protocols, but we do want people to be hands-on that day to make it a day of service. The march is one way the community and our executive team and the mayor and council can participate in this important event. More information can be found on our website at cctexas.com/MLK. That has more details about the actual march itself. So let's move on to two things now that this city council communicated to the community. I just want to recap them here. They're very significant. Yesterday, beginning yesterday with a pothole repair update, the mayor led a great press event with many of the council members in City Council District 3, and it was to announce a new initiative to address pothole repairs across our city. We know that for many decades, our roadways, unfortunately, were not attended to as greatly as they should have been, and the rains that we had this summer are causing them to pretty rapidly deteriorate. We additionally have some issues with staff shortages that many entities are experiencing because of the pandemic and other federal strategies that are out there. But City Council did approve $1.4 million in emergency funding to address the pothole situation that we have. We have basically a backlog of requests that have come in. Our crews aren't enough to address that backlog, not because we're not working at it every day, but because the condition of the streets is such that the number of potholes is just too much for us to handle. So we put together the initiative Saving Our Streets Initiative, or SOS Squared. And this initiative is to clear the entire backlog of citizen pothole requests within 30 to 45 days. The effort will be accomplished by relying on the private sector. And we know, and I say this often, while we can do some things cheaper here with our city crews, right, for better savings to the taxpayer, we do have to rely on our private sector partners to get things done. And so we're able to leverage our partnerships. We have Raytech Construction and Bay Limited, who through a competitive process we selected to help us with that $1.4 million in pothole repairs. They will put 5 additional street crews on our streets on top of the 6 that we have. So that's almost double the amount of crews that we'll have to address that long list of potholes across our community. We believe that within that 30 to 45 days, a lot of these outstanding work orders and potholes that we have will be addressed. There's a map that we're going to put up here on the screen, and you can see the pinkish area from Cal Allen down to Louisiana. That zone of the city, or part of the city, will be all those green areas of the requests that have come in, and that area will be addressed through Raytech using a jet patching technology that we have and they have as well. And then the bluer section of the city from Louisiana all the way through the island will be done by Bay Limited. And both those company leaders were at the press event yesterday. They're excited. Both of them actually got started even before we had asked them to, which is good. And they're both working diligently, and Bay Limited may actually put on another crew as we progress through the city. So it's going to take that. It's going to take our city crews who are working as well, even working on the weekend, and then these 2 contractors that are good partners with the city to get that backlog addressed. Then once we're there, as requests come in, they should be filled in our normal service agreement, which is about 2 days. Right now it's taking a long time. I don't even want to tell you how long. Okay, and then one other item to recap on, which is equally significant, another restoration project, is the Packery Channel. And so the mayor and several council members were at the Packery Channel. We know that it has taken us a long time to get that money, and this council agreed to even having the city fund it if we couldn't get those federal dollars, because we thought 4 years enough was enough. But at the final hour, the federal monies did come through, and we're appreciative of that. We were fortunate to have many of our delegation members who helped us get that federal money with us, and they made the headlines for us right here in Corpus Christi. So U.S. Senator Ted Cruz was there at the channel event last Friday. Senator John Cornyn's office was represented. U.S. Representative Michael Cloud was there and spoke. FEMA Recovery Office Director Tracy Phillips, who was responsible for the funds that we're ultimately getting. Senator Juan Chuy Hinojosa's office was represented. Chairman Todd Hunter was there and spoke. Abel Herrero's office was represented. And then Tatum Regional Sectional Chief John Oval was there in place of Nim Kidd, and they help in disaster recovery. So with the work of our national and state delegation and with the coordination of the city's intergovernmental relations director, Tammy Embry, we did receive from FEMA $13.5 million. The city will match that with $1.5 million from the TERS funds, the island TERS, for a total of $15 million. And that is the cost of the project. It's an 18-month restoration project. We have a real good company. They had already mobilized Friday with a lot of their equipment. They have their work site already marked out. Callan is the company name. They're from Texas, and they understand our shoreline. So we're happy that they bid and were the low bidder. They will be doing shoreline protection, new sidewalks, new ballards, storm drains, handrails, and other construction to mitigate what was caused from Harvey. So we want to assure the council and the community that this project will stay within budget and get done on time. And we look forward to using that channel for many decades to come. Now, because this happened last Friday, we're able to put together a little video, and we're going to watch that here now for a few minutes.
Now, the groundbreaking of the Packery Channel Restoration Project is the beginning of a new era of economic development for the island.
What you see behind me is what we have seen here in Corpus Christi for the past 4 years. And we know it's unacceptable, and we're glad today we're celebrating finally the reconstruction of it.
You know, this is very much the essence of who we are. What is this city? It is our environment, it is our water, and a healthy pack-free channel is so important to that.
So after 4 years, FEMA obligated $13.5 million to repair and rehabilitate this beloved North Padre Island landmark.
What will be done is they will be repairing the revetment that you can see today that's damaged. There'll be new sidewalks, new bollards, new storm drains, handrails, and other structures will be installed.
I want to thank our city, state, and federal leaders and staff that have helped to bring this project to its current status.
It was locals, it was state, it was federal participation on there.
If you ever talk about working together, this is it. As we say in South Texas, trabajando juntos hacemos las cosas. And working together, we get things done.
But this is a chance really to celebrate. It's a chance to celebrate rebuilding. It's a chance to celebrate restoration.
Today's the beginning of us seeing the fruit of that come together, where we have a community here where we can do whatever it takes to make sure we're focusing on getting the job done for the people that we are here to serve.
I will say one bit of advice. It sounds like you got a great team working on the restoration. I just hope you bring on as a project engineer whoever did the sandcastle. And that's one of the coolest sandcastles I've ever seen. So I'm thrilled to be back. God bless you, and congratulations. I look forward to a year and a half from now, all of us celebrating the brand new rebuilt Packery Channel.
That was a great video, right? Yeah, that sandcastle there was that's what we had to shovel into, and I must say, for the first time in many groundbreakings, nobody really dared to push that shovel in. We don't want to destroy that castle. It'll look real nice. All right, great. Well, that was a great event, and that does mark a significant achievement for the community. We know that the channel is critical for that coastal experience, and the restoration We'll be down there celebrating before we know it, and we'll make sure we monitor the progress of the company. Okay, so just one final thing before we turn to Annette Rodriguez to give a COVID update. She'll be joining us remotely. As well, our assets are improvement, right? Our physical infrastructure, our people are maybe even more so important. And today I want to highlight 2 staff announcements that we made back in December. Sarah Munoz has been named Deputy Director of Public Works, elevating her status and position in the department. And then Gabriel Ramirez has been named Interim Director of the Water Utilities, replacing in an interim way Kevin Norton, who held that position before he recently retired. So Sarah will be responsible in her role as Deputy Director to oversee Public Works Administration, Financial Services, Traffic Operations, Engineering, Vision Zero, our Safe Routes to School initiative, and the redesigning of our pothole program. We're looking at that too to see how do we do it, and can we change that business model. Sarah's been with the city for many years. She joined in 2013 and has been serving as Assistant Director of Public Works since 2019. And as Assistant Director, Sarah has overseen infrastructure management programs, traffic management functions, the engineering design team, and street operations. So Sarah, congratulations to you. I'm not sure, you're here, okay. Thank you, Sarah. Yep. And then the second staff announcement is Gabriel Ramirez. He's the Interim Director for Water Utilities. We are conducting a recruitment effort to replace Kevin, and in that interim timeframe, we did appoint Gabriel as the Interim Director. Gabriel has many years with the city, 13 years of experience with the city, serving as Assistant Director for Water Quality and Treatment since 2017. In his role as Assistant Director, he's led the activities and operations at our very important O.N. Stevens Water Treatment Plant. He's over water quality, water supply services, and the administration division of the Utilities Department. So a real important fact is Gabriel is one of only 200 people in the entire state of Texas that holds both a Class A water operator's license as well as a Class A wastewater treatment operator's license. So he's taken a lot of studies and brains to achieve both of those, only one of 200 persons in all of Texas that have that. So Gabriel also holds a Bachelor's of Science in Biology and a Master's of Science in Engineering Microbiology from Texas A&M University, Corpus Christi. So very smart individual. He's the guy that keeps our water safe every day for 500,000 people across 8 counties in the coastal bend. So we want to congratulate both Gabriel and Sarah. They're very strong team members, but I think more importantly, they're very dedicated to their profession, and it shows every day in how they treat their work and their peers and colleagues. So we want to thank them both. Mayor, did you?
I'd like for both of them to stand up. I'm so proud, so proud because, yeah. We're very, very proud of you. We all spend some time with you, whether it be here or one-on-one. I spend a lot of time with Sarah, and I'm just so impressed. Your business acumen, your knowledge, and most importantly, your boss is raising you to a new level. You are moving up, and that says a lot for our staff. We're so proud of all of our city staff because without you, we aren't. And you guys are moving up in these leadership positions, and there's just, it makes me very proud as the mayor. It really makes me proud, so congratulations. And don't take this lightly because this is a very big deal. Congratulations. Thank you. Yes.
Right, thank you guys, thank you.
Yes.
Mayor, thank you. I appreciate those additional words. We are going to transition now to a final element in the city manager's report, and that's an update on the COVID situation.
I think we may have a couple of questions. Let me make
Okay.
sure. Councilman
All right.
Hernandez, did you have a comment on?
Yeah, just some points of clarification. On the impact studies, the council didn't approve it. We approved a study on it along with a master plan, so I just want to make sure that was corrected from a statement you had made. Also, on the potholes, you know, we go to TML I guess we didn't go 2 years ago, but we went last year.
Right.
And there's a lot of different materials that have hardening components to it in terms of potholes. It seems like we're filling potholes over and over again. Maybe we can look at possibly different methods to address them and to fix them at a more solid basis so we're not continuing to go back over the same potholes. And then you end up creating like a moonscape at some of these streets. I was on Rossiter, traveling on Rossiter here recently, and I think that's one of the streets we're going to be rebuilding. But it is,
Yeah.
I was driving just in a snake formation just to avoid the potholes because
Right.
they were pretty deep. But maybe we can look at some other alternatives other than what we're doing because it seems like we're continuing to never catching up.
Yeah, Councilman, we've done that. In fact, the city council approved an alternate device, a jet patching truck. 2 of them are on order and on their way in. We're also looking, as I mentioned, Sarah's going to reevaluate how we're doing potholes in total, everything from the work order distribution to the materials used to the
Right, and I guess the thing I
prioritization.
want to look at is the materials being used.
Absolutely,
As to
right.
where, you know, if we're continuing to redo these potholes, we're not really saving any money if the materials continue to fail.
We agree. That's why we switched from a cold mix to a hot mix,
Right.
unless the plants are down on the weekend. So we've already done a lot of things to not to alleviate what you're talking about, and we're going to continue to do more because we know
All
there's
right.
more options out there. Yes,
Thank
sir.
you.
Yes, sir.
Thank you, Peter. Councilman Pusley.
Yeah, Peter, if you, we've talked a couple of times, and I was asked about it this morning. This jet process that they're using to repair, could Sarah or someone send the council a brief description of what that entails? And
Yes.
so when people ask, we don't go, I don't know. So-
Yeah, we can. In fact, there was a video that the city did yesterday, and so we'll send you that as well via email. It's a
Good.
YouTube video. It shows the actual jet process.
Process.
Yes.
Okay.
Yep.
Great. Thank you
Yes,
very
sir.
much. I appreciate that.
Yes, sir.
That's the sprayer, correct?
Yeah, the spray,
Right.
it's also known as a spray patch or
Right.
a jet patcher.
And that was the big truck, Councilman, that was sitting behind us that said.
Yeah.
I mean, that doesn't show us how to do it. Okay. No, I didn't either, but I'm just saying that was the truck.
Yeah.
But hopefully, don't we have one on order?
We have 2 on order.
Okay,
And it's Raytech is, the late Richard Martinez was aware of the technology. I think they used it up
Right.
in the Fort Worth area. And it especially, unfortunately, with the streets that have a lot of potholes, it works well there because you can fill a pothole quicker using that technology. And the stability of the patch is about as good as the hot mix. And so there was a demonstration model that was video recorded yesterday, and we'll show you that. We'll send that to you. Yeah.
Great. Yeah. Great question. Thank you. Okay, Mr.
Okay,
Sonny,
we're
go
going
ahead.
to see Annette, if we can get Annette on, get her on here via WebEx. There we go. Hey, Annette.
Hey, good afternoon, Peter, City Manager, Council. Thank you for having me here today to give an update on COVID-19. I could get the slides up. I have a lot of information to cover, so I'm going to go fairly quickly, and then at any time you can stop me and ask questions or ask questions at the end. Also, I have to say congratulations to both Gabriel and Sarah. That's just an amazing opportunity for both of them, and I have to say that because we brought Gabriel Ramirez on to the city at Public Health. I mean, so, you know, again, I have to say congratulations because now he is interim director. So, way to go, Gabriel.
Annette, are you there still?
Yes,
Okay.
I'm here.
Did you say next slide or?
I don't see slides at all, but yes, first slide, please.
Okay. The first slide is up. That's the one with the case count, or actually it's,
Okay, well, I won't have them in front of me. Oh, there they are. Okay, there, I see it now. Thank
okay,
you.
all right.
So, yeah, so this first slide basically shows that DSHS basically has sent us back results for 8 positive cases of the Omicron variant. So people ask us every day, so how many are Omicron? We know that in Texas, about 95% of all those that have been genomic tested are coming back Omicron currently. But the ones that we test at the health department, we just know they're COVID positive, just like CVS, just like Walgreens, just like all these other places that are doing diagnostic testing in our community. They can tell you you're positive, but they can't tell you if it's Delta or if it's Omicron or what it is. And so 8 have come back so far positive for Omicron. If you look at the highlighted, that's the oldest collection date, and that was around December 14th when we believe Omicron first came into Nueces County or somewhere around that time. Remember, we only send 5% of all of our positive COVIDs for genomic testing. That's all they would allow us to send. And we still have 16 that are out pending. But you see Walgreens here, and you also see CVS, and you see the dates of collection. And you also see that 3 of these were breakthrough Moderna, that they actually had the Moderna vaccine. And you see 3 of these were Pfizer, and they were breakthrough. They got sick, but not that sick. They went back to work and back to school. And 1 that was not vaccinated, and 1 that actually was a J&J. What you also should see is that none of these had their boosters. So maybe 1 of those, but of all of those, but that one was just very recent that they had just had their booster shot. And so again, you expect some of these breakthrough cases, and that's what you're seeing here on this slide. Next slide, please. These are actually the waves that we've had in Nueces County. So we've had the first, the original, the alpha wave. Then we had the beta wave in the wintertime, and then we had the delta wave in the summertime, and now we're seeing the 4th, the Omicron wave that we talked about coming in the wintertime. I believe that this one is going to look very different than our last year winter wave, our beta variant, because of the Omicron and because of the high transmissibility. So you can see in January how those numbers are starting to rise very rapidly. Next slide. This one basically just shows the age group breakdown, and these are just from January of 2022. So you see the age group that we've been talking about, just being concerned with is the 0 to 19. And that's because you have from 0 to 4 years of age where they're not even eligible to get vaccinated. So we really need to be reminded to protect those little ones. And then you see the other age group breakdowns as well that have come back positive for COVID-19 in January. And what you also notice is that the older groups are more protected with vaccines. You see smaller numbers there, which is really good news. Next slide. These are the daily cases of COVID-19, and I think you can see very clearly that since December 20th, from 36 cases to January the 10th to 689 cases in one day, the numbers are rising very rapidly. This is the first time we've seen this rapid rise with Omicron. Even when we had Delta, we never saw the rise this quickly. Next slide. So here you see the weekly cases, and I thought this was important because if you look at the week of Christmas time, there was 377 COVID positives in Nueces County for that week. And then if you look at the following week, there was 1,373. And then if you look at this past week, January 3rd through the 9th, we had 5,551 COVID positives in 1 week. Next slide. These are the deaths. Our deaths are staying low, and you know that there's normally a lag before you see the deaths. And so in January, we've had 7 deaths so far, and we believe that the deaths will stay low, and we hope that that's the case when we get through this wave. Next slide. The hospitalizations are still rising very quickly. If you look at the day before Christmas, you're going to see on Christmas Eve there were 25 hospitalizations. And then if you look at yesterday's hospitalizations, it was 134 hospitalizations with 37 in the ICU. So we're still seeing a rapid increase in COVID positive hospitalizations. Some of those could be incidental. Driscoll Children's Hospital, they test all of their children that are coming to the hospital. And some of those are going to come out positive and they may just be asymptomatic, but you're still seeing the majority of our hospitalizations are in our adult hospitals, and still of concern for those individuals that have COVID positive and end up being hospitalized. Next slide. So again, Omicron accounts for 95% of all the new cases in Texas. As on January the 9th, which was this past Sunday, we had the most confirmed positive cases ever throughout this whole pandemic at 1,049 positives in one day. We had a prior number that was that high, 1,011. For Omicron as well, not for Delta or the other ones, but for Omicron. In December, just last month, we had an average of 65 cases per day. And in January, we've had an average of almost 700 cases of COVID-19 per day. So huge jumps. Under the age of 19 continues to be concern for us, and we continue to watch those numbers very carefully. That's also school-age children, so we're monitoring those numbers closely. And we currently have 9 children hospitalized at Driscoll Children's Hospital with COVID-19. Next slide. These are the number of vaccines that the health district has administered. We've administered almost 200,000 vaccines. There are other providers in our community that are vaccinating as well, but the health district clinics and the staff and the people that we've hired, 199,697 vaccines administered for COVID-19. Next slide. The boosters are where we're very concerned because you really need those boosters to get that protection against Omicron. So as you saw with our Omicron positives, our breakthroughs, we've only given 26,355 boosters. So we're really hoping that people are going to other providers to get their boosters, or CVS or Walgreens or wherever they're offering vaccines to get those boosters, because if you only have the 2 vaccines, you're around 25-35% protected against Omicron. But if you have the booster, you're closer to 75, 80% protection against the Omicron variant. Next slide. And these are actually the vaccines, the daily number of vaccines that the health district has administered. And so just to give you, an example. So December 20th on the left side of the scale, around 556 vaccines were administered. And these are from all of our sites, La Palmera, the Nike store, all of the sites in combination. And then if you look at closer to today's date, on January the 6th, 682 vaccines were given, on the 7th, 814, and on the 8th, 810, and then on the 9th, 255. So they're doing very well. They continue to vaccinate. People are continuing to come in. If there's vaccine hesitancy, we continue to reach out and try to answer people's questions. So if they want to make the choice to get vaccinated, we're available. Next slide, please. The vaccination rates for Nueces County for the entire population were at 54.7, 54.7 or almost 55% fully vaccinated. And then if you see the other ones, 5 and older, those individuals that are actually eligible to get vaccinated are the 5-year-olds and the older population at 58%. If you just look at 12 years and older, you're closer to 64%. And for 65 years and older, we're at 80% fully vaccinated. So we continue to push hard for those younger populations who are the ones that most recently got approved to get vaccinated, to continue to come in and receive their vaccines as soon as they are eligible. Next slide. The drive-through testing, what I tell individuals that ask me is right before Christmas, we had 2 drive-throughs a week, and we had about 18, maybe 20 on a busy day, people that were coming through our drive-through. Look at this slide, you can see the number of people that are coming through our drive-through now, just the health department drive-through. January 3rd, 964 people came through the drive-through. January 4th, 847. 857, 1,248 people came through on January the 6th, 740, 534. Yesterday, we almost had 1,000 people that came through our drive-through because they're sick and they want to get tested. And the positivity rate is out to the right, and it seems to be right around 40, 45% currently. So it's still very high here. Next slide. The vaccination clinics, again, La Palmera Mall, our busiest clinic, the Robstown Outlet Mall, we're at the old Nike store, our Greenwood Senior Center, we're also at the Hilltop Community Center in Annabelle, we're at Physicians West, we're at the Nueces County Courthouse, and we're at City Hall. Next slide. In addition to that, we're at the QSR online on South Staples, we're at the Finest parking lot on Mondays and Wednesdays, and we're at Goodwill on Tuesdays and Thursdays. Next slide. Our phone banks also, in December, we had around 122 calls per day on average. And if you look at the last few days in January, our calls have gone up significantly from January 3rd, just coming back from the holidays, to around 243. To January 6th, 515, January 17th, January 7th, 461 calls per day. So these are kind of indications that we know there's definitely something going on in the community. And again, everybody knows Omicron is here and those cases are definitely on the rise. Next slide. This is the new CDC guidelines for if you've been tested and you're positive, what do you do? Isolation versus quarantine. So if you've been tested and you test positive, you must isolate for 5 days. That's everybody. That's unequivocal. That's no matter if you have symptoms or don't. Isolation for 5 days if you test positive. So if your symptoms resolve after 5 days, you can actually go back to work or school days 6 through 10. You must make sure that you're wearing a properly fitting mask that's covering your nose and mouth, and that's even around family members. That's isolation. If you look on the right-hand side of this graph, if you were exposed to somebody that was COVID positive, then you go into what we call quarantine to keep others from getting sick in case you become positive. So if you are not boosted, if you are not up to date on your vaccines, which means I just took my first one and I was supposed to go back 28 days later, but it's been 2 months, that's considered not up to date, or you're unvaccinated, then you must quarantine. For individuals that are up to date on their vaccines, are fully vaccinated, they've gotten their booster, or they've had COVID-19 in the last 3 months, they do not have to quarantine, but everybody has to wear the mask for 10 days. It has to be properly fitted mask, and they recommend that you wear it even around family members while you're at home, and to test on day 5 if possible, just to make sure that you haven't actually picked up COVID-19. Next slide. So the new CDC updates, since we've talked last, the booster doses are available now for ages 12 and older, and it's 5 months after receiving that second mRNA dose. The Moderna boosters also are available for those 18 years and older, and it's also 5 months. They changed it. It used to be 6 months, 5 months after receiving their second mRNA dose. And then the J&J booster is also still available, and it's still 2 months after receiving your one and done J&J. And then children ages 5 to 11 with moderate or severely weakened immune systems may receive an additional dose. That is not a booster, that's an additional dose, and that's 28 days after they receive their second Pfizer dose. Next slide. Monoclonal antibodies, Regeneron, we used to have a rapid infusion center. We also had a state rapid infusion center. Those are both closed at this time. We also know that Regeneron, the RegenCov, is not effective against the Omicron variant. And so there is an effective monoclonal, there's sotrovimab, but it's very limited in supplies. We only have a few doses that I'm aware of, and those are being held for those critical or high-risk individuals. And then there's also the addition of the therapeutics, the Merck and the Pfizer COVID-19 pills. They were recently approved. They're now available in Texas. Again, these medications are on limited supply at this time, and there are locations where you can find them here in Nueces County. If you go to the DSHS website, you can find where there may be some therapeutics that are available. This one, your physician does have to give you a prescription. It has to be within the first 5 days of actually finding out that you're COVID positive, but it is found to help decrease the severity of the illness. Next slide. And that's all I have. If y'all have any questions for me.
Annette, what is the, and you may have said it, I'm not sure if I missed it, but estimated the peak of when we're going to see a peak of, or are we in it, of these cases?
Thank you for that question, Mayor. No, I did not say that. So the modeling by Texas A&M looks like the peak is going to occur right around January the 30th. And so until then, we expect numbers to continue to be high. A lot of people to have picked up Omicron because we know it's very transmissible. I think the good news is that we're seeing less severity, but there's still a lot of people in the hospital. And I think that's because we have a more vulnerable populations compared to many other populations. And so we still encourage people to get the boosters. The booster is going to be the best protection from not getting COVID-19 or Omicron currently. So we encourage that if you're able to get the boosters and you're willing to come by and get your booster shot at any of our locations.
Length of illness when somebody gets this. Jeremy?
Can you repeat it again? I don't think.
Oh, yeah, the average length of illness. What is roughly the average length of illness with someone testing positive?
It seems to be around within those 5 days, but we do know that some people will go past the 5 days and it'll be up to the 10 days. But the average seems to be staying within, 3 to 4 days. The CDC guidelines changing and allowing people to go out after they've recovered on day 5. there's still a 35% chance that those individuals going back to work and school could spread the virus. We know that as well. But we also know that, that this may be our new normal, and we need to be able to learn how to live in society with this virus.
My last question is I saw the number of calls coming in has really gone up. What are you seeing people calling in? I mean, what are the questions? Is there a particular question, or is it just across the board?
A lot of our calls are for COVID-19 vaccination cards. They've lost their card. They need a new card. Many of our calls are also for monoclonals. So they know that they've tested COVID positive and they want the monoclonals. So those are probably the biggest number of calls that we receive. It's for the vaccination card as well as for treatment.
Thank you. Councilman Hernandez.
Annette, on the Pfizer and the pills that are antivirals, are they readily available here in town?
No, very, very limited. People are looking for them. They have the prescription, but they're very limited. That's just because the manufacturer hasn't made enough for everybody. The same as the Sotrovimab, there's just not enough that's been made to be able to distribute. Kind of like when the vaccines first became available, it was in very limited supply. That's the same thing that's happening. The state is telling us that maybe around mid-January or after, we may be able to get some monoclonals here. I think 2,000 monoclonals came to the state of Texas on Saturday, but they were already distributed out, to the RICs as well as to different pharmacies. And so, again, very limited supplies here, like everywhere else.
And with regards to the vaccine, you mentioned the boosters. I don't think there's been enough time to adapt the vaccine to Omicron. Has there been any adaptations other than what was the original virus?
For vaccines, no. They are looking at an Omicron specific, but the current vaccine is still working. Even though I know people think, well, we saw people are having breakthrough cases. We understand that, but it's okay to have a breakthrough case as long as it's very minimal in nature, and you don't end up hospitalized with because of the virus.
Well, the examples you gave, all but one were breakthrough cases. How much protection is it actually providing?
Correct, but none of them had their booster. You're correct. Remember, it's only 25 to 35%, and they only have those two vaccines. So the boosters are super important right now with the Omicron variant. The boosters will give you 75 to 80% protection against Omicron and hospitalizations and death.
Did have a booster. You did have one that did have a booster in that one that was, I guess it was December 2021, but that was still a breakthrough case. When do you anticipate the additional information on the other 16 that you submitted?
They're taking longer because more places are submitting to them as well. So they're telling us 4 to 6 weeks still at this time.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, I think that's all of the questions. Annette, thank you. I don't know if she can hear me.
Yeah, great, thank you. And that concludes the city manager's report, Mayor.
Okay.
Annette,
great.
thank you.
Thank you, Peter. Okay, so next we'll go on to section I, which is our boards and committee appointments. So Norma, okay.
Okay, Mayor and council members, the first board for your consideration is the Corpus Christi Aquifer Storage and Recovery Conservation District. There are 3 vacancies, and the city manager, Peter Zanoni, is recommending the reappointments of Michael Murphy, Jeffrey Edmonds, and Sharon Lewis. And at this time, we can entertain a motion for the reappointments.
Mayor, move for approval.
Second.
Okay, all in favor say aye.
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 Any opposed say no. The motion carries.
The second portion of the Corpus Christi Aquifer Storage, the Texas Special District Local Law Code requires the City Council to confirm the election of officers annually, and the board is recommending the confirmation of the following officers: Dan McGinn as President, Sharon Lewis as Vice President, and Jeffrey Edmonds as Secretary.
I move for approval.
Okay, All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed say no. The motion carries.
Okay. The next board for your consideration is Crime Control and Prevention District. There are 2 vacancies, and for this board, each council member and mayor nominates a member subject to confirmation by the full council. Staff is recommending the postponement of Councilman Hernandez's representative for future recruitment. Councilman Smith is nominating Joseph Kramer to serve on the board as his representative. And we can entertain a motion.
Motion to approve.
Second.
All in favor say aye.
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 Any opposed say no. The motion carries.
Mayor and council members, the last is the Park and Recreation Advisory Committee. We have 1 vacancy on the committee. Are there any nominations?
Mayor, I'd like to nominate Thomas Cronin.
Second.
Okay, so are there any other nominations?
Mayor, point of privilege. I just want to point out that in the Parks and Recreation Board, with if no one else is appointed to it other than Thomas Cronin, there will be 7 members that are represented from District 4, and the rest from other districts. As a matter of fact, District 2 will not have any representation on this board at all. I know that there's not a requirement for representation from all the districts, but it seems like we should take that in consideration in the future.
Yeah.
For, I mean,
I agree.
7 members of 11 from a single district is a bit much.
I agree, and I think with that, Ruth, we need to bring this to Rebecca's attention in terms of doing a little better job of outreach, as well as all of us, as council district representatives. We need to get in our districts and really advocate for serving on these boards so that we have a better balance. Thank you for bringing that to our attention.
Thank you, and there's nothing against District 4.
Sure.
I'm not going.
No, it's a very active district, apparently.
That it's just I want to make sure there's representation.
I
Don't get me
appreciate
wrong.
you bringing that to our attention. Okay. So there are no other nominations. All in favor, say aye.
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 Any opposed, say no. Congratulations, Mr. Cronin. Thank you, Norma. Okay, we'll move on to Section K, our consent agenda items 4 through 14. So do we have any requests from council members to pull any items 4 through 14 for individual consideration?
Yes, Mayor, I'd like to pull number 8, just for, to highlight it,
Okay,
and then also 13 and 14.
13 and 14?
Yes, 13 and 14.
Okay, anyone else?
Mayor, I'd like to pull item number 11, please.
11. Okay, I'll entertain a motion to approve consent agenda items 4 through 14 minus item number 8, 13, 14, and 11.
Second.
Any further discussion? All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed say no. The motion carries. So item number 8 is the motion authorizing the purchase of playground units and shade structures for 14 city parks as included in Bond 2020. Mr. Hernandez.
Thank you, Mayor and Council. I'll be doing this item for Dante. He's out today.
Well, Andrea, did we need a presentation or did you want to make
No,
a comment?
I just wanted to highlight this. This is something that I know we've been working hard to get.
Right.
And it's specifically to purchase the equipment, but I want to make sure there's a timeline to install these. And maybe you can actually speak to our process going forward in terms of acquiring equipment. And the reason I say that is because I received a letter from a 7-year-old girl named Lillian Morales in my district. And you can see it's 7-year-old here.
Mm-hmm.
It says, Mr. Hernandez, hello, my name is Lily. I am 7 years old. Can you please put the gazebo back? We don't have a place to sit or play, and I wish the gazebo was still in the park. Can you please help us? Thank you, signed Lily. Now, the gazebo she's referring to is the one at Stony Brook Park that was removed because of just unsafe conditions, but they also don't have a playground equipment there either. So I just want to highlight that this is important and that we do get letters from 7-year-olds.
Do you write her back?
I just got it today, so I'll be writing her back and saying, thank you, I appreciate the letter saying that this is the case. But it is important, and I want to make sure we do that. And for the park in District 5, Crossgate, Captain Falcone, Brighton Park, which is really needed, and then also Brandywine Park. So I appreciate it. Thank you.
Yeah, and Councilman Hernandez, I think that's a very, very valid point. It was brought up, I think, years ago, and it meaning, do we, and you don't have to necessarily go into it now, but Andrea, I'm wondering what our parks, our board, the different things they take into account, right? As he mentioned, what is that process? Are the neighbors involved? Do we know if that area, is a neighborhood that children reside in? A lot of neighborhoods grow old, if you will, and they just change. So I think it's a great question to see how we do go about choosing what parks receive the amenity, or playground equipment, because I think, we can transform into whatever it is that neighborhood park may need.
Sure. So Mayor and Council, as many of you are aware, we have an ongoing master plan. It's a 10-year Parks Master Plan that is being handled by Half & Associates. And as part of that master planning process, they prepared or completed a needs assessment, which is included in your packet. And this is available for any citizen that would like to view it. They can view it as part of the agenda packet, or if they want to contact me, if they can't find it on the website, I'm happy to provide that to them, as is any park staff member. But the needs assessment does break down the need for replacing the different equipment that is located in our parks. And that's what we generally will go by. These particular parks were identified as part of the Bond 2020 program, and that's the reason why those 14 were included for replacement. But the needs assessment that has recently been completed does support that those 14 that were selected were appropriate to be selected as part of the replacement program.
Okay.
Does that answer your question, sir?
Well, yeah, it's just as we go forward, I know half is doing their assessment, but there are some that just don't have a playground right now that were existing. If you recall our tour to that particular park at Stony Brook with the gazebo and the missing playground area. So, I know that there's some things that we can look at currently that we know that doesn't exist. And that is a neighborhood that has young families, middle class neighborhood that would, that they could use. Obviously, I have a 7-year-old that lives in that neighborhood and that cared enough to write a letter.
Yes, sir.
So.
And as you stated just a moment ago, that particular structure that she mentions was unsafe, and that's the reason why it was taken down. We are working with asset management to see about a replacement for that in the future. I just don't know a time frame for that at this point in time, but I will certainly keep you apprised of that information as it relates to your district.
Oh, and by the way, I want to say thank you on the replacement of the roof and fixing the gazebo at Brighton Park. That was it. I got the pictures from it. It's very nice, and I appreciate that. I know it was a long time coming, and that was really good work on that gazebo. So they are used, and it is appreciated. Thank you.
Yes. Great. Thank you, Andrea.
Thank you, Mayor.
Okay, with that, I'll entertain a motion to approve item number 8.
Motion to approve.
Second.
Any further discussion? All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed say no. The motion carries. I'd also like to ask the public if there's any request. I'm sorry I left that out. Any request to pull any item actually, no. We already passed it. We already passed consent. Yes, we did. Okay, I'm sorry about that. I left that out.
Actually, point of information, I thought there was one individual that asked for to be deferred on the short-term rental.
Yes.
Yes. And that is, but I believe
Item
that
number 5
item is, where's that?
Oh, no, I made a mistake. 15.
15, right, it's not part of the consent.
Okay.
Yeah, that's outside of the consent. So we'll go to item number 13, a motion awarding a construction contract to Associated Construction Partners LTD in Bernie, Texas for the citywide lift station repairs at Wooldridge and Mortgage lift stations. Was that Mr. Hernandez?
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
But you asked for 11, well, okay.
Oh, I'm sorry, I'm just going in order of which
Okay,
y'all.
that's fine. Real quick, and I'd reached out in December about this particular station having some smell issues. And you'd mentioned that some work was done, but I'm not sure how it relates to this. I know we did a tour, and there was, out of the 4 pumps at this lift station, 2 of them were not operating. And what exactly, if you can give some detail as to what's going to be done at the Wooldridge station. I'm sorry, there's 2 that we're talking about here, but the Wooldridge one specifically.
All right, good afternoon, Mayor and Council. Interim Director of Water Utilities, Gabriel Ramirez. Yes, sir. So at the Wooldridge lift station, back in December, I was aware of that issue. We went out there. It turns out there was an ARV that was that needed fixed, and that was causing the odor issue. And so we replaced it, and that was mitigated. There is odor control there. I inspected it, actually. That was one of the lift stations I inspected on my first day of being interim. I went and toured several lift stations, and that was the second one that I went to. The odor control there is in place, and there was no odors at that time. We go out there every day, and that's one of the hot spots. So it's one of the ones that's going to get repaired. We're going to be replacing pumps there, the piping as well. And right now, there's actually already generators that if the power were to fail, then there would be bypass pumping that would take place at that station.
Well, there's the smaller pump that works on a normal basis, and then you have 3 larger pumps that work on an overflow basis, right? I mean, or when you get to a
Right,
certain
you have
level.
3 regular pumps and then the jockey pump.
Okay.
Yep.
So it's, but are all of them currently working, or is this going to replace all the pumps?
They're going to be all replaced as part of this project.
Now,
the rehab.
The electrical panel at that facility was from 1980 or 1981. Are those going to be replaced?
Yes, the electrical will be replaced
So
as well.
everything at that location is going to be
Yes,
replaced?
sir. It'll be totally rehabbed. All electrical, SCADA, which SCADA is the Supervisory Control and Data Acquisition System. So that communicates remotely so that we could view the station from the office.
Okay, and I appreciate asking, I want to make, I brought this specifically because I know I had some complaints on it. So I appreciate the answering the questions. Thank you.
Right. Yes, sir.
Thank you, Gabe. I'll entertain a motion to approve item number 13.
So moved.
Second.
Any further discussion? All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed say no. The motion carries. Item number 14, Mr. Hernandez, that was yours as well?
Yes, and
I'm sorry, I'm going to go ahead and read it just so the public knows. Motion awarding a construction contract to JE Construction Services LLC of Corpus Christi, Texas, to perform concrete and asphalt pavement repairs and improvements at the CFF Valenzuela landfill scale house. Yes, sir.
Okay, on this one, it seems a lot of the asphalt is failing. How long has this been there? And has there been any preventive maintenance on it at all?
It was constructed back in 2006, I believe, and they have done preventive maintenance throughout the years. I don't have details on it.
Now, this is continually traffic with heavy trucks, mainly trash trucks, right, going through on this every day, right?
Yes, sir. They're extremely heavy trash trucks.
So why don't we do this whole thing in concrete, considering the weight aspect that's going on these road, on this road?
That is
And
what
that
we're
was actually
proposing.
part of the recommendation. We designed it going back with a mix, and then after conversations with leadership, we decided that it would be better to go with all concrete.
Okay, so I say this specifically because, as you know, I'm much an advocate of concrete, as mentioned on the project over in District 3. It seems like any time where we have this, we should have, anything with arterials that you're going to have heavy truck traffic on, you should have a preference for concrete. And I know Roland's sitting behind you. I think it's just something that we should look at going forward. Not to mention also a policy for residential streets to have a concrete aspect to them. And that would be up to the developer based on your rules, but if we're going to have these kind of issues, we should have some policies on it. But I bring that up specifically because I know that this is the heavy truck traffic, and the concrete would last a lot longer.
Yes, sir.
Okay, with that, I'll make a motion to approve.
Second.
Any further discussion? All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, say no. The motion carries. And our last item is item number 11, motion authorizing the purchase of 22 school zone flashing beacons and 43 flashing LED signs from Consolidated Traffic Controls. Councilman Molina.
Thank you, Mayor. Mr. Mata, can you just briefly walk us through the presentation? And I'm requesting this because there in District 2, we have many children that utilize our roadways for traveling to and from school, and I have many parents that are concerned about the safety of their children. And I also wanted to highlight what we're doing and let the general public know that we are taking this issue to heart and actually making improvements.
Yes, sir. As you know, right now, we will be updating some flashing LED signs, especially for District 2, 1, 4, and 5. We have several projects that we've already deemed as the number of accidents that have occurred at these intersections where a stop sign may be in place, or a yield sign, or if we need some behavior control with speeding. These signs are illuminated signs that would be flashing as a stop sign. We have 43 signs that we're trying to replace, or we're trying to improve and then go that route. For school flasher improvements, we have 20, we were going to install 22. We have a total, some are in District 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5. We have the Teloso Middle School, Promesa Charter School, the Wilson, the Houston Elementary. We have some Flower Bluff Elementaries, the Moore Elementary, and the Schools of Technology. And some of these have been substandard. In other words, they're tied to a AEP pole that is it's not valid, or it's no longer feasible to us to do that. This is going to bring an upgrade to those locations that are going to be more flashing, more available for us to look at, and then go from that point on.
Well, this helps us to meet our goal that we set with our Vision Zero program, which I'm very passionate about. And that goal is to minimize the fatalities for our pedestrians and our cyclists. And because we have a body of water next to us, our boaters also. And I'm glad that we're moving forward with this. And do you have a timeline on when all these improvements will be made?
It should be completed by the end of this September. We will start as soon as the equipment comes in, and then start working on each of these locations that we've already identified as to where we're going to be installing. So as soon as we approve this, the equipment should be ordered, and then we will go from that point on.
Okay.
So within the next, and what I'm going to say, hopefully if we get all of the supplies in, within the next 2 months, 3 months, we will put a schedule together based on the supplies that we received.
Got it. Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, great. I'll entertain a motion to approve item number 11.
Move to approve.
Second.
Okay, any further discussion? All in favor say aye.
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 Any opposed say no. The motion carries. Okay, so with that, we are going to, the council will go into executive session on items number 25 and 26 per Texas Government Code Sections 551.071 and break for lunch at the same time. Thank you. We're just waiting, I'm sorry. We're waiting on the, our cameras to roll before we can go back on. Here we are. Okay. Okay, I'll call this meeting back to order, and we are going to continue with Section N, individual consideration items. Item number 15 is a briefing on short-term rental policy, development, and ordinance, amending Chapter 5 of the Corpus Christi Code to require a permit for the operation of short-term rentals and providing for publication.
Good afternoon, Mayor and Council. As you may recall, this item came to the Council on December 14th as a first reading, and today we have brought forward a proposed ordinance that will address short-term rentals in two phases. The first phase being what is before you today, which would be the registration ordinance. The intent of the registration ordinance is to create a system where legally operating short-term rentals within Flower Bluff, North Padre, and Mustang Islands can register and receive a permit. It is also to establish health and safety requirements for the short-term rental units and create additional tools to assist with the enforcement. And then phase 2, which is to come after today's adoption, if it is adopted, and be completed within 180 days, is the land use and zoning analysis. And the goal of that particular phase is to complete the process, as I said, within 180 days of today, determine what single-family zoned areas would be considered appropriate for short-term rental use, and also the basis for the location of those short-term rentals. Such things as density percentage, overlay districts, buffering distances from other units can be considered during this analysis phase. We will also be looking to other cities for benchmarks. And with us today, I have Tracy Cantu, who is over Neighborhood Services. She's our interim director. Michael Dice, who works in Development Services, and Heather Herbert, who is with the Finance Department. We've all worked together along with Buck Bryce in the City Attorney's Office to bring the registration ordinance that is before you today. So we wanted to go over a little bit of language in the Unified Development Code with you related to short-term rentals. And that is rental accommodations that include a variety of unit types, such as condos, townhomes, or single-family homes, RVs, boats, etc., that are rented out for less than a 30-day period. That's how we define short-term rental. Short-term rentals do offer visitors a different experience outside of staying at a standard hotel. We recognize that. It is not a new concept, but the technology connecting the owners and users has improved. And as I stated, it is addressed in the Unified Development Code under 5.2.24, and specifically says that single-family units in a single-family zoning district cannot be rented for less than a 1-month period. The UDC does not prohibit STRs for use in other zoning districts, therefore it is permitted by right. Next slide, please. And then we included a few pictures of some short-term rental units as seen today on the island. The modifications that are being proposed in today's ordinance is, as I stated earlier, to require registration for those STRs that are operating legally on North Padre, Mustang Island, and Flower Bluff within the effective date period, which would be March the 15th of 2022. The remainder of the city would be required to come into compliance with the registration ordinance requirements within 180 days after passage of the ordinance if you do pass today. The permit renewal cycle has been adjusted to $50 annually. The December version had it at $100 biannually, with fines up to $500 if an individual STR fails to register with the city. This is a sample of what the end user would see on the city's website. Once we get this implemented, it will be all digital, and they will be able to access this through the city's website. We'll be working on the design of how this web page would look, but this is basically what they would see when they log on and attempt to register with the city. We'll also be working on designing what the permit would look like and the permit would be specifically designed for the city of Corpus Christi. And after they completed the process, they would be able to print that permit and have it displayed within the short-term rental unit. And we created a workflow that we plan to work with the software vendor on. And so you have the applicant that would start the process, as I just mentioned, from the website. They would complete the application online. It would automatically route to our Development Services Department for review. They will check it for the appropriate zoning district. And if it is appropriate, it will move on in the process. And if it is not, then it would return to the applicant with an explanation as to why it was not accepted. If it is accepted, as it shows here on the workflow, finance would accept the payment and issue, the registration permit would be issued automatically, so they would be able to print it from that website. And then at that point, they would be available to rent those STR units. Councilmember Hernandez had inquired at the December 14th meeting about the monies that were set aside for a sting operation. So we did move forward with conducting such operation, sir. And for the rest of the council, we gave some factual information here related to that particular sting operation. We did it as a pilot program, and we also have some cost information to do such for you as well. But as it states here, staff did complete a sting for a 2-night rental of a single-family home. The property location was confirmed to be in a zoning district R6, which is residential single family. Staff was able to successfully complete the rental of the property and establish direct evidence of zoning violation, which is an illegal land use. And as I stated earlier in the Unified Development Code, single-family units in a single-family district cannot be rented for less than a 1-month period. This was a 2-night stay, which is less than a 1-month period. A summons or citation was issued to the property owner for the illegal land use violation. And then the next slide goes on and provides some conclusion information for you from a staff perspective in regards to doing such operations. Earlier this month, as we've talked here today, we did purchase the 2-night rental at a cost of $568. It's important to keep in mind that this particular unit did cost $568. Other ones may be more or maybe less. It just depends on how much it's advertised for, and sometimes the facility itself may garner a higher rental rate due to size of the unit. Staff time and the efforts to investigate and prepare the case against the illegal short-term rental equaled about 13 and a half staff hours, totaling $617.50. The sting type rental transactions we have found or concluded will not be sustainable and are not an immediate resolution to the violation, as the defendants have the right to judicial process up to and including a jury trial, and it is oftentimes found that they will place that rental back on the market for rental again, even though they were cited hours or even just days before. The fine that can be assessed, if it is $500 to $2,000 for the zoning violation, and that is up to the $2,000. And then this slide here shows you the sums that we have calculated in terms of cost to conduct this particular sting operation. So as you can see, this operation actually cost the city $185.50 if we were to recover from the full amount from the sting operation in municipal court. So council, as I said, we have staff here today that's happy to answer any questions that you might have. We also have the draft ordinance in the packet for you, and I'm happy to take any questions.
Councilman Molina?
Thank you, Mayor. From, if this ordinance does pass today, I know you're looking at a March 15th date for registration. Is there a grace period between now and then for the owners to operate their short-term rentals? Or will there be sting operations between now and then?
We have no plans right now, Councilmember Molina, to continue with those sting operations. And the ordinance, the registration requirement would be effective for March 15th, so that's when those short-term rentals would need to begin registering with the city to be compliant with that registration ordinance. In the meantime, staff will be working on, as I said, the design of the website and the design of the permit and our internal processes related with any type of enforcement efforts.
Okay, so there is a grace period?
If you consider it from today, because of the delayed effective date of it, I guess you could consider that somewhat of a grace period.
Okay.
But that wasn't the true intent to label it as such by staff.
Sure.
That's just the time that it's going to take us to get prepared, have the system implemented, have all the documents designed that need to be designed, the workflow established, and so forth.
And part of the reason that we're talking about this today is, I know I've heard from a lot of short-term rental operators out there that are worried that we're, in a sense, going to put them out of business. Can you address that?
So if they are operating in a single-family residential zoned district as an STR, today, as I stand here, it's not permitted. So this ordinance is not going to change that fact. It's not permitted as I stand here today, and if it's approved, it'll still not be permitted in single-family residentials. But the enforcement or the registration requirement will only be required of those STRs that are located on the island and in Flower Bluff, to include Mustang Island.
Got it. Thank you.
Does that answer your question, sir? Okay, perfect.
Councilman Hernandez.
Thank you, Mayor. Okay, just so I understand this, so you have your pilot program of one location and you did a 2-night rental, and you came up with an average assessment of $1,000, therefore having a negative number here. Is it your intent that this be a revenue source through the sting operations, or is it that, what are you basing this model on?
We didn't go into it with any specific intent, Councilmember Hernandez.
Well, I mean, you presented this graph as a sense that it would cost us money in the sense, but are you, I mean, if you're not looking at it as a revenue source, then, you know, if you're pretty close to it, you know, because we assign $50,000 to it, if you're only losing $185 per each one of these, is the intent to stop the illegal activity, or is it to gain some sort of money from it?
No, the intent would be to stop the illegal activity, and my point was that if we move forward with this particular sting operation pilot program, that each one, those individuals will then just turn around and list that property back for rent the next day or some period of time later.
I mean, but if you're going to do a property registration and you don't allow it in single-family districts like currently out, how is that any different? So instead of addressing the main issue, you're creating an administrative violation in order to go after them, as opposed to going after the specific problem. Is that what you're trying to create? So you can't get them on the stealing the shoplifting at the local convenience store. So you create a parking violation so you can get them on the parking violation, so to speak.
No, I don't view it that way. I don't know if Miles has any legal input that he would like to add, but staff certainly doesn't view it in that manner, sir.
It's not an administrative violation. It's a criminal Class C violation, just like the land use change violation would be. However, it's not a zoning violation. It's just a different type of Class C violation. The violation of failing to put your registration number on an advertisement would be a more easily enforceable violation, because you only have to prove that the person advertised without inserting the number, rather than actually changed the land use by renting for less than 30 days.
Okay, so you're making it, what you're doing is you're basically making everybody violating ordinances by creating this new ordinance of property registration, as opposed to really focusing in on nuisance short-term rentals. I mean, realistically, I think in terms of short-term rentals, 95% of them no one complains about, except for the ones where they're partying or having loud, boisterous things and continuous violations. I think we're criminalizing people, renting their property. And I get it. Right now, as it stands right now, the ordinance says you can't do it. But, but if we're focusing in on the people that are the problems, that are giving everybody a hard time, that are causing the problems on the island, or parties or whatever, we already have the tools to go after those individuals. It seems like instead of trying to facilitate doing things the right way, we're just trying to. It seems like we're being punitive against everybody. And I get it. I just think we're trying to solve the problem, the main problem, and that's the issues with the individuals that are not taking care of their property or not managing their guests properly. And we're not really given many tools in this ordinance to deal with those kind of things, or our law enforcement people. It seems like we're just criminalizing people, making people into criminals. Does that sum it up?
I mean, we're simply just asking them to register if they are going to be operating an STR with the city. So
Okay, but you have people with properties that are in areas that are not zoned for that, right? And that's the current requirement now.
Right.
Right? If you're it doesn't matter where you are in the city, it doesn't matter what you're doing, you're actually can't do it. And we haven't really enforced anything because, like you said, we've only done one sting operation, and I don't know if there's the one I recommended or not, but it's the one going. Like I said, I think we should go after really the nuisance ones.
And sir, just because we did just the one sting operation doesn't mean that we aren't dealing with complaints that we receive from an enforcement standpoint.
So how are we dealing with them?
So if we receive a complaint, then we address those particular issues as the complaint comes in. And in this particular case, if this registration ordinance is passed and we receive a complaint on a property that's on the island or in Flower Bluff, and let's say that the complaint is that, they had a party and it was a lot of noise well past midnight or whatever time they consider to be inappropriate, then all we have to do is look to see if they registered with the city, if the STR is registered with the city, and if they put out an advertisement to rent that property out as a short-term rental, did they include their permit number on that notice, whether it be on social media or in the newspaper? And if they haven't, then they would be cited for failure to register with the city. So it allows us to keep up with which STRs are being permitted and allowed to operate as an STR within the city, and in particular on the island and in Flower Bluff, which is what I understood the residents wanted from those areas the city to do.
Well, like I said, you're basically creating administrative crime, right? You can easily enforce it, as opposed to enforcing what the actual problem is right now.
I mean,
well, we'll leave it at that. We're creating Big Brother on this, so we'll just leave it at that.
It's step one in a step two process, sir.
The other aspect of this is that you have HOAs that don't allow for short-term rentals. Will the city be permitting those short-term rentals in places where HOAs don't allow it?
We do not make it a habit to enforce the rules of an HOA. So,
what I'm saying is that you're going to be going against the HOAs by permitting a property that already has restrictions against it. So if you're going to be, so you're basically going to throw the HOAs under the bus. That's what you're going to do, right? Yeah.
Go ahead. We already issue permits regardless of what an HOA makes a determination. I mean, you can get a building permit to do and we don't enforce HOA regulations. And,
No, but
and
you're going to make it difficult for them to enforce their own regulations, right? By doing something like this?
no, I don't think we affect that.
Yeah, yes, you do. If you're in an HOA that doesn't allow it, and then somebody goes get a permit from the city that allows it, you basically throw the HOA under the bus.
Well, we normally don't. We
You
don't
know,
do
what you're
public
saying is you don't really
enforcement
care
of
about the HOA.
private contractual regulations.
Right, so you're basically, it doesn't matter what the HOA does, you don't care.
Absolutely, it doesn't matter what the HOA does. We don't do public enforcement of private HOA regulations, and there's a very good reason for that. One of those is that many HOA regulations have been effectively waived by the conduct of the HOA members, and it's hard for us to determine which HOA regulations might even be valid.
Okay, Councilman, do you have any other questions?
Well, I just think that we're creating more, burden on ourselves, bureaucracy that people have to address, as opposed to really addressing the issue. And, property registration I think is not necessarily the best way to go, but it is, it's an easy fix for us as a city, but adds a lot more bureaucracy and a lot more for people to follow. And we do have something in place to deal with it, and the fact that we're not dealing with it is shame on us. And Andre, I'm not getting mad at you. You just got here, but it's instead of enforcing the rules we have, we're creating new ones. Thank you.
Councilman Smith.
Thank you. I don't completely agree. I think we've been sitting here and nothing has happened. And if we do nothing today, we continue the nothing on there. And Andre, you said this is a two-step process, right?
Yes, sir, that is correct.
And so this is the first step into, right now, and you said that any single-family residential, it is illegal by ordinance to rent.
That is correct, for less than 30 days, yes, sir.
For short-term rental, for less than 30 days. So in the two-step process that we're going through, we're trying to take us into the 21st century, is that correct? Where in the benign areas that can be allowed, so everybody that's come up to here that has not been renting legally on there, then they may be able to operate if they fall within whatever rules.
That is correct, sir. And we benchmark against other cities. As I mentioned, we will do on phase 2 as well. And there's lots of cities that are doing a registration ordinance.
Okay. And one thing that we had a call with some folks on there, the March 15th date. You said you might be able to accelerate that a little, but
So we've talked with the vendor, sir, and they're going to work with us and attempt to complete that a little bit sooner, but we can't make any guarantees. So we didn't want to have to return to council to adjust a date, so we decided to continue forward with the March 15th effective date.
We'd then be making the March 15th date hard.
Yes, sir, it would.
Okay. Well, I know there's been a lot of discussion out here, and we talked about property rights and this kind of thing, but the fact to remember is, under our zoning, in single-family residentials, I've had a lot of emails from people that are multifamily. All you have to do is register. You're compliant with our zoning, correct? And
that's correct,
go back to 499, or it was page 498, you showed a map of the island. And the majority of those blue dots, I think, were in compliant areas.
That is correct, sir.
Yeah, so everything is fine, correct? And in phase 2, though, they will be operating under some rules as far as protections, noise, other kind that may not exist right now.
That is correct, sir.
Okay.
Those are to be developed, working with a stakeholder advisory group as well as a consultant, and looking at, as I said, other cities to see what they've done. We've talked about it extensively from a staff level. There are many ways that we can look at this, and permit it and allow it in single-family residential zoning districts. We just have to be smart about it, and we have to study it. And we didn't want to rush into doing it, which is why we went with the two-phased approach.
And I want to say that everybody that I've talked to that owns STRs that are in single-family homes on there, they've all been open to sets of rules for
That's
it.
correct,
And
sir.
I think they want to be compliant. But I want to make no mistake, there are areas in this town that you have STRs that are very troublesome for the community with it. And if I owned a house that I was zoned in a single-family residential on there that by law does not allow short-term rentals under 30 days, and I had every weekend the traffic, the noise, and everything that came up with it, you know, that is our ordinance, and that's what it covers. And what we're trying to do here, I think, as a body is to meld us in where we can operate but still respect those single-family homes, operate in a way that is not taking away your neighbors' rights that they have by right. When they bought those homes, like everybody bought a home in a single-family residential, not multifamily. This doesn't cover any of that multifamily. That's compliant. But in phase 2, you will be working that. So in those areas that it's not an issue, then everybody can become compliant at that point in time.
That is correct, sir. We will work to preserve the integrity of the neighborhoods,
Yeah.
which is also someone's right and the city's responsibility to ensure the integrity of those neighborhoods.
And registration is the first step. We
That is
need to
correct.
know where it is. And is it common that Michael, maybe this is for other cities that do have STR regulations, that you have registration? Is that
It's pretty much across the board, any
it's across the board that registration is required? And is it across the board that there's a charge for it?
Yeah, pretty much for there's an administrative fee.
We can't hear you on that.
See if that one works.
The button's on the microphone.
Let me use this one, sorry. Yeah, again, it's pretty much across the board, all cities that we have looked at for short-term rental ordinances have a registration portion of their ordinance, and they do have some sort of administrative fee. There is a cost as low as San Antonio's $33 a year. What we're proposing here is $50. Some go as high as $250. It's all dependent upon the state and location.
Well, I'd like to make a comment. I had a home, a rental home, not STR in College Station at that time. This was 10 years ago. There was a fee for that. If you just rented it, period, you had a registration and a fee. So we're just doing it for STRs, correct?
That is
and
correct,
that's
sir.
all this is for?
That is correct, sir.
Okay, okay.
And you're also correct about other communities having it for any rental properties, whether it be short-term rental or otherwise. I came from one that did that, and they charged an inspection fee and a registration fee.
Yes, but we're just looking at short-term rentals under 30 days. We're not we don't make money at $50 or that anyway. It's definitely not.
No, we are
It's
not
just a-
recovering all of our cost with that
Okay,
$50.
so we are subsidizing the registration process.
That is correct, sir.
Okay. Okay, well, thank you.
You're welcome.
Councilman Barrera.
Thank you, Mayor. Expanding on the HOA, number one, my HOA prohibits STRs. They also, if I make any improvements to the exterior of my house, require the approval of 3 of my neighbors and the committee. So obviously very strict. And aren't you the chair, you're chair of your HOA? So.
Thus the issue, right?
So, and I that's what I would argue, that at the idea of my family wanting to live in my home, we obviously are compliant. Plus, I'm an elected official, and they obviously support me. So, but I guess that's the thing. I'm just curious, Miles. So, well, that's not. Forget it. It's not appropriate. But I think that's the thing. obviously, if the HOA chooses to prohibit it, they can go do so, and it's not, regardless of whether or not we charge a fee, that's basically at I guess the property owner, you know, shame on them for not understanding the total limits, the total, that's my thing. The other thing is, I do know from, that the registration fee in Austin is $355 a year. So, what is it? So I know, once again, we're not the only ones, and I agree. This is for the purpose of having a registry, so that way it assists, quite candidly, in my opinion, with any sting operation. So now we have, we know immediately who the property owner is, and we know that they're one of an individual. And I would agree, just as I think the majority of short-term rental owners would rather have that type of assistance with compliance for those that provide nuisances. And for any of you that are going to make public comment, please reiterate on that. Secondly, or thirdly, I guess, the stakeholders group. Can you explain how we're going to put that together?
So,
because I know everybody wants to be on it.
Yes, we have received a large number of individuals, have had a large number of individuals expressed interest in serving on that group. Staff is going to work on it, and that would be the staff here, including Dan McGinn, who's attending virtually today as well, to narrow that list down, because as all of you can probably appreciate, if you get a group too large, it makes it almost impossible to come to a consensus on various matters. So we're going to try to get it to a workable, more manageable number. And then what I'd like to be able to do, and I need to work all of this out with the group, but what I'd like to be able to do is have some type of a platform to where even the individuals that aren't able to serve on the stakeholder advisory group will be able to still provide some level of input to the individuals that will be ultimately working on the draft ordinance for phase 2 that would come back to you.
And how are we going to ensure the public has confidence that we have a balanced approach? And I mean, for those individuals that have been neighbors of nuisance STRs.
Well, the intent will be to make sure that the group is balanced, sir. So we'll have individuals that are STR owners. We'll have individuals that are representing the tourism industry. We'll have individuals that have, as you just indicated, have had issues with STRs that may have operated in their neighborhood that they've had difficulties with. So it will be a balanced committee. That is the direction that I have received, and that is the route that we will take. And we can publish the list and show what that individual that's serving on that advisory group is representing, what sector they're representing.
Okay, gosh, I just think that there's going to be so many people that want to be represented that how do
There
we
are, sir. We've received a large number of
Can you quantify
requests.
that? I know I've heard 4.
I would say probably close to
myself.
I'd say probably close to 30, 35 people.
Wow. And have any of those been, like, let's say, for example, from, I know obviously the Realtors Association will be represented. Obviously, Padre Island Business Association will be represented. I don't know about North Beach. I don't know. I think you're somehow or another, you're going to have to come back to us and give us, let us know, so that way we can be accountable to the individuals, particularly to the entire community, to ensure that that's well balanced and they have confidence in what we're doing and that it's not stacked one way or another.
Sir, there are no secrets, and I am certainly happy to come back and report to this body or the city manager, and he can include it in his
I have
report.
complete confidence in you. However, I'm not. I've already looked at on Facebook the story that Channel 6 did, and if you look at all the comments, then there's not at least from that segment of the community, there's not a lot of confidence that we're going to do the right thing. So we just need to ensure that we dot our T's and cross our I's. Anyway,
Understood.
Okay. Okay, that's all I have for now. I may come back. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you. Councilman Pusley.
Okay, I want to run through a few basic things here. So this first phase you're going to, that we're going to vote on today is going to be for the registration only of STRs that are located in the Flower Bluff, North Padre Island area, and Mustang Island, correct?
That is correct, sir.
It's not going to have anything to do with whether they operate for 30 days or 2 days or any of that.
That is correct, sir.
So you're going to come back in 180 days and put the rules forward that are developed, at which time they will be responsible for working under those rules at that time.
That is correct. I do want to clarify one thing to make sure that it's clear. So if you have an STR on Padre Island, Mustang Island, or Flower Bluff that is operating in a single-family zoning district and renting out for less than 30 days, then they will not be issued a permit.
So those are illegal today?
That is correct, sir.
Okay. So, okay, I'm glad you pointed that out. I want to make sure everybody understands that. So at the end of this whole process, that's going to be true for the entire city. If it's located in a single-family residential area, it cannot rent out for less than 30 days.
Sir, I just want to make sure that we're clear. That is the case as I stand before you today.
Okay?
They are not permitted today to do that in single-family districts.
That's against our
the-
zoning regulations as they
That is-
existed 6 months ago.
That is correct, sir. That is in violation of the Unified Development Code as I stand here before you today.
And Councilman, the phase two that Councilman Smith spoke of and that we spoke of is to address that. To what extent do we, as a city, want to allow some of those, or many of them, or none of them, to be legal in the residential setting or zoning districts? Many cities have done that. They've figured out a way to allow some single-family homes in neighborhoods to be allowed to be short-term rentals. It's an issue of saturation, and so they limit the amount. That's one alternative. So in the next several months, all the way up to July is what we think it's going to take us. That's phase two, and that's what we'll be working on next after this.
So you may then consider allowing some in single-family residential neighborhoods to rent for less than 30 days?
Yes.
That is
right.
correct.
Many cities across the country have done that. They've figured out, working with the communities and the policy setters, to allow that. That's what we're working on next. And of course, it's a policy decision of the council. So we'll come to this body with several recommendations and alternatives to address that issue, because many persons want, we've heard them, Councilman Molina has heard them and brought them to our attention, individuals have single-family homes that they responsibly rent out for less than 30 days, and they want to know, how can we do that in Corpus Christi, or why can't we do it when you can in many other Texas and U.S. cities?
Okay.
And I've
So
talked
that's
with
phase
many.
two. That's phase two of the work. That's the tougher part, coincidentally. This is, the registration process is pretty easy, but it helps us to know where they are, where the short-term rentals are. It's also a consistent part in the business models that cities have, is a registration
Well, I
process.
guess I don't understand why we're splitting this up into two phases.
Because the community wanted, primarily because the community wants some action. They're saying, can we do something? It's been decades before the city has addressed the short-term rental issue. And so this is step one, is to register, but also have some minimum requirements. Michael Dice has helped us with those using best practice recommendations. So there has to be fire alarms, and other safety protocol that they have to self-disclose.
So even this
I guess.
current registration, they're going to have some rules they have to follow?
Yes,
Yes.
some minimum standards to secure the safety of the occupant.
Yeah, they'll have to provide us with a 24-hour emergency contact, as the city manager indicated, fire extinguishers. They have to follow the property maintenance code in terms of the number of occupants allowed in their STR. There's a lot of requirements, sir, that are listed in the ordinance.
No, I read them. I
Yes,
understand
sir.
that. It's just been really unclear about how you're doing this. This is, the staff is, Peter, I think, there's been some shortcomings about how this has been presented to the council. And I'll just make that, but anyway, let me
okay.
move on here.
So as part of our method at the end of this process, we're going to hire a company who's going to monitor the Airbnb websites to ensure that the guidelines that we end up with for STRs, regardless of where they're located, are being followed.
Yes, sir. So there's a software company that we will be utilizing, and that software will assist us with identifying those STRs that are advertising without a permit from the city, which will allow us to have improved enforcement.
Well, I would suspect not only without a permit, but if they're renting for less than 30 days in an area that requires that, wouldn't that also be monitored?
Well, initially, it'll be scrubbing for those that are operating without a permit. I know that we will be able to work with the vendor to determine what basis we will have that software kick out different reports to staff from an enforcement standpoint, and we will be working on those. And that's the reason for the delay, sir, to March 15th, so that we can get those standard operating procedures
Well, we have
in
an
place.
enforcement issue now. How do you suspect that we're going to improve that enforcement issue if we have different rules all over the city of Corpus Christi?
Because the registration requirement will make it easier in terms of issuing a citation, because all we have to do is prove that they didn't register with the city instead of going through the process that you saw in the presentation regarding the sting operation.
Well, with all due respect, I could register my STR and say I'm going to follow the rules, and I'm in an area where it's required that I cannot rent it for less than 30 days, and I could rent it for however many days I wanted to. How are you going to make sure that that's not happening?
Okay, so you're saying that you could, if you were an owner of an STR, you could rent it for less than 30 days
Right.
and register with the city.
Right?
Okay, but it's in a single-family zoning district, is that what you're saying?
Yeah.
Okay, so if you are located on Flower Bluff, the island, or Mustang Island, then you would be cited for operating an STR without a permit,
How are you going to know that?
because the system is going to scrub for it, and we also will have administrative staff that will be looking for those STRs on the island, Mustang Island, and Flower Bluff to determine if they are operating an STR without a permit number, because they're required to put it on any advertisement that they put to be able to rent that STR, that they publish to be able to rent that STR.
I think you're going to have a really hard time doing that, but we'll see. Okay, one of the first people who testified today, and I'm sorry if I mispronounced your name, if you're still here, Ms. Kinkle. She made the statement that these $50 fees are ridiculous, and I agree with that. Peter, we need, when we say we're subsidizing, we as the taxpayers of this city, and there are many taxpayers of this city who are not renting out STRs. And so we need to figure out what our cost basis is in this permitting process, and we need to charge a fee that's applicable to that cost basis. We should not be asking taxpayers to subsidize these fees. Okay, and then I want to touch base just a little bit on the HOAs. There's been some discussion about that.
Hey, hang on, Councilman.
Pardon?
Hang on just a second.
Okay.
I think she's.
Do y'all disagree with that?
I just wanted to confirm, was it cost recoverable? And it's not, so we may need to look at increasing the fee if we wanted it 100% cost recoverable.
I mean, $50, that won't cover your postage.
Well, there'll be several people that register, but, so the costs include the software, the staff person monitoring the software, to some extent code compliance, some finance, yeah, I'm not sure. We probably need to regroup to see, do we have a cost recovery model set up for this?
Okay.
Yep, that's a good point.
If, with regard to HOAs, if an HOA in whatever subdivision or townhome or a condominium complex, whatever, states that STRs are illegal, then that will govern what happens regardless of what the city says, correct?
Correct, if they choose to enforce their HOA rules.
If they are, you know, and I've been a part of an HOA for years, and I will tell you, an HOA is only as good as the judge you're standing before, because many judges view HOAs as, you know, arbitrary and capricious and a lot of other fancy legal words. I've heard them all. And so it all depends. But from our perspective, or from the city's perspective, the HOA would govern whether or not STRs are permissible.
I think I ought to answer that. We would, under this, if a person is not located in a prohibited area, i.e. they're not a single-family residential, but they are, whether or not they have an HOA that would apply would not affect whether or not a permit's issued. We don't have any of our permits in our city code subject to HOA regulations, and one of the good reasons is that we don't write those regulations. We have no idea if they're enforceable.
I understand that. County doesn't do it either, Miles. I understand that. But what I'm saying is, if the HOA, and this is important for us to understand, because I've had several condominium owners contact me and say, we have an HOA that says STRs are not permissible. Is the city going to override that? And my answer to that was, I don't think so.
The city is not going to override that. If the city issues a permit for that, that's a permit from the city. It's not a right to ignore your HOA regulations, and the HOA can still take action under those HOA regulations.
To stop that process. Okay. Okay, good. Let's see, make sure I covered everything. Okay, well, I'll be very interested to see how this committee gets put together. That should be an interesting exercise.
Yep.
Thank you very much.
I'd just like to touch on a couple of things. I don't like it when anyone says they're not clear on anything. So I want to make sure that we are all understanding, and I'm going to ask you to repeat it because you did.
Yes, ma'am.
This is a two-step process. This is something that has been asked of this council, of the council before this council, of the council before that council. And what we're trying to do here is not go after anyone. We're not trying to, we don't have, everybody up here works so hard. We don't necessarily, well, I'm luckily now I've got this seat, so I do have staff. But for 4 years, I didn't have staff. And so I know what it is to field calls and emails all by yourself. We're trying to do something to help everyone, knowing that one's home is usually 99% of the time your greatest investment in your lifetime. We're also trying to understand that many of you have a business and you go to other cities and you do use this method of hotel. It's the new thing. I prefer a hotel, but it's the thing. That's great, and it has been for years. But there's a very delicate balance in making something happen. And people have been asking, for me, 5 years, figure it out. Well, that's very difficult because everything you've heard, well, where's the HOA sit? Well, what about this? Well, what about that? Today is about registration. That's the first step. You got to have law and order somewhere. And it starts with, well, who's doing what? We're not going to go put a gun to anyone's head to say, well, you're not registered. No, we're going to start a process that we didn't make up on the 5th floor or the 4th floor or the 3rd floor of this building. This is all researched. These are all things that people are already doing who are finding success in balancing all of this. So I just want you all to know that. We don't have the perfect solution today, but we do have the beginning of a solution. And that's what we feel. And we are going to get your input, and it isn't our job to figure out how a 35-person committee comes down to a 10-person or I don't care. Y'all go figure it out, come back to this council, and then we can tweak it. And then you reach out to us. You can call us, email us, and tell us, here's how we think you could do it, because we don't have all those answers. I love to hear people's, as Peter said earlier, and earlier today somewhere, you said, our perspective makes for what the solution becomes. Well, it's the same thing here. So with the committee, we want to hear everyone. We've got to. Everyone has to have a seat at the table somehow. And that's what we're going to strive for. And I have faith in our staff who puts in hours upon hours, I mean hundreds, for years now on this subject. And so I believe that today is a step moving forward. It isn't the end all. It is a step. And we're going to figure out those things that are challenging. Those things we have to get past, because all day we can say, well, San Antonio does it this way, and Austin does it that way, and Houston, we are Corpus Christi. So we are going to look at our landscape. And today our landscape consists of Flower Bluff, the island, or North Padre Mustang, and is that it?
That's it.
Okay. So I'm going to be very optimistic about what is going to come forth, because we are going to listen, and we're going to work together with our staff, and Peter's going to continue to direct them in the direction that we need to go in as we form that. So I want to thank you all for your patience as well, because we had some very long executive sessions, and I know this topic is extremely important to all of you here. You've been here all day. So I want to thank you for that. But I just wanted to let you all know where this all really sits in a very general way. And let's see, Mr. Pesley, do you know? Mr. Molina, is that a new light?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
Thank you, Mayor. I'm really interested in the Phase 2 part because that's going to have the most effect on District 2, and I know we're not there yet, but some of the comments I've heard from operators is that, oh, we need to have a committee established so that we can find out what direction we want to move in, and that's what we are doing when it comes to Phase 2. That's when the committee will be established, and in 6 months time frame, we'll have this ordinance hammered out for Phase 2. But in the meantime, when operators sign up for one of the short-term rental platforms like Airbnb and VRBO, they are promising to adhere to those respective companies' policies and requirements. When we are requiring them to register, are we putting additional requirements onto the operators?
The additional requirement that they would have would be to register directly with the city, sir. And then whatever came from Phase 2, and there may be some additional requirements that might come from that Phase 2 policy development. At this point in time, it'd just be pure speculation to say what those would be. But I don't know whether it would be above and beyond what Airbnb or any of the others currently require, just because, like I said, we haven't even begun those discussions, so it would all be speculative at this point.
Can I interrupt? But do you know, Michael Dice, because there's certain building requirements that we're going to require when they register? Are those above and beyond the platforms that the councilman talked about?
Above and beyond, so what it would be is within the ordinance itself, it's some minor things like a fire extinguisher, site plan, evacuation plan, things of that nature. To address the question, I think more specifically, above and beyond what Airbnb, VRBO, Expedia, those different platforms require, it's really no different. And for the most part, in my dealings with Airbnb and Expedia in the past, they all know that there's registration in most every city. So they're aware of the process. They've been engaged in this process with their hosts that we met with as well. So it's very minimal. Again, you got to remember the shared economy is, I could literally go on in 10 minutes and list my house. So one day it's your forever home, the next day it's a short-term rental. So you have to balance that, as Mr. Hernandez said, with the property to make sure that it's an even balance. And we'll discuss that further in the policy discussion in phase 2.
Thank you.
Councilman Hernandez.
Well, one last aspect to this. I understand we're headed towards this property registration, and we're creating yet another bureaucracy to manage process. And we're here because we haven't enforced our current ordinances. Now, when I say enforce our ordinances, I look at it like our firecracker ordinance, right? Does that, just because we have a firecracker ordinance preventing firecrackers from being in the city, doesn't mean we actually have firecrackers not in the city. And I don't know if any of you were outside at midnight during the New Year's, but there was a lot of fireworks, okay? Looking at it from that perspective, if we would have gone after the nuisance problems that we had with code enforcement and, I understand with the backup of municipal court issues, we still have that to deal with as well. But we're just adding another layer of bureaucracy that we have to manage within the city. And I think, it's our own failures as a city managing this problem that we're here now. And if we need to look at any blame, we need to look in the mirror as to why we haven't enforced our existing ordinances and gone after the nuisances. But I'll leave it at that. Thanks.
Well, I'm just going to clarify one thing about looking in the mirror. I've only been here 11 months, so some of that mirror looking should have taken place. You've been here a lot longer than I have. So,
I agree.
but I agree with the mayor. This is it's been kicked down the road for a long time, but we are trying to do something now. We're taking a first step, and we're going to try to work through this and come up with an answer that makes it work for this city and for those people out here who have STRs. And I agree with the mayor also. We're not trying to break anybody's back over this or take anybody's income or hurt anybody. We want to try to come up with a fair solution to this issue. We have an obligation to also be sensitive to people who own homes in single-family neighborhoods that were designed to be single-family neighborhoods. And so, and I live in one of those single-family neighborhoods. So we have an obligation to that as well. But I think pointing the finger at past councils and past council members is not productive, and we're all trying to work to move this process forward, and hopefully staff can come back to us here in a few weeks, and we'll have a suggestion on how we put this magic committee together and come forward and make a suggestion, and we can move the ball down the road. Thank you.
Mr. Zanoni.
Yes, Mayor, I just want to correct to make sure the jurisdictions or the geographic areas are well understood by the council and the community. So the registration that would take place on March 15th, that process is for 2 locations, Padre Island and Flower Bluff. So Mustang Island, that portion in Padre, the Mustang Island, this does not apply to that.
Okay.
Okay, on March 15th. That'll be with the rest of the city 180 days after March 15th, just to be clear.
Understood. Thank you for clarifying.
And then can I just add one thing?
Sure.
So the stakeholder group will help us in drafting the proposed legislation, if you will, or ordinance. But we've also hired a consultant that has experience in developing these ordinances. And then we also have a professional team. So it's the committee, the quote-unquote committee or stakeholder group will be for idea getting and vetting. But a lot of the work's going to be done by the professionals here, as well as a consultant that we've hired. That stakeholder group will help to give us input, will help to hear our recommendations. But I just want to be clear, the committee or the stakeholder group won't be developing the legislation.
Right.
It'll be this work team with the consultant.
Great.
Thank you.
Okay, great. Thank you. Andrea, thank you very much. So at this point, I'm going to go ahead and open public comment. And I think we have a, what I'd like to do is go ahead and read to see if any of these names are here for public comment, since they were signed up earlier today. So we're going to start with Robert Suggs.
Good afternoon, Mayor, Councilman. My name's Robert Suggs. I have been a lifelong resident of Corpus Christi. I live in Lamar Park, lived there for 5 years now, and I operate a short-term rental within my residence. Didn't realize I was doing that illegally until most recently. No one wants to live next to a party house, and not every STR is a party house. The majority of STRs operating in Corpus Christi are doing so responsibly and successfully, without issue, and benefiting visitors and our community alike. Our community benefits from the hotel tax revenue that we generate and pay. Visitors benefit from the positive experience that hosts provide with home-like accommodations in friendly neighborhoods offering local recommendations to shops, eateries, and attractions. Local business benefit from our STR guests. STRs also provide jobs. We employ cleaning personnel, lawn and garden care, remodeling contractors. Local residents make ends meet through hosting and the income that is generated. It can fund a young family's vacation or pay for a young person's college. Let's find a way to regulate short-term rentals in such a way that they protect neighborhoods while balancing a homeowner's property rights to short-term rent. Let's not throw the baby out with the bathwater. Let's work towards effective and enforceable regulation. Let's identify the nuisance STRs, the party houses, and hold the owner, the host, accountable for his guests. We can require operators to screen their guests more closely. We can lower the maximum number of guests allowed in certain STRs. Let's require strict house rules, create mandatory quiet hours. Guests must acknowledge that if the police are called due to noise, you'll be kicked out immediately without refund. We can use decibel monitors, which alert for noise at properties. We could utilize with the funds of the permit cost to man a 24/7 hotline for complaints and impose a system of violation warnings, fines, and ultimately loss of rental privilege for ongoing violations. So please, STRs can be operated responsibly, not recklessly, and let's properly regulate and establish best practices. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Suggs. Russell Moody? Ingrid LaHaye? Karen Smith? Curtis Hanna?
Hello, Mayor, Councilman. Thank you for your time today. Mr. Suggs pretty much laid out everything that I would say. I've been operating my STR in a single-family neighborhood. To be honest, I've called 4 times to the city to get clarification.
Mr. Hanna, please state your name and address.
Oh, I'm sorry.
For the record, thank you.
Curtis Hanna, 425 Jester Street in Flower Bluff. I have called 3 to 4 times trying to get clarification on my neighborhood. Flower Bluff is unique in some of their neighborhoods. There are businesses ran in my neighborhood. So I wasn't aware that it was illegal to do an STR. That is my primary home. I have rented successfully 3+ years with 0 complaints, 0 issues. I'm a little more fortunate maybe than some of the others that I have a little over half an acre with a home that is not close to any other homes. Now, with the single-family home, we are not sharing walls like a condo or a resort, and there are homeowners in there that do not want people renting, and they have to share a wall with somebody. I think in my home, it's a lot quieter for that reason. We have quiet hours. My guests are well aware of what they can and cannot do. There's no street parking in my neighborhood. We have very little street, so that is part of it, but we are inside the gate at all times. Again, Mr. Suggs laid out all of what we bring to the community as far as what is the money that is spent here in Corpus. Just my one rental alone brings in a tremendous amount of local money being spent here. If it's, local business, local restaurants, I have all those recommendations in the book on the table. So that's just more money that is brought here. I just ask that we take a look at all of it and not, I feel like we're being singled out, and I know it's a process, but we're being singled out in Flower Bluff and the island for when I haven't had one single problem. I am a homeowner myself. I don't want a noisy neighbor or a party house next door either. So I totally understand the issue there. There just needs to be a process to crack down on the ones that aren't doing the right thing. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Jaime Cantu? Oh, I'm sorry, I thought that was him. Okay, he left. Amanda Bliss? Gabriel, is that Amanda? You're Amanda, okay. Gabriel Vega would be next. Okay, great, you're here. And then Veronica Cullen, if she's here. No?
Good afternoon. My name is Amanda Bliss. 4422 Marie Street is my address. I am a lifelong Corpus Christi resident and a licensed realtor for the past 12 years. I have experience in property management, and for the past 1.5 years, I have managed 3 STRs as a superhost. I maintain a 4.9 star rating with 0 negative reviews. Our guests are a mix of families with pets and medical professionals. We offer guests all the comforts of home, along with a guidebook to eat and experience life like a local. We truly are ambassadors of Corpus. Along with hosting our tourists, we have generated close to $12,000 in hot tax paid to the city. As a realtor, I know what values a property and the impact it has on the neighborhood. We employ a lawn servicer to keep our yard maintained. We pay for extra trash cans so our trash never overflows. We do not approve bookings if the guest indicates they will be having a party or an event. We have security cameras located on the outside of our property. Guests are made aware before booking that we actively monitor the outside of our homes for the safety and security of the guest and the neighborhood. I've never had to ask a guest to leave, but we do have rules that guests must agree to upon that includes quiet hours and being disruptive. If we find out that guests are a nuisance, we reserve the right to cancel their booking and immediately will ask them to leave. I've had 0 neighbor complaints. In fact, we have hosted visiting families of neighbors and even some locals themselves due to the outages from the freeze last year. Being in the hospitality market, we rely on positive reviews for continued and repeat bookings. To help achieve our high standards of cleanliness, we employ 3 housekeepers and a full-time maintenance person. Restricting STRs would be of great detriment to not only the people we employ, but to the tourists themselves. With social distancing and increased sanitation practices becoming the norm for us, travelers have turned to STRs as an option to keep themselves isolated from high-traffic areas that they might find in a hotel or condo setting. I want to acknowledge the complaints of people who oppose STRs in residential neighborhoods. It's unfortunate that these unruly guests have shed such a negative light on the STR industry. I believe the majority of concerns can be addressed with the implementation of regulations and best practices that all STR operators will have to abide by. This helps to weed out those who don't contribute to the health of our city. I love Corpus Christi. I choose to raise my family here. I want to continue to be a part of the prosperity of the city. I want to thank you for putting into place a plan for the next phase that will allow us to come together collectively to ensure that we keep these options open for our tourists and also ensure that we keep up the standard of living in our neighborhoods. Thank you.
Thank you, Amanda. Gabriel?
Hello, my name is Gabriel Vega. I reside at 4026 Key West. I have been known here in the community for the past 5 years as the South Texas Gardener with a goal for sustainability growth because of the health of our community. I've also been a local business owner, an entrepreneur, starting my first retail business in our community since I was 17 in high school. I say these things to let you know that I've long been a big proponent and an investor in our community to create services and opportunities that better us all. So naturally, I am a big supporter in the ability for us as homeowners and locals to have opportunities for prosperity. I think short-term rentals are one of those things that are advantageous to our community, despite what some of the negative rhetoric does suggest. We do not bring down house values. In order for us to have good bookings and become superhost status, which I am, we have to maintain the property. We have to keep it safe. We have to keep it clean. And again, we are intrinsically and tied to the health of our communities and the neighborhoods that we do invest in. That I can't emphasize that enough. I'd also like to address that the level of control that we have as hosts for STRs is greater than those of us who do long-term rentals. Whenever we have a problematic tenant, a partier, parking on the lawn, these kinds of things that become a nuisance to the neighborhood, as a long-term provider for long-term rentals, there's no real recourse we can do. We must wait for their lease to come up before we can even consider about taking action, other than foreclosing on them because they're not, paying their rent, or. So the level of control that we have to maintain quality of life in any of our neighborhoods that we choose to take a stake in is greater with STRs. I am for working with the city and creating higher standards. I mean, I'm a local, as I said, born and raised the past 38 years. So, our neighborhoods are the neighborhoods we invest in. We are sharing these spaces. Personally, I've had the opportunity to invest in homes and in neighborhoods that I've been intimate with in my years of growing up here. These homes are older homes, and by allowing those homes to be available for short-term rentals, we've had revenues that would actually be beneficial for us as those hosts to renovate properties. Thank you for your time so much.
Thank you. Okay. Thank you very much. Denise Villagran. And then Albert Vega. Is Albert? Yes? Okay. You'll be next, Mr. Vega.
Denise Villagran, 434 Carmel Parkway. Mayor, council members, good afternoon. My husband and I have been short-term rental hosts since January of 2021. We travel frequently ourselves and use short-term rentals often, especially if traveling with others. STR properties are different from hotels and motels, just like you've heard, because it's like a home away from home. Our short-term rental is not a single-family home, but an apartment on our property with a private entrance. In the 12 months that we've been operating, we've had 26 stays for a total of 269 nights. We've paid in our hotel motel taxes as required. We've received nothing but 5-star reviews, and we've achieved superhost status. That's a big deal in the STR world. We've had no complaints from our neighbors or guests. We don't permit parties. We have a limit on no more than 2 occupants, and we have quiet hours from 10 o'clock in the evening until 7 a.m. in the morning. It's important to recognize, like you've heard from other people that have talked, that there's many economic benefits, not only to the hosts, but to the community. We recommend locally owned businesses, whether they're eateries or they're shops, and luckily for me, we live central, so there's a lot of opportunity for our neighborhood to benefit. Granted, the city of Corpus Christi is a tourist destination, but there's many other travelers that come to our community for different reasons. In the 12 months that we've been in business, 2/3 of our rentals have been for travel nurses and first responders or other professionals working a job. I get phone calls from hospitals saying, hey, we've got some nurses coming in, is your property available? What's the link to your website? The reviews have all been positive, and the overwhelming majority state that the quiet residential neighborhood is a key feature, and they would like to return. As a successful short-term rental host and a responsible homeowner, I agree with the city's efforts to establish a workable set of guidelines for STRs. The residents on the island have very valid concerns that need to be addressed, and a workable solution is needed. I am certainly in favor of registration of STR hosts and providing key contact information, paying a registration fee, adhering to safety protocols like fire extinguishers and smoke alarms, adhering to code enforcement regarding upkeep of the property in the yard, enforcing quiet hours, maximum occupancy, and notifying our guests of the same. I'm also in favor of consequences for multiple complaints. I do have an issue with the blanket ordinance across the city that is punitive to STR hosts that have had no issues or complaints. Regulating STRs through an ordinance will not necessarily resolve the issues for residents on the island unless that ordinance is enforced, and it sounds like the city's moving in the direction of addressing that situation. I believe we'll be able to work together. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ms. Villagrán. Albert Vega.
Good afternoon, Council. Thank you for taking the time to listen to me. My name is Albert Vega at 6325 Oso Parkway. I am 62 years old. I am born and raised in Corpus Christi. I've raised my family here. I am about as native a Corpus Christian as you can get. And I also own 2 STRs, single-family homes, one on the west side, one on the south side. And although I came here to kind of tout about what's so good about being an STR owner, you guys have already heard that, okay? I know each of you have been in contact with your own constituents. You kind of know the background between what people are concerned about and what we as STR owners advocate. So really, I'm gonna make it kind of short. I'm just gonna say thank you for taking the opportunity to look at both sides of the issue. Because really, that's all we want. As STR operators, we want a strong ordinance that can be adhered to and works to promote the integrity of the neighborhoods, and that enables us to continue to promote Corpus Christi as an investment and business mecca, giving tourists who don't have the opportunity to come, because we fill a particular niche, okay, in the type of accommodations that we offer people. Okay, that mostly normal hotels and motels cannot accommodate. My typical client is a small family with small kids and with pets. So if you're a pet owner, and I'm sure some of you are, okay, then you know that if you travel with pets, it's difficult to find good accommodations. We fill that niche, okay, because we provide a secure environment that's safety, it is secure for the family, and it provides a more like home experience for them. And that's all people want. And that brings people to us. It brings people to our city. It enables growth. It enables us to promote Corpus for what we know that it's always been. And that is one of the finest cities in the state to live, and to raise a family, and to visit, and to invest in. That's what we're looking for. And I appreciate, like I said, everybody, you've already heard, everybody say, look, we want an ordinance. We want something that is well-structured and fair. And that's all we want. And if we do that, then we'll all succeed. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Vega. Janie Ludwig. Okay, Maricela Gonzalez. Ryan Adams, or Adames, yeah. Jason Page.
Good afternoon. Jason Page, 3515 Floyd Street. I don't own a short-term rental, but I'm here to speak on behalf of somebody who possibly in the future would like to get into having my own home available. We've considered doing it when we go out of town, and I'd like to be able to rent it out for a week or a weekend when we travel. But to me, what I noticed during the council meeting, it seems that we're creating, like Mr. Hernandez said, another level of bureaucracy to solve the problem of noise complaints and traffic and people parking on the street, which is perfectly legal. If you drive down any street in Corpus Christi, you'll see them full of cars. Normal neighborhoods have that. I'm not understanding what the difference is between somebody coming to visit town with their 1 or 2 vehicles parked in a driveway versus a home who has 5 people living there, each with their own car. Same thing with the noise. I've got a house that lives next to me, and they're out at all hours, day and night. We stopped calling the police because the noise complaints fell on deaf ears. We also have a person who lives down the street who drives up and down the street as fast as they can, well over 40 miles an hour. But again, that's not enforced. So we're looking at reinventing a way to enforce a problem that doesn't exist strictly with short-term rentals. It is a citywide problem. And so to limit where short-term rentals are based on the fact that a residence is single-family zoned versus multifamily really doesn't make any sense whatsoever. Do people who live in multifamily zoned areas, are they any less entitled to living without other people staying there as a single-family residence? No, we're all the same, and I feel like we should be treated the same. And I understand from a standpoint of logistics that a phased approach is necessary, but honestly, we need to get the ball rolling. As the mayor has said, councils years past have been asked to solve this situation, and we're just now trying to get going on it. It should be a pretty simple approach. Nobody is really opposed to permitting. Fees, although not great, it's something that comes along with permitting. So let's get the ball rolling. Let's make sure that everybody across the city has the ability to have their own rental if they deem that their property should have one. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Page. Let's see, Bianca Prado. James Van Lennon, I'm sorry, yes, thank you.
James Van Lennon, 3915 Amatus Drive. And I deferred earlier because I have anxiety in front of the group, but it hasn't subsided that much. But I do have a written statement regarding specifically the zoning for single-family residence. I moved here in 2008, and I ended up falling in love with Corpus. And after living in an apartment for 7 years, I decided that I wanted to make the long-term commitment of buying my first home ever. I'm a veteran and used my VA loan to buy what I consider my dream home. 4 months after buying my house, I lost my job. Wanting to stay in Corpus and the new house, I focused on finding career-related work in Corpus. After over a year, I had gone through almost all my savings and some of my 401k. Having worked as a chemical engineer for 20-plus years, thankfully I could dip into my 401k again and buy a new car, as I'd always had one provided by a company that I worked for. The very next day, I was driving for Lyft. A week later, I started driving for Uber. 2 weeks after that, I started renting out a spare bedroom and bathroom through Airbnb. I love meeting my Airbnb guests and sharing my wonderful home with them. I even made Thanksgiving dinner for 2 South Korean guests in 2020. My guests have been mostly professional, educated people, grad students, veterinarians, wind turbine technicians, and other business people. And I have had many repeat guests. I have a 2-guest minimum. Other policies include no kids, no pets, and no parties. Also quiet hours from 11 p.m. to 7 a.m. I care about my neighborhood and my neighbors, and I've had 0 complaints about any of my guests. My driveway is large enough that my guests don't need street parking, even though there's plenty available. My Airbnb earnings pay about 50 to 65% of my mortgage on average. Airbnb was the reason that I was able to keep my house, and I was truly happy with my life. With inflation and increase in gas, I've had increased my work hours from 45 to 60 to 70 hours a week. If this ordinance is passed, I will most likely lose my home that I was planning on living in for the rest of my life. I have installed solar panels on the house, which I'll be paying off for another 18 years, a new HVAC system that I'll be paying off over the next 10 months. I don't understand why it's okay to rent a room through services like Airbnb in an apartment complex, condo, or townhome, but not a single-family home residence like mine. Also, if I'm forced to sell my house, I will likely have to leave Corpus and move to a city that will allow me to operate an STR. I hope if the ordinance passes, there may be some sort of grandfather clause or other exemption status to allow for me to continue to live my dream here in Corpus Christi. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Van Lennon. And then Joy Green. Okay, now, is there anyone else who would like to make public comment? Oh, okay, yes, there is. Okay, who? Go ahead, you come on up. Why don't y'all, if y'all can come on up, a couple of you. Or just raise your, yeah, we'll do it like that.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, City Council. My name is Megan Fury. I'm at 13718 Captain Kidd Drive. So I have been a Corpus Christi and Island resident since 2010. Moving here from a much larger market, I think the first thing I noticed about Corpus is that it likes what it knows and it knows what it likes, meaning that forward movement seems to be difficult here in Corpus. Having said that, and being an islander, I do struggle with the short-term rentals on the island. Talking out of both sides of my mouth, I'm also a realtor, so the short-term rentals on the island for single-family homes will also, potentially increase my income. But my lifestyle to me is a lot more important than, my income, even though one relates to the other. I am also the president of the Padre Island Business Association, and I have sat on subcommittees for the POA in the past, and I also sit on committees for the Corpus Christi Association of Realtors. I can speak for a lot of individuals when I say that this is not something that we want, but I also understand that this is forward movement, and it is something that is going to happen. So the best thing that we can do is get behind it and support it and figure out a way to make it work for everybody. For me, one of those requests would be, where does the $50 number come from? That seems like a very arbitrary number. It also seems way too easy. I feel like if people are going to be allowed to do short-term rentals specifically on the island, that it should be a lot more difficult to obtain those permits. They should be a lot more expensive to obtain, and there should be a lot more requirements to obtain them. We don't want anybody with $50 being able to get a permit. So, in the interest of moving things forward, even though I'm not for short-term rentals, I am for forward progress, and I just ask that some more stringent regulations be put on island rentals to make sure that the people that live there full-time aren't impacted to the extent that they fear that they'll be impacted. So, thank you very much for your time.
Thank you, Ms. Fury.
Madam Mayor, council members, my name is Matthew Protzeller. I live at 13850 Higher Drive. I'm just a resident down here. I came down here in 1999 with the Marine Corps, came back as soon as I could after that in 04, and I've been living here since. I lived on the south side for a bit, and then I moved out onto the island, 8 years ago, I guess. I lose track of counting that up there. Island time gets a little bit funny. I've heard some wonderful stories about folks who have been running short-term rentals, and it sounds like they're doing an amazing job. I've stayed at short-term rentals. I was in Queens, and we spent a week up there going to New York every day, taking the train. It was a ton of fun, feeling like a local. It's an amazing way to see an area. The problem out on the island that I experience with short-term rentals across the canal from me is folks aren't coming out to the island to enjoy being part of the community. They're coming out to the island to enjoy the beach and to have great parties and to have a fun time, which is terrific until I've got to catch a 4 o'clock flight to go to work the next morning, until I've got to get my kids up and ready for school. We have a ton of vacation homes up and down our canal. And I tell you what, I know my neighbors, and when the party's running a little bit too late, I make a phone call and they stop. We're polite, we're courteous to each other, and we take care of each other. On the island, if you're renting a house out on a canal, a lot of folks like to bring their boats out there, which is wonderful. Fishing's great out here, I hear. I prefer to fish at the grocery store, but that's just me. But once again, they don't know where the children are. During COVID, our kids were paddling with each other up and down the canal because they could stay away from each other and still have some social interaction. All the parents were sitting out there with their phones. Hey, where are they at now as we gave our kids a first taste of independence? And then a short-term rental came in across the island, and every other weekend, I've got boats coming up there past no wake speed, not looking where the children are at, and doing activities like that. So I appreciate you addressing this. I appreciate these wonderful folks that are running great places for people to stay. That really is beneficial to the community. We have to figure out a way to solve the people that are breaking the rules and that are causing problems. So thank you very much for your time. I appreciate that you're going forward for this. And once again, as just a regular resident, I don't get on here very much and see what y'all do. So that's been kind of fun as well. Thank you for having me. Thank you, Madam Mayor. Thank you, council members.
Thank you, Matthew.
Hoorah.
Yes, sir. Go right ahead.
Good afternoon. Thank you very much. I'm Frank Stover at 13817 Longboat Drive, and I would echo everything the previous citizen just said to you. I'm a retired CPA, or retired certified fraud examiner. I have credentials as a certified in financial forensics. I would simply say that also what you have right now, Mr. Hernandez, Councilman, you don't have an enforceable ordinance. You've got an ordinance that says you can't do it, but you don't have a mechanism or a way in which to enforce it. So unless you want to really increase your budget a lot to hire enforcement people who can go out and do the job, you've got to start somewhere. Please, you've got to start somewhere. So let's start with knowing who is and who isn't authorized to operate a short-term rental. And then let's go from there, and at least you'll have some way or some database on which to base some enforcement. But right now, unless you can prove a commercial transaction on a short-term rental, you can't enforce it as being against the ordinance. And enforcement generally is an after-the-fact event. So if there's damage, if there's cause for harm, it's coming about afterwards, not before. So at least by registration, we can create a baseline of a point where to start and what a minimum requirements might be. Fire extinguishers, really great. These wonderful folks that operate good operations are kind of like the tip of the iceberg. What about the rest of that huge iceberg under the water that's not operating legally or with any conscience at all, or that's even a part of our community? Some investor from some other state, some other country that's just raking the money in off the internet. Let's start somewhere. And again, the people that do the right job, thank you very much, because you're certainly an asset to our community. And good things about our community compound. But let's start by trying to take care of the issue right now. And my wife and I, we live in R6. We didn't want to buy into a commercial district. Otherwise, we would have went to some other place. You know, so even good, well-operated short-term rentals can impact the value of our property. I certainly wouldn't want to buy one next to one, even if it were operated well, you know, because I want people that are going to live where they invest. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Stover. Who else was, okay.
Mayor, I'd like to kind of address a little bit of that. We do have enforcement mechanism.
I don't know that we can.
Well, this is on the agenda. So I want to say that we do have enforcement mechanisms. We just haven't done it. And you're correct, it's after the fact, but we had never funded it before. And it wasn't until recently where our attorney made the decision that it was different. So I want to say when we say we did enforce it, and we need to look in the mirror as a city, that was the problem. We're here at this point and having the issues on the island that you guys had because we didn't enforce it. And, you know, that is a fault that we have as a city. And you know, I've only been here 3 years. But I take responsibility for this, and that's why I made sure we had $50,000 in the budget so we can do those sting operations. So that's what I wanted to address. That, okay, so we failed you. We have failed you. And so I want to apologize for that, and we should have done better. Thank you.
Yes, sir.
Hi, my name is Dusty Gordon. I live at 14854 Aquarius Street out on the island. I'm a disabled veteran, and I'm the lead engineer for an international construction engineering and telecommunications company. I am out of the country very frequently, and I love to rent my house out to people that want to come see Corpus. It provides safe travel for families and that they don't have to interact with multiple people throughout a hotel if they're scared of COVID. I love that they can come and see what I've done with my home. I collect a lot of art from my travels, and it's really fun for me, and it's something that I can do to kind of take my mind off my work. Whenever I travel, I only use Airbnbs. I very rarely use a hotel. To me, hotels they're kind of nasty, they're outdated, and they're uncomfortable, right? Who wants to travel and not feel like you're at home? And I love to see the different art and things that people put out in their homes. It's awesome. It's wonderful. Hearing the concerns on the island about noise, there's a lot of people throwing stones that live in glass houses. I don't know how many of you people have been out on the island. Any time of the week, you can sit outside at night and hear an unruly party. And you would treat that like any neighbor having a party, right? If it's a guest staying at a home, you would just call the police if it's unruly and loud and just handle it that way. Another thing to address is parking obstructions. You know who's really obstructing the parking out on the island? It's people that have a boat in their driveway and 2 or 3 cars, and they have friends and extended family that come and visit every single weekend. And then another thing to address is the crime out on the island that some people might mention during peak rental times. Actually, 80% of the crime that occurs on the island in the residential area during the summer is residents. It's not people that are out there short-term renting. So when I look at all this and I hear opinion and people not stating facts, it's a little ridiculous. And then also looking at the $50 amount for the registration fee, I mean, yeah, $50, what's that? Aren't the taxes that come in from the rentals more than enough to cover whatever fees are associated with regulating this? That's all I have to say. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Gordon. Anyone else? Yes, ma'am.
Super nervous. Hi, my name's Tanya Land. I live at 2921 Newport Drive in Flower Bluff. I've been a successful operator for 3 years. I've hosted over 300 families with no complaints from my neighbors. I operate it responsibly, and I like to continue to be able to do that. I love the way that you guys want to set this up in phase 2, but what about phase 1? Why multifamily only? I don't understand. And creating a whole nother system to do this, I think, is a little crazy. We have a system in place. I was thinking the other day, we have a system in place here in Corpus Christi that already does permits for getting your fire alarm. So, and when your fire alarm goes off more than 3 times, you start getting fined by the city. So, is there any way to implement that system that's in place already to have permits for residential neighborhoods, or, I mean, especially me with single-family neighborhoods, that people will run their places responsibly? Can we take that system and use it already? Can you use that permitting system? The phone calls, the complaints that come in all go through the police department already. So I believe that system is in use through the police department. And if they're already inputting the data, then there's no extra people needed for this mess, these problems that are occurring. It's just an idea. This Airbnb has been a blessing to me. I lost my job after 25 years. My daughter is going to nursing school. I watch my grandbaby. I mean, the Airbnb, if I can't do it anymore, it's going to actually devastate a lot. It's going to take my whole life away. And I'm sure y'all don't want to do that for anybody that's doing it responsibly. I think my concern is that because I'm in Flower Bluff, I'm phase 1. So you're going to implement this thing for multifamily dwellings only. Okay, so what about me? Can people that are already operating be permitted also to show what areas of Flower Bluff is actually doing Airbnb, so you kind of know the pockets and how they're being used and the neighborhood's being used already? I would think that would be more useful as far as figuring out phase 2 for the rest of the city, to know where actual all Airbnbs are, not just multifamily. And I'm sorry about the people on the island that are stuck with bad people. I've lived in, I had this on my other notes, but I've lived next to people all my life, crazy people all my life. I had a neighbor for 6 years that had a barking dog that barked for 6 hours a day. And you just stand there and go, do something. And you can't do anything. You live next to them for 6 years and there's nothing you can do until they move. Well, STR, you got them for 3 days and then they're gone. You know, you're not stuck with this same person, reoccurring problem. My STR has just been a blessing. I just want to thank y'all for working forward on making this work, and I hope that we can work together where, you know, my business isn't impacted. I know it's in a single-family dwelling now that is not legal. I did not know that. But I really appreciate that y'all want to move forward with technology and move forward with making this work.
Thank
And
you.
I would ask if you could look into that system that's already in place that we have, and maybe
Okay.
we don't have to create another fifth wheel.
Thank you, Ms. Land.
Thank you.
Thank you. Is there anyone else? Yes, sir.
Hi there, I'm Tom Cable, 13750 Three Fathoms Bank Drive on the island. The island is kind of unique in the one sense that a lot of times that the destination homes that are involved are the destination. It's kind of like renting a sailboat. In other words, you're coming on a sailboat, you're going to stay on the sailboat and enjoy the sailboat. Same thing on these houses on the water. So therefore, the activity tends to be more at the residence as opposed to just using it as a hotel room. So that causes some problems that would have to be addressed, and it's just difficult to enforce activities that occur on the water unless you have a boat to do it. The other thing I would say is that we have a downtown in Corpus Christi that's pretty non-functional that we'd love to do something about. And the reason the island, I think, works is that during the tourist season, those businesses on the islands are sustained by the tourist. But during the other part of the year, 6 months, they're sustained by the fact that we have a community of single-family residences that support those businesses. So the win-win for the STRs and for us on the island, I believe, is for the STRs to be in certain areas and for the single-family residents to stay there to support the island during the times that the tourist season is not present. So I think that that could be a win-win situation, at least especially in the short term, until this thing is worked out to a better extent. Also, it's very difficult to enforce on the island because we're just so freaking far away. And so in my experience, code enforcement on the island has not been very good just because of the distance involved. So I think any type of enforcement will be particularly difficult there. But if you can restrict it to certain areas of the island, it becomes much more easy than when it's spread out over the whole single dwelling part of the subdivision, which is what, 5 miles long, 1 mile wide. Not to mention its cul-de-sacs, streets that go in curves, which makes line of sight enforcement very difficult. So that's my comment, but I think a win-win situation can be worked out to where it's beneficial to both the STRs and for the single-family dwelling residents to leave things as they are and keep the STRs in a certain area. That does not hold for the rest of the city, but I think it's appropriate for the island where there's a special situation regarding tourism and the winter season. And I thank you for your time.
Thank you, Mr. Cable. Yes, sir.
Hello, Robert Aljo, 15629 Three Fathoms Bank Drive on the island. One of the neighbors of Tom here, a great neighbor, great neighborhood. I'm a 30-year military veteran, survived Coast Guard rescues for almost my entire career. Didn't die like about a dozen of my friends did in helicopter crashes. Found a beautiful home that I could afford and love it. I didn't think I'd stay there, but the island, what a great, quiet neighborhood, wonderful neighborhood. And there's some multi-million-dollar homes in there, but I'm not in one of them. I'm all for this ordinance. And look, you need a tool to save us money. You know, you can spend $50,000 on the island issues with regard to short-term rentals, probably within the year for sure, doing these kind of sting operations that cost what, $3,000 plus each? Why? Why not just, you know, how can you collect tax, for one thing? How can you collect hotel occupancy tax on something that's illegal? I mean, you know, you don't have the registrations. You don't know which ones are illegal right now. So you need this system. This is the beginning. This is the way to start. Thank you, Mayor Guajardo, for speaking so eloquently about, look, it's getting worse. You know, you got to start somewhere. This is an easy and cost-effective way to start this. You need to do it. You know, there's a short-term rental down the street around the bend, but when the partiers are there, man, we can hear it a block and a half away. And it's hard to stop them no matter how many times you call the police. And as far as this thing about hosting, I mean, really, I have to call BS on that. I don't know if that's allowed to say that. I was a sailor. I deployed on cutters and flew helicopters off of them, so a lot of salty language. But really, a host is somebody that is in the facility, like it's a motel or whatever, and you're hosting people, or you're in your home. I mean, if you want to be a host, you know, apply for a bed and breakfast thing, you know, and be a host and be in there. But you're not a host when you're just giving up your code to your door and giving up your keys and having strangers move into a neighborhood where we live and trust our neighbors and get to know our neighbors and have some expectations that a government is going to enforce the regulations that we bought into, which is zoning. You know, I mean, my God, if I would have thought there was any chance that a motel or a hotel would open up next door to me in one of the houses, which that's what short-term rentals are. Let's be serious. Let's call them what they are. It's a hotel right next door to you where the owners aren't there, strangers are there, you don't have any idea whether they're safe or not. And so please pass this ordinance, please start it, please get these places sorted out. And this is an effective tool to save us taxpayers money. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Yes, sir. Or, yeah, you can come up.
Mayor, council, staff, thank y'all for listening. My name's Ryan Moore, 1718 Kern Drive. I'm the president of the Corpus Christi Real Estate Investors Association, also own Corpus Christi Home Deals. We buy, renovate, sell, lease homes. Spent somewhere north of $2 million the last 3 years buying, renovating homes and getting them back on tax rolls and increasing the value of neighborhoods and properties. On May 25th, 2018, Texas Supreme Court, in a unanimous decision authored by Justice Brown, held that short-term rentals are not barred by the widespread typical residential use-only deed restriction. Even more importantly, the case announces a rule that restrictions cannot be interpreted into existence where silence reigns, which has been the case in Corpus Christi. We can now say with some confidence that what is not expressly forbidden by deed restrictions is allowed. Residential use only is the commonest deed restriction in zoning ordinance that goes back over 100 years. Opponents of short-term rentals insist that short-duration leases constitute the operation of a business at home, a logically untenable position for any number of reasons, not the least of which is that tenants are not doing anything different on day 31 than they were doing on day 29. The Texas Supreme Court, joining at least 19 other states, rejected the business use argument in a lengthy, carefully reasoned, and logically unassailable opinion. The new decision is sufficiently exhaustive that it seems destined to become the leading state Supreme Court opinion in the area of law. Pertaining to city ordinances and short-term rentals, May 2nd, 2019, a Texas appeals court in Houston recently allowed such a challenge to proceed based on theory that imposing such an ordinance on a homeowner who purchased based on short-term rental rights had it taken away an unfair taking of property. See Village of Tiki Island v. Ronquillo out of the 1st District of Houston. What's really going on is that after Ken Tarr, who won the Texas Supreme Court in 2018 case in protecting his right to rent for short terms, where his deed restrictions said nothing at all about short-term renting, angry, defiant HOAs and homeowners with financial means sue or threaten to sue anyway, presumably hoping to bully short-term homeowners into submission. The basic problem that opponents hate to acknowledge is that every argument against short-term rentals applies equally to long-term rentals as to short-term ones. Landlords make money, landlords advertise, landlords use property managers, too many renters in a house, etc. More importantly, every landlord has an obligation to have decent tenants who respect neighbors. just as every owner should. Bad neighbors are bad neighbors, whether they're owners or renters. And there are plenty of both kinds. The problem with everyone's occupancy of residential homes is that people can create nuisances, noise, trash, and other kinds of poor behavior, either sometimes or often. But that has nothing to do with the duration of someone's occupancy. All durations are equally bad and equally good in the sense that whoever is occupying a property can be bad for any duration or good for any duration. The proper target of regulation of leasing is what it has always been, respectful behavior by whoever is occupying a home. But what has happened instead is that opponents, just like the prohibitionists back in the day, demonize every property owner who leases. At some point, higher level elected officials, judges are going to have to step in and say, right,
Excuse
whatever
me,
else we do,
Mr. Moore.
we don't ditch freedom, whatever its faults. And if this is passed, I encourage everyone to vote no, but if it is passed, we will be fighting this in court.
Thank you,
Thank you.
Mr. Moore.
Hi, I'm Joe Alsop, and I live at 14126 Bounty Avenue on the island. And 22 years ago, I trusted this city when I bought my single residency house that it would stay that way. That was trust in all the other city councils. And I feel like that trust is going to be broken when you allow STRs in residential areas, because my trust was you that would protect the fact that I live in a single family residence area. Another thing, in that trust, you're going to register all these people, and he's going to see a hot new stream of income for the city. And I'm talking about the hotel occupancy tax. Now you don't know who's been running STRs on the island. You don't. And if I were an STR owner, I wouldn't register. I'd fly under the radar. I know there are a lot of good STR managers and runners and owners. But in single-family area like the island, we used to be a big retirement area. We used to be a big tourist area. We're a winter Texan area. But we have turned into bedroom communities with families and children. And you know, they talk about having a bad neighbor in the neighborhood. You can generally work things out with a bad neighbor. But the thing is, when they pop in for a weekend, there's no, even if they can't rent again, how are they going to be punished? But the people that live in the neighborhood that have been kept up from Thursday evening until Monday morning with continuing partying and screaming and laughing and cars parked every willy-nilly. And they say, call the police. Our police department is undermanned. What is it going to do to our sewer system? Water? I mean, you're adding people every single weekend. And not just in the summer, and not just winter Texans. This is going to, you know, we had a heavy rain, and now we have to pay a rain tax. That's all I'm going to say.
Thank you, Ms. Alsop. Mr. Jones, is there anyone else to make public? One more? Okay, thank you.
Good evening. We lost about 30 people.
Can you state your name and address, please?
I'm sorry. Marvin Jones. I live on the island, president of the Padre Island Property Owners Association. All right. Okay. Thank you. We lost about 20 or 30 people during the executive session. Otherwise, we'd probably be here until 11 o'clock tonight listening to everybody. So there was a blessing in that, I guess. Unfortunately, they were mostly opposed to the short-term rental. Let's talk some numbers if we might. First of all, the Property Owners Association covers nearly the entire island. We have about 5,000 properties, and we have about 3,000 that are undeveloped. 5,000 properties. We did a survey almost a year ago now where 80% of the respondents said they were absolutely opposed to short-term rentals in the R6 zone. We're not talking about down by the beach. We're not talking where the condominiums are. We're talking where the single-family residents are. Okay? That equates to almost 4,000 properties, which would be 8,000 taxpayers are opposed to having it in the short-term rentals within the R6 zoning. The island is unique in that people come there on vacation. They don't come there for medical conventions. They don't go there for accounting conventions. They go there to have a good time at the beach and party. You asked, how are you going to enforce this? We identified 60 STRs in the R6 zone and forwarded it to the code enforcement last summer, okay? We begged for enforcement, and unfortunately, we got none. Got none, all right? Now, moving on, how are we going to identify them in the future? We'll have at least 2,000 members of the Padre Island Property Owners Association homeowners raising their hand and reporting them because they're annoying to people, they're dangerous, and they don't want them. This is my cell phone. I try to stay as close to our community as possible. My cell phone personal number appears in the Island Moon every week. I get calls on short-term rentals day and night. So if you want to know how to identify them, I'll give you my phone and you can talk to the homeowner who's across the canal from them, and they can tell you the address. Would that be all right? Okay, you know, we're all kidding about that, but I do get tons and tons of calls on that. Listen to these people, they tell me, all right. But the island is unique. It's not like the city of Corpus Christi. People come there to party. That's their purpose on their vacation. And thousands of residents don't want short-term rentals in the R6. Please bear that in mind.
Thank you, Mr. Jones.
Mayor, quick question. Does the Padre Island Homeowners Association not allow, I mean, they're an HOA, do they not allow short-term rentals?
Sorry, I was walking away, I didn't hear you.
You represent the Homeowners Association for the Padre Island, correct?
Correct.
Does your homeowners
It's a
association?
property owners association, not a homeowners. There's a slight difference. If you own property, you're part of us. If you own a home, you might be in, or I'm sorry, if you own a condominium, you may be in that condo complex called a HOA. But the HOA is all part of the Property Owners Association, so it's actually multi-leveled.
Okay, so your property owner association does not prevent HOAs, or does not restrict HOAs? Or STRs, I'm sorry, STRs, excuse me.
Our covenants mention that, but we have not chosen to enforce it because of our limited interest in challenging court decisions.
Okay, thank you.
Does that make sense?
Yes.
Thank you, Mr. Jones.
Yep.
Yes, ma'am. And this will be our last public comment on this item.
Hello, my name's Holly Edwards, and I live at 14957 Canadian Mist on the island. And my husband and I chose to move here as our final place to live. We bought our house a few years ago, and I love it here. I love the island, I love Corpus Christi. When I bought my house, I knew the ordinance was for single-family dwellings. I chose to follow that law. We travel, we could rent our house out if we wanted to, get extra income, because let's face it, taxes and insurance are high on the island. But we chose to follow the law, the ordinance, which is for single-family housing. And I just want you to know that us on the island, we buy our houses under that rule that it's a single-family house, that we will know our neighbors, that kids are safe playing in the street because we know who's next door. And what Mr. Suggs said about, it's great how he does his short-term rental. Hopefully, he's doing it legally. You know, that's the whole thing. The city has an ordinance. And I like the first phase of, yes, let's regulate it so we can identify and have the legitimate STRs registered, doing things legitimately. That sounds like a wonderful idea to me. But why can't we make sure that people are following ordinances? They were put there for a reason. We buy our houses knowing that this is going to be our neighborhoods. We don't come here thinking that next door is going to be a constant turnover of people we do not know. You know, sex offender registries tell you if there's a sex offender living next to you. They don't tell you if they're vacationing next to you. So keep that in mind when you think about who's in our neighborhoods. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, I'm going to go ahead and close public comment now on item number 15. And I will entertain a motion to approve item number 15. Yes, sir. I'm so sorry, yes.
Please.
What's that?
So tell me again on this first phase of registration, who are we registering?
We will be registering the STRs that will be legally operating in all districts except for single family on Padre Island and Flower Bluff.
Okay, so just multifamily then?
Everything but single family. So it could be commercial.
Okay. Okay, so we're not going to do single family?
Not at this
STR.
time, sir. It may become part of phase 2 and be permissible to some degree in single family. But as phase 1, it will not be permitted in single family.
Okay, all right, thank you.
Councilman Smith?
Thank you. Number one, I want to thank everybody that came down here. Speaking for myself, I think we had some great comments on both sides of it. And as you all see, we have needs. And hearing, there was really about 90% of the 25 or so comments, we have a lot of commonality. And I know from my point, that's what we need to achieve. As we go and do the regulations that we need to do, and in 6 months, we'll have the phase 2 done and things on there. So I really thank you all for sitting through this. I know it's a long process, and we had the other things with it, but your comments, we've all sat up here, and I think for a public comment session, these were excellent. Factual on there, getting to the point, and offering solutions and not complaints with it. But so Ruth, we have in our packet, how do we need to do for the amended? Do we need to do the amendment first?
Yeah, you need to make the amendment because right now it's been approved on first reading.
Yeah.
So if you want to adopt the amended ordinance, you would need to move to make the amendments that have been provided to the city council in the amended ordinance.
Okay, I would like to make a motion to amend on there as we have in our packet, and that is the amendment in providing a delayed effective date for the portion of the city not located on Padre Island or Flower Bluff. In the packet, it's 180 days for those outside of that on there. On section 5.39, the application fee going from $100 to $50 on there. Section 540, the application fee will be valid for 1 year and ending December 31st. On 5.47, that the Director of Development Services is authorized rather than code enforcement. 5.48, on appeals, it's Development Services rather than code enforcement on there. And then Section 4, March 15th, 2022, for the portions of the city located on Padre Island or Flower Bluff, the effective date, okay, let me reread that. The effective date of this ordinance is March 15th, 2022, for the portions of the city located on Padre Island and/or Flower Bluff. The effective date of this ordinance is 180 days after passage for the portions of the city not located on Padre Island and Flower Bluff. The city finds that Padre Island and Flower Bluff are experiencing a much higher number of short-term rentals in relation to available housing than is present in other areas of the city. So I make the motion to amend the ordinance as I read.
Second.
Okay, any further discussion? All in favor, say aye.
Aye. Aye.
Mayor, could I request a roll call vote for this?
Sure.
So we can make sure I get Councilmember Hunter's vote?
Sure.
Okay. Thank you. Councilmember Molina?
Aye.
Councilmember Pusley?
Aye.
Councilmember Smith?
Aye.
Councilmember Barrera?
Aye.
Councilmember Hernandez?
Aye.
Councilmember Hunter?
I am going to look at raising the permit price in the future. I think 50 is way too low. I almost interjected, but since I'm over here, I'll sit patiently and say aye.
Councilmember Lerma?
Aye.
Councilmember Martinez?
Aye.
Mayor Fajardo?
Aye.
Thank you.
Madam Mayor, I'd like to make a motion to pass as amended.
Second.
Okay, any further discussion? What's
Yes,
that?
I'd like to do a roll call vote for this as well.
Okay. That's fine, go ahead.
Okay. Councilmember Molina?
Aye.
Councilmember Presley?
Aye.
Councilmember Smith?
Aye.
Councilmember Barrera?
Aye.
Councilmember Hernandez?
No.
Councilmember Hunter?
Aye.
Councilmember Lerma?
Aye.
Councilmember Martinez?
Aye.
And Mayor Fajardo?
Aye.
Thank you. Thank you.
Okay, so the motion passes. Thank you. Okay, we're going to move on to section O, which is first reading ordinances, items number 16 through 19. Item 16 is zoning case number 1021-06, Walker Holdings and Development LLC in District 1, ordinance rezoning property at or near 3202 Interstate 69 from the RS6 Single Family 6 District to the RS 4.5 Single Family 4.5 District.
And Mayor, we're going to request that that be postponed or pulled from this agenda. The applicant,
I read that whole thing.
yeah, sorry, I tried to buzz in, but the applicant wants more time to talk to council members, so we'll
Okay.
take it off today's agenda.
We're taking it, okay,
Yes,
great. All right, so we'll move on to item number 17.
17, yes, ma'am.
Okay, this is an ordinance authorizing a wastewater collection line extension, construction, and reimbursement agreement with IHS Consultants, LP, to construct off-site sanitary sewer improvements for a planned commercial development, Park Springs, IHS, Blocks 1, Lots 1 through 3, located on River Hill Drive and south of Northwest Boulevard, FM 624, with a completion date of 24 months.
Good
Mr.
afternoon,
Redmond.
Mayor and
Motion to
Council.
approve.
Okay, great. Any further discussion? All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed say no. The motion carries. Thank you, Mr. Raymond. Item number 18 is an ordinance authorizing an amendment of the current contract with Sinister LLC to maintain the monthly rent rate of $100 for the first option year of the city-owned property located at 1401 Leopard Street for a parking lot. Yes, sir.
Charles Mendoza, Director of Asset Management, standing here for any questions regarding this lease.
Okay, do we have any public comment on item number 18? Okay, I'll close public comment. Council, do we have any questions?
Motion to approve.
Second.
Any further discussion? All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, say no. The motion carries. Councilman Smith? Didn't you motion that? No, yeah, he did. Item number 19 is an ordinance appropriating $71,940 for the unreserved, from the unreserved fund balance of the tax increment reinvestment zone number 3 fund for incentives under the Streetscape and Safety Improvement Program, and amending the fiscal year 2022 operating budget.
Move to approve.
Okay, any further discussion? All in favor, no, is there public comment? I'm sorry. Okay, no public comment. Well, we have a motion, and we have a second. Any further discussion? All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, say no. The motion carries. Now we'll go on to section P, briefings, items number 20 through 22. Item number 20 is a briefing on municipal court's action plan to address backlog of ordinance citations as developed in coordination with the chair of the municipal court committee and the city manager.
Yeah, she's on WebEx.
Good evening, Mayor, and council members. I think, oh, yeah, she is. Presiding Judge Loeb is with us virtually, Gilbert Hernandez, Municipal Court Director, to go over the, what the court is going to do to, over the backlog. Next slide, please. So the presentation overview is the purpose. We'll describe what the purpose is, the background, violation, historical counts that we have as far as background ordinance violations, and then a plan for addressing the backlog. Next slide, please. So the purpose is to provide the City Council with a strategy to address the outstanding ordinance violations. Next slide, please. The background. So prior to COVID, our process was to, as soon as a citation was filed with the municipal court, it was entered and it was scheduled immediately for a hearing. Now, mind you, some of those hearings would be like 30 days in the future to 60 days in the future, but they were being scheduled immediately, so there was really no backlog. When COVID hit, of course, we had some closures. The municipal court itself was closed for almost 2 months, and then gradually we started with virtual dockets, but they were light. And so, yeah, those cases fell behind. So as of January 3rd of this year, there are 3,604 people that have outstanding ordinance violations, which means of those people, they have 10,713 cases that we need to schedule. These violations include people who have previously been scheduled and failed to appear to virtual and in-person hearings, and new cases. Okay. And then since November 29th of 2021, we've been working with City Manager Peter Sinoni and Chair of Municipal Court Committee, Councilmember John Martinez. We've met 4 times with Judge Gail Loeb and Municipal Court staff to discuss the strategy to address the ordinance backlog. So right now, Judge, did you want to talk over this slide?
Yes, thank you. Mayor, City Council.
So right now we have 6 full-time judges, and what that means is 5 of them work as what I call day judges. 1 just work nights. Now, I want to start by backing up a little bit and talking about the law. Court administration is a separate department, and a lot of city people, sometimes even payroll, get mixed up with that fact that we are 2 separate departments but work together. Since COVID, we've also been working very closely with IT. Can everyone hear me? Is it okay? Aren't I allowed to talk on the WebEx?
Yes.
So
Yes,
what
hear
happened
you.
was once the Texas Supreme Court is in charge of all the administration for all the state courts. We are a state court. OCA is the acronym for the Office of Court Administration. They have the job of administering the laws, the orders that come down from the Texas Supreme Court. Right now, I think the Texas Supreme Court has up to the 45th or 46th emergency order. It's important to do what OCA tells us to do, because they can fine the city, they can shut the court down, and they have had very specific rules for us to follow since the beginning of COVID. But basically, they shut us down for in-person hearings starting May 13th of 2020. I'm sorry, March 13th, 2020. And we kind of saw this coming in early March. So what happened is they said no in-person hearings unless you are serving and doing an essential duty. The only essential duty that the city judges do is magistration. We don't have anyone in jail. We don't have anything like that to deal with, not for Class C misdemeanors. So our only essential duty that we could do in person was magistration. But the Court of Criminal Procedure allows us to do magistration remotely. It took some getting going. It took the IT. We were after the police to get laptops to get started, to change the procedure over at CDC so that we could magistrate. And they asked us to magistrate 24/7. Because of COVID, they wanted the people who have been read their rights, that have been asked for an attorney, that have been read conditions of bond, maybe emergency protective orders have been issued and explained. They wanted them to be transported to the jail as soon as possible. So for all this time, we have done almost 24/7. In the beginning, we did do 24/7. Now we cut back an hour or 2 here and there. And 3 of the judges were working full-time, just magistrating and remotely. The 6 a.m. to 2 p.m., the 2 p.m. to 10 p.m., and then the overnight 10 p.m. to 6 a.m. So we did cover in the beginning 24/7. What happened next is that there was a stay-at-home order from the county judge that lasted till April 30th. And as Gilbert said, the administration department was closed to the public. And then the Office of Court Administration, April 6th, said that we could no longer do just our phone. We could no longer do the way we were doing things, trying to get people help, trying to get some hearings done. We had to do live streaming through YouTube. So we had to
Judge, I hate to interrupt you, but we do have the presentation that we probably should follow. It's because it's pretty lengthy to begin with, and it's already almost 6:30, 7 o'clock. We're on slide 6. Do you have that in front of you, slide 6? Gilbert, can you advance the next slide, please?
The main part of it. If
Yeah,
you go to
Yeah, Judge, let's go back to slide 6 and just proceed through the slideshow that we agreed to, just to keep
Yes.
everybody on schedule, because the council's
Well,
been here since 11 o'clock.
Yes, sir.
Mhm.
Okay, so number 6 shows that the ordinance cases have been increased, and it took us by surprise. So they have increased from fiscal year 2018, there were 250 to 300 cases a month, and now this last fiscal year it's 1,000 cases a month. It's increased a lot. If you turn the page to number 7 slide, please, then that shows you the number of increase in ordinance, the number of people. So sometimes people have more than one case. Very often they have more than one case. So you see again that we go from the beginning of fiscal year 2015 on the slide, which is when we first got our Encode computer. That's the software we have that tracks everything, that puts all the cases in there. So up to from 166 now to 400 people a month getting ordinances. So it's been a steady increase, but markedly more so in the last year. And that took both Gilbert and myself by surprise. Slide 8, please. I understand that you're getting phone calls. I understand the city council getting phone calls and Peter Zanoni's office as well about people calling and complaining. I'm not sure what these complaints are about, and I'm not sure what particularly people's concerns are. But the slide shows that the increase in the 3 most common code violations, you can see the sharp increase. So the blue is litter and solid waste cases. The orangey color is weeds and brush over 12 inches. And the purple is that they have, the sidewalks are not kept clean. There's stuff on the sidewalks, whether it's trash or whether it's a couch. That's the 3 most common code violations. Turn the page, please, number 9. Also included, however, in the total code numbers that we've been talking about is the animal violations. They're in this mix. So you see that at the top, we've got the yellow and green, which are the animals that are not registered and are not vaccinated. And the blue line is the increase in what we call at-large animals, which means dogs running loose, basically. They get out of the fence, they get out of someone's backyard. So these cases are included in the tall weeds and grass and all the others as a code violation, including in what we call ordinance cases that we're dealing with. That's the big number we're talking about, includes both these categories. Number 10, please. So we did a little comparison of, are people appearing remote or are they appearing more in person? And interestingly, it was a little of each. So the group that appeared more percentage higher was the juvenile cases by remote and show cause. This is probation revocations. So those 2 categories did appear more remote than they did pre-COVID with in person. Now, interestingly, if you see the ordinance pretrial cases, the fewest have appeared percentage-wise all along. So we have that before COVID, only 34% of people with ordinance violations appeared, and remotely only 24%. So that's been a problem also of cases not getting taken care of. Next slide, page 11, please. So this is a list of when we started. We started slowly. There was a lot to learn, added on with breakout rooms, moderators. So we started with walk-ins. Walk-ins are simply people want to come in, they've got a question. They want to extend the order, they've got a problem, and they want to talk to a judge. So little by little, we added all the hearings, and then once we have permission from the court to restart the in-person, and once we realized that COVID numbers had decreased, I had spoken with Annette Rodriguez because in the beginning, the law required me to consult with her and the previous mayor. And now I've chosen to, as most cities have, to talk about what are the numbers, what should we do. So I knew back in the summer that Annette had told me, she's very good about responding to my phone calls, that the numbers would be low between Halloween and Thanksgiving and even up to Christmas. So we decided and we figured out and we started the jury trials in person October 25th. Now, all of these in-person hearings, they get scheduled a month ahead. So the meetings and the decisions of what to schedule are done a month early. So that's what all this shows. Okay, up to number 12, please. Next, thank you. Well, it's very hard to see on the slide, but I'm going to tell you what the first category is. The very first long rectangle deals with the violation dates, which are the date of offense of these cases from, and these are all random, the offense numbers are on the left. And it talks about the violation date being from, the earliest one is January 2018 down to February 19. back then, the average time it took for a case, once it was filed at in the computer system at municipal court, till the time it was scheduled for a pretrial was 2.5 months. That number 2.5 is on the right of that first rectangle. The next one down is the next series, and those are all April and May 2019. Again, just random numbers chosen, random cases chosen during that time period. So it was an average of 2.4 months before a case got filed to when it got set for an appearance. And then COVID came, and those are the dates. The March 13th that I spoke about before, where the Texas Supreme Court said all in-person hearings that are not essential must stop. Then the county stay-at-home order, taking us through April 30th, 2020. And then the Office of Court Administration changing our procedure again to YouTube, April 6th. And then what we started with the first, April 28th, going slowly, learning the process. The next category down, the long skinny rectangle, are dates that were selected in April and May of 2000. So by now, it's all ballooning. By now, we've got cases are still coming in at 1,000 a month, and the remote hearings are taking longer, and we are up to 5.5 months it took at that time to schedule ahead. And we would meet monthly, weekly about what needs to be scheduled next and getting that done and putting it on the schedule. The next category down, the third from the bottom, is a year later. It's April and May 2021. The average is now decreasing a little bit. We're down to 4.7 months it took to get these cases scheduled. The second from the bottom is more recent. It's summer, it's July and August of 2021. And we are now looking at 1.9 months. So we are back to almost where we started, or better than that, where we started before COVID. So right now it's 1.9 months. And then the November, December cases are not scheduled yet. So that's the scheme of things. That's how the numbers came about. We've added Saturday pre-trials in September. We've tried to, we started in the summer and working. We went to visit the city library downtown to see is it big enough for the jury. We ended up with American Bank Center, Gilbert talking to them in July. August 5th, we went and visited to see what they have, and then finally got scheduled once I knew that Annette Rodriguez had said the numbers would come down, it would be safe to bring jurors in. So we've abided by the law, and these are the statistics. Thank you.
Overall, we have 10,713 cases that backlog that we have to schedule, and 3,604 people. So our plan is to go ahead and schedule, starting next week, we're going to schedule 1,680 people at the American Bank Center. How that's going to look, if you go to the next slide, please. And then the next one. So this is how the dockets are going to look. On January 18th, we're going to schedule 35 people every hour in one courtroom at the American Bank Center, and 35 people every hour at the American Bank Center, for a total of 1,680 people that week, those 4 days. Next slide, please.
This.
Yes.
Yeah.
Would you turn your mic on, please, Councilman?
So,
thank you.
Can you tell me what you're doing? Can you back up one slide, please?
Right, so those 35 people, sir, are scheduled to an ordinance pretrial. That means that anybody that is scheduled, they're supposed to go to the municipal court, go before the judge, and make a plea on that case. Potentially, prosecutors can offer deferred disposition, dismiss some cases,
Anybody that doesn't appear, hopefully warrants are issued. That's kind of what will happen that day.
Okay, so they can either plead guilty or not guilty, and you'll set a trial date?
That is correct. So if they plead not guilty, then it'll go to a jury trial. So
Okay.
then it'll have to be scheduled to a jury trial.
Or
in
the
future.
prosecutor
Can make arrangements,
Can make
uh,
arrangements to say, if you pay this fine, you move on.
That is correct.
Okay, all right, thank you very much.
This, can you back up one more? This slide this shows, I know we've heard a lot of material, but this is kind of the recovery plan. This is the recovery plan. You can see beginning January 18, 19, 20, bringing people in, having bigger dockets, more aggressive dockets, where before this wasn't generally happening.
That's correct. So it's very aggressive. We're scheduling 20 people and maybe 2 or 3 dockets a week. So this is going to be very aggressive. And it has to be at the
And if
American
I
Bank
may-
Center. That's why we have a lot of room. I'm sorry, Judge?
I can't see you, so I'm sorry. We have 2 very large rooms that we're renting, basically, at not much cost at the American Bank Center, with some side rooms for the prosecutors to talk with the defendants. It's a very large space, so the chairs are easily 6 feet apart. There's masks to be given people who don't have, there's hand sanitizers everywhere, and so we feel that we can, and because the numbers are fewer people who appear for ordinance, we feel that we can accommodate more this way.
Next slide, please. So this slide, we wanted to show that we are having some dockets at the municipal court. January 25th and January 27th, we're going to have some ordinance pretrials at the municipal court. And January 28th, we're going to have, here at the council chambers, we're going to have dockets as well. And then we'll have some at the American Bank Center. And those 1,350 has changed because the numbers have increased. Judge Loeb has made a decision to decrease the number from 35 to 20 people per docket. So I'm going to show you how that's going to look, decreased. If you go to the next, so this slide, the top shows the 2 dates that we're scheduling.
And not to interrupt, Gilbert, but that's, just so the council knows, that's news to us. I mean, that we should have stuck to the plan. She decreased them without really working with the chair of the committee.
She decreased working with us.
If I may explain that, the
News to us,
Friday,
we
the
briefed on
county
this
met,
last week,
and they
so.
have stopped all jury trials. Austin has moved all jury trials to March. San Antonio has shut down their in-person completely to remote. And all the cities are doing that to protect, because of the sharp spike that will end in the end of January. So this is a temporary thing, cutting the numbers a little bit for cases that have not yet been scheduled, not touching the cases already scheduled, to try and protect the community like the other cities are doing.
That's correct. So on January 31st, where you see 35 people each hour, those were already scheduled, so those were left alone. The 1st of February, the 2nd, 3rd, and 4th, those 35 will change to 20. So now we're going to schedule 20 people per hour. So instead of being 105, it's going to be 60 people each courtroom each day. So a total of 690 people as opposed to 1,050 people that week. Total that week is going to be 1,080 people that we'll schedule. So yes, the numbers are dropped a little bit, but I think we'll still be, I'll show you that we'll still be able to schedule most of the cases that we have pending. So from February 7th through the 11th, again, this number is going to change as well. We're going to have, instead of 2,100 people scheduled, it's going to drop down to 1,200 people because it's dropping from 35 people per docket to 20 people per docket. I do wanted to make a note that the judges have agreed to issue warrants to anybody that fails to appear because these are cases that are in person. Next slide, please. So this is how the docket looks. Instead of being 35, it's going to be 20 per hour, 20 people per hour on the 7th all the way across through the 11th. And instead of being 2,100 people that will schedule, it's going to be 1,200 people. Now, you add all those together, the 1,680 that are already scheduled, 1,080, and these 1,200, and that's 3,960 spots, right, that we have for people. Now, if you remember, we have 3,604 people that need to be scheduled, so hopefully we're hoping that that we'll be able to schedule all these people to these dockets still, even with the numbers that we already reduced. Next slide, please. That being said, we are going to have the warrant roundup this year. There's an amnesty period from February 14th through the 25th. That period, what that means is we're going to be advertising to people, we're going to have our own roundup that starts 26. This period, there's not going to be any arrests. Come in and take care of your warrants. As a matter of fact, we'll make sure that all our notifications say, address your citation online, pay it online, send us an email. We wanted to make sure that as less people appear as possible, because our space is very little. The warrant roundup will start February 26th, that's a Saturday. That's when marshals will be actively looking for people who have warrants, and they will be concentrating on these warrants that hopefully the judges issue on people who fail to appear.
And just to point out, counsel, because we've been doing pretrial and other hearings via WebEx, we haven't been able to initiate warrant roundups for 2 years. You couldn't use them unless they came into the courtroom. And since we didn't have the courtrooms open, we didn't use warrant roundups, so we will be for the first time.
That's correct.
This should help with some compliance.
And they're going to be advertising and focusing in on the ordinance cases during this amnesty and roundup time.
Next slide, please. So regarding jury trials, due to COVID-19, in-person jury trials resumed in October 25th. We had those at the American Bank Center for 2 weeks. We had additional dockets in December 13th through the 17th at the American Bank Center. Future dockets, now, at the time that I was making this slide, it was in the future, but this week, we're having jury dockets at the American Bank Center as well. Starting in March, we're hoping that we will have jury trials either here at City Council chambers, but if the numbers go up, potentially we'll continue having them at the American Bank Center. Next slide, please. So this slide just recaps all the other numbers that we've discussed. Some of the numbers have changed, obviously, but we're taking an aggressive measure to schedule all the pending ordinance cases that we have. And then municipal court does have 3 courtrooms. We have 5 city marshals, and the administration has been working with city manager Peter Zanoni and the chair of municipal court committee, Councilmember John Martinez, on finding space to lease that will provide more room during COVID-19 as an alternative to having trials at the court and at the American Bank Center. And then next slide, please. Any questions? All right. Thank you.
Wow, am I the only light? Because I just put it on. Thank you, Mayor. And this may be for Councilman Martinez or even for, what's the process? This is going to be with the judges that we have. We're not going to get aggressive to have any additional municipal court judges or go through a process of where we can have temporary ones. Because I know we have a lot of part-time ones. I'm sure they wouldn't mind working more. So how's that process? I mean, I don't know. I'm asking.
And Judge Loeb might be able to answer this question, but it's the full-time judges that will be presiding over these dockets. The part-time judges predominantly are for the jail, not the jail, the city detention center. So they mainly work at night, magistrating, or on the weekends. So it's going to be the full-time judges.
And we've got enough
That's how the
judges
system is
to.
set up. It is set up for the part-timers to do the weekends, the holidays. We do, however, have one part-time judge we always have had one part-time judge that helps out when regular judges have seminars, vacation, they get sick, and Judge Walsh is helping out in the courtrooms and has been for a few years.
And would there be a challenge expanding that to see if the part-time judges are interested? Your Honor?
It could be if we have enough prosecutors and clerks to fill out the courtrooms for the hearings.
And do we? Miles?
We could add a 0 on these numbers and we'd have enough prosecutors.
Okay, so, well, I guess I'm a little concerned there, and Peter promised me my blood pressure wouldn't increase today.
Do we need to check it, Councilman?
Huh?
Do we need to get it checked?
So, I know you indicated that you've met 3 times?
4 times.
4 times, and you didn't discuss that?
Excuse me, the presentation that was here, that just got changed from our last meeting, without really the group work, had a plan to take care of all the backlog, so we didn't need to have part-time judges work more. But the judge just reduced the docket sizes. That's kind of thrown this a little bit out of kilter.
Okay.
Councilman Martinez, myself, and the judge and Gilbert and staff met, and this plan that's on the paper eliminated the backlog in a reasonable amount of time in terms of setting trial dates and bringing cases in for pretrial. But it sounds like this is going to take a little longer now based on the judge's actions that weren't really endorsed by the work team.
Okay, and then how are cases typically scheduled? I mean, whose responsibility is that?
The clerks. So anytime that a case is.
And the clerk is under your department?
Yes, sir.
So why? I don't know.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
Yeah, I think the dockets are scheduled, the number of cases on the dockets are established by the chief judge. That's the limit.
Right, we're scheduled the cases, but the judge sets the.
And how long does that typically take? How long did it take before COVID?
Before COVID, we were scheduling the case immediately as soon as it was entered in the system.
Immediately meaning what?
Meaning as soon as the clerk entered it in the system.
And how long did that take? Explain the process to me. Be specific.
All right, so we get a paper ticket, and from a paper ticket, we enter all the information on the citation that considers the case filed.
Why are we using paper?
That's what code enforcement officers use is paper tickets.
Okay, that's a challenge. That's a management problem.
It is a challenge, sir.
We're changing that, Councilman, yeah.
Good. I'm glad to hear that.
Yeah.
I understand that the ENCODE system has a way to circumvent that. So
yeah,
I
mean,
could be wrong.
there's I don't mean to interrupt. There's police officers that I think there's 35 ticket writers out there that police officers use to issue violations, and those are automatically imported into the system. So yeah, it has the capabilities.
Okay, yeah. So we need to maximize that, and I expect you guys to be able to utilize that, because the more efficiency we have, the more the bigger, faster, stronger you are.
That is correct.
Okay, so then you got to the paper ticket. I'm sorry to have interrupted.
Right, so it's entered by a clerk. Once it's entered, immediately a complaint is generated. That's the legal complaint, and then the case is scheduled. Of course, the judge at pre-COVID, we already had dockets established what days ordinance violations would be scheduled in the system, and so all they have to do is just do a code, and that case would be scheduled. Notice is generated, and it's mailed to the defendant.
Okay, and then how are we going to notify all these individuals of all these cases, of all these pretrial and all these?
The same way. I mean, there's those cases are already entered in the system. So as soon as they're scheduled by a clerk, the notices are generated. We print those notices.
And it's just a paper notice by mail?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Do we have a system in which, when the code enforcement officer or the animal control officer can get email addresses or anything of that information, or that's just basically sometimes go get I know some of it is done through some type of, where we see a property of grass that's overgrown and we just post a notice, and there's nothing that we can do. But then whenever we have engagement with any individuals, or is any type of, do we have that information, and does it help to increase our efficiency? Because I know just the same thing when let's say, for example, if I have to have jury duty. I'm fortunate, the last time I was sued was in, let's see, when was it? November of 2018? December of 2018? But everything was sent to me basically either by, I could have obtained that information on a smartphone. Do we utilize that type of technology?
You know, we capture what's on the citation. So a lot of the ordinance violations are not going to have an email address. Some traffic citations do. But for the most part, we're sending notices. It's when we have that communication with the defendants that we establish an email that's when we start responding, either notices, upcoming courts by email.
Okay. I guess the thing is I have a lot of questions with regard to administration because we've had some consistent challenges with that. And I think we need to just be able to put the two together. I know right now we're addressing the court backlog, but I've discussed the challenge of what are the current receivables, and is there an aging report, and are we determining? There's been issues with regard to customer service. I know sometimes my office is downtown, and I see during lunch that we have a line out the door of people that want to get into to the business side, the business sector, and I've heard horror stories of the 6 windows that are available. Right, there's 6.
6 windows,
Yeah.
5 windows actually.
Five.
Yeah.
So sometimes there's only 1 or 2 people there.
Yeah.
And
So, for example, the first Monday after the holiday, we were swamped. We had people out lined, but we did have some people out because they were ill. We had some people out because of COVID, and so it dropped down our windows from being four open to 2 people online. And so and then our lobby is so small that we had to have people waiting outside, and then eventually let them in.
And do we have an online system where people can pay their fines?
Yes. As a matter of fact, I'd say about 50% of violations are paid online, sir.
Okay, excellent. Now, the other thing also is I understand there were some challenges with calls being returned, and I talked to you a little bit about that, Constance. Do we do a regular analysis of a call report to ensure that there's maximum productivity?
We're working on with IT to get a system that provides those reporting on as we want them.
Well, I remember during an audit committee, I brought that up about a year ago, and they said we do.
I know that we had 3,000 calls that went into a line, for example, that wasn't being monitored, and this happened in May. Those 3,000 calls, and they leave messages. So we responded to all those messages. We've already taken care of those since mid-November. Along with that, we converted 4 entry-level positions to 3 call center positions so that they're dedicated to just answering calls. But it was a hard time during COVID. We couldn't fill 1 position until just recently.
And I guess can you tell me what the current, once the fine's assessed, are those fines that have been assessed, what are the receivables? What is the receivable of that right now?
I don't have that information. What do you mean the receivable?
Well, I mean, what's the total amount? What's the total amount of receivable that's carried on the balance sheet that I mean, I know some are 10 years old and some might be 2 years old or 1 year old. Constance, do you know what that number might be?
I don't have that number, sir, but we are working with city manager to work on old cases to kind of close them out or stuff. Go ahead. I'm sorry. Those were the collection agencies, 103 million? So there was a report from the collection agency that we got sent a couple of days ago that are 103 million cases that the collection dollars that the collection agency has in their system. But as I was looking through that, there's some discrepancies because some of those cases are already closed as I looked at them. So I want to take more time in reviewing those cases, and I'm sure they have bad data that we probably need to clean up with them as well.
And I think that's probably the next step, Peter. I would ask that we look at that. I mean, if it's I'm sure. I mean, whether it's bogus, whether it's real, whether it's old, whether that needs to be fixed, and it needs to be turned around pretty quickly. I guess here I go my points. I obviously, candidly, I embarrassed myself at the municipal court meeting because I got so upset. But I think this is something that's really frustrating to me from a standpoint of number one, the scheduling practice at some point somebody needs to jump up and down and say we got a problem that we need to fix. And I think once we get to the point where receivables is 5 million, not 100 million, then we need to recognize either we got an operations problem, we got a system problem, we got a collection problem, we got a customer service problem. Now, I know, we've been wonderful on other components, with regard to Packard Channel, with regard to Junior Beck, but it's my understanding that we've had this challenge in municipal court for a long, long time. So I'm counting on you, I believe in you, I'm counting on you to have a remedy, because either $103 million, I don't know how we'd operate. I don't know how any of us would operate as small business owners, for those of us that are, that we could survive and just leave that out there.
Sure.
So I'm asking, I'm pleading, you know.
I wouldn't put much confidence in that 103 million number.
I agree.
But I hear your message. I hear what you're saying.
I appreciate that. Thank you. Thank you. All right. Thank you, Mayor. That's all I have.
Okay, great. Councilman Pusley?
Yeah, thank you, Mayor. Yeah, I agree. We need to age these accounts or these cases, and if we got some that are really, really old, we're probably money ahead expunging those and moving on. But I did want to ask, because I thought I heard today that who's going to be heading up code enforcement? Because I thought I heard you gave Tracy a new title today, or I heard somebody refer to it.
No, we do. So in code compliance is like a division head, and the prior person that was there is no longer with the city. So we do have a new interim person working as that lead over the division.
Over code enforcement?
Over code enforcement, right.
And that's not Tracy?
Well, Tracy's the interim director of the department, and there's several functions in there. So code compliance. So it goes Tracy, the next person, what is her name again?
Bobby Ray.
Bobby Ray, I'm sorry. Bobby Ray is the division head in an interim basis right now.
Bobby Ray.
Bobby Ray Maldonado is her, she has been with the city for a couple of years, probably 4 years.
I guess I've
4 years.
met her.
Yeah, and so we strategize on who could we put in an interim basis with the separation of Liza. And Bobby Ray was a good candidate. In her work in San Antonio, she worked in the same department that had.
So she's taking Liza's place?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, I guess that's kind of, I share some of Councilman's frustrations is, since I've been here, I keep hearing interim. When are we going to have a head of the code enforcement department?
Right, so in that new department, Housing and Neighborhood Services, we're using our recruiter. I interviewed somebody this week, but we're going to pass on to the next two persons. So we have two other candidates that we're going to vet this week or next week.
Okay.
I'm more anxious than you are to get it filled, Councilman. And yes, sir. And so we're working on that. We're not doing it just by luck. We have a recruiter that's aggressively searching across the country.
Okay.
Yes,
all
sir.
right. Good deal. Thank you very much. That's all I had.
Councilman Smith?
Thank you. I'd just like to echo Councilman Barrera's comments on there. I fully agree with it, and just kind of a little bit of an experience on there from somebody I'm not going to name because it would sure embarrass my wife. But she got the unnamed person got a traffic ticket on there, and it was a little bit of a nightmare. With it, numerous calls to take care of it. You know, she just wanted to find out how much do I need to pay. And there were at least 4 calls on there waiting for somebody to return. The ticket was this long. So it was obviously computerized. Right. And yet it wasn't in the system and this and that. And so as we sit here, and I'm saying we've got a great plan to reduce the backlog. And within a matter of 2 working weeks on there, we're going to take care of it. But my question as a council member, why has it gotten to that point? We have all said up here at this dais, we've talked about our concerns about this, and that's the only reason. We need leadership in there that we don't have to bring it up on there. This is an administrative function. And yeah, we got a great plan. I thank you, Peter and John, working on it, but my concern is why did we ever get here in the first place? The department runs like it should on there, and to Councilman Barrera's comment, I was driving by the Muni Court a couple of weeks ago, and they're lined up outside, 20 deep or so outside there. We're not serving our citizens well. In this department, we've gone through internal audit audited. We had a lot of functions on there, but I think it's really an area because we see 4,000 people on there. They are our citizens. They may have broken an ordinance or something like that, but we shouldn't have to run them through all of the inefficiencies that we're seeing. So I hope from streamlining and things like that. And when I hear a number like $103 million, of course, something's got to be wrong. But it goes to the point, why are we getting a number like that? It shows that we don't have a good handle on what's going on. So, Councilman Barrera, thank you for your comments. I'm fully appreciative and supportive of that. I know you're on the committee, and Councilman Pusley. So, and thanks for starting to get this thing going in the right direction.
Mr.
Yeah,
Zimmerman.
I just want to add, and Gilbert touched on it, but the court, a legacy issue that we're dealing with is the facility, believe it or not. And in a recent tour that I took there, it became obvious. I mean, I've seen it before, but I haven't had the opportunity until recently to go in there and look at the building. It's woefully inadequate for the size of the city. The reason people are lined up outside because there's no room inside, and with social distance requirements, that pushes them outside. You could probably put 5, 6 people in a line inside. And so with COVID, they're probably putting 2 or 3, and the rest are outside. So the courtrooms are too small. They're a joke. The customer service area is unacceptable. So that's why you saw in the presentation, we're looking at lease space for at least 2 years. In our Lamar lease that we have with the Rochelle Foundation, we're looking at adding a whole floor for a brand new municipal court setup. So that's just one area. On the technology side, we're working with code compliance with new leadership. Their excuse to me was the printers broke and they bought computers but didn't buy printers, so they went back to paper format. So that's just another. Well, it's another. We can't do everything in 2 years, right? So we're addressing this now in the 3rd year, and we're pledging that we'll fix this business operation as well.
Yeah.
Right? Yes, sir.
Okay, I think that's all the comments. Mhm.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Have a good evening.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, item number 22 is a briefing on proposed policy changes to the city ordinance that governs dockless scooters in the city. Over what? Oh, did I skip over one? I'm so sorry, Jennifer. It's a briefing on.
It's your show, I just work here.
I'm sorry. I'm sorry. It's a briefing on 2022 9% low-income housing tax credit resolution of support, solutions of no objection, and resolution of objection or no city council action process.
Can I get the next slide, please? So as we've discussed before, I'm sorry, Jennifer Buxton with Neighborhood Services. As we've discussed before, the low-income housing tax credits are the most common financing tool for multifamily affordable housing. Tax credits are awarded by the Texas Department of Texas Department of Housing and Community Affairs. The application process is highly competitive. Corpus Christi is in Region 10. Region 10 includes Nueces, Aransas, San Patricio, and Victoria counties. We generally receive 1 award in our county, or our region per year. Next slide, please. The timeline this year, TDHCA published their final allocation plan, their rule book, on December 1st. TDHCA pre-applications were due on Friday. Our application for resolution of support is going to be due at the end of January. We're going to present those recommendations for resolutions on the 15th of February. Applications are due to TDHCA on March 1st. They'll publish their list of applications, their eligible applications, in June and make final awards in July. And then if there's any carryover awards, those will happen in November and December. Next slide, please. So in order for an application to be competitive at the state level, developments ask for what's considered a resolution of support from the governing body. If the governing body awards them a resolution of support, they earn 17 points. A resolution of no objection earns 14 points. The difference between those 14 and 17 points makes the difference between a project that wins and one that doesn't. Developers can also request a letter regarding their proposed project's contribution to the city. We can provide them with a letter, and 7 points are available. And this year, none of those points are competitive. Every application can earn those same points. Next slide, please. So in order to receive a resolution of support recommendation, the developers will submit a simple application. To be recommended, we have 2 criteria. The application needs to be complete, and the project has to be located on a site that is already zoned for that type of project, or the future land use identified in the area development plan needs to cover that activity. Recommendations will be, recommendations for resolutions will be presented to council with project details. Next slide, please. So the concerted revitalization plan points, they'll also submit a simple application for those. They have to turn into us what they would turn into the state and provide a description of how they're meeting the city's concerted revitalization efforts. Again, this will be non-competitive. Anybody that requests the funds and can explain why requests the letter can receive the letter. It's a non-competitive process. 7 points associated with that. And they can get those 7 points also by being in a qualified census tract or this. Yes, non-competitive. Next slide, please. That's everything. I'm available for any questions you have.
Okay. Does anyone have any questions? At 7:10 p.m. Okay, Mr. Hernandez.
Last year, you had some criteria that had some specifics about being close to a library or next to a park. Do you have those same things in place now?
Last year, we proposed those things. We didn't actually end up using those things. This year, there is no competitive criteria other than they have to turn in a complete application to us, and the site needs to be zoned for the activity they're proposing, or the ADP needs to cover that as a future land use.
So how many companies have submitted a pre-application?
We don't, the TDHCA pre-applications were due on Friday. They have not released that list. I expect to have that this week or early next week, that they'll post that on their website.
Okay, thank you.
Councilman Pusley.
What happened on the one that we supported last year that was going to be built over here where the old fire station used to be?
They're still building that.
Okay.
I'm sorry.
Yeah, go ahead.
They are going to begin site clearance and on the 2 sides. There's the west side and the east side. The west side they're going to close in January and begin site clearance as soon as possible. The fire station side, they will probably close in February, and that will come down shortly thereafter.
Okay, so it is still ongoing?
Yes, sir.
Okay, very good, thanks.
Mr. Hernandez? No? Okay, I think that's all. Thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah, Jennifer. Okay, so now we will have the briefing on proposed policy changes to the city ordinance that governs dockless scooters in the city.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. Heather Hurlbert, Director of Finance. So we want to go ahead and update Council on our dockless scooter program and talk a little bit about some proposed changes that we're going to be bringing forward. So just to review quickly, our dockless scooter pilot ordinance was adopted back in January of 2019. And by February 2019, we had 2 operators that had contracts with the city to operate within the city limits. In April 2020, the scooter operations were shut down due to COVID. They resumed back in June of 2020. Lime did, and then August of 2020, Blue Duck came back, and they have been operating since then. Next slide, please. So looking at the current operations.
Heather, I'm sorry, can I just interrupt? So today, this is just a briefing on the city staff's recommended changes to the ordinance?
Yes.
And then there won't be a vote until the 25th with a second vote in February?
Exactly.
So tonight is just a briefing on proposed policy changes?
Yes.
Okay, good, thank you.
Then looking at our current operations, like I said, we do have the 2 operators. On average, we have almost 700 scooters per day, or 699 scooters that are on the streets are parked out within the city limits on a daily basis. That count ebbs and flows depending on the weekend. A lot of times there's more on the weekends than there are during the week, during peak times over the summer versus the middle of January where it's cold and there's not as many people riding. Next slide, please. So just a little bit more on the deployment. It is pretty consistent on how many we have out on a daily basis. In February, there was a drop just due to the icy weather. Both scooter companies pulled all their scooters off of the street during that week that we had the ice storm. Next slide, please. So looking at where scooters are mainly ridden or utilized, in fiscal year 2020, you'll see that it is primarily between the Barge Dock and McGee Beach, with the heaviest parts being right around the McGee Beach area, between the T and the L heads, and then around the ABC Center. Next slide, please. And then if you compare that data to 2021, they had the area that they were being utilized has expanded out to the North Beach area, so they are being heavily utilized in the North Beach area. And then you'll see along Shoreline area, they go all the way up to the Cole Park area and more further into downtown. So we are seeing expanded use of scooters as people get used to them and they're becoming more popular. Next slide, please. So we did a downtown survey. The downtown businesses are the ones that have the most effect by the scooters. And so we sent out a survey to 45 different downtown businesses, of course, of which 20 responded. And so overall, 60% said that they think that the dockless scooters have impacted their businesses in a positive way. And then also we ask them about parking. And so 75% of our downtown businesses would like to see some type of dedicated parking for scooters to keep them in marked areas. Next slide, please. So we took the lessons that we've learned over the past several years of operating the program, and we looked at some key areas and then compared those aspects to some peer cities. So we looked at our fee structure. We looked at any type of limit that is put on scooters citywide and in specific areas. We looked at limit on speeds in certain areas, and then looked at where scooters are allowed to be used and if they utilize parking corrals. Next slide, please. So looking at our comparative analysis with our current program being the top line of the table, our scooter fees were not really in line with how most of our peer competitors set their fees. We were charging $1 per scooter per day, and most cities have an annual permit or an annual fee per scooter, and then their fees are based off of a per trip charge. A couple of our peer cities do have limits on their scooters. Some do utilize some designated speed reductions in certain areas, and almost all of them do have some type of prohibition on where scooters can be used and where they can't be used. Next slide, please. So what we are recommending, and you'll see a table down at the bottom that compares the current program to our proposed program, as it will amend our fee structure to be more in line with what peer cities are charging or what their fee structure is. We are recommending that we limit the number of scooter permits to up to 1,200 scooters in the city limits, with a limit of 300 scooters that can be parked on the seawall from the ABC Center to Water's Edge Park. Now, that is not that 300 scooters can only be used on the seawall. It's just that when we were looking at parking corrals and how many scooters can fit in a parking corral and how many parking corrals we think we can fit along the seawall without being intrusive, we came up with a number of 300 that can be parked easily along the seawall in the corrals. No, that is total. So depending on the number of vendors that we have after, and we'll talk a little bit about that, we will allocate that between the vendors. Exactly. On average, there's about 700 per day on the street, that are parked within the whole area. So 300, we would only allow up to 300 could be parked along the seawall area. And then we would limit the speed limit to 10 miles per hour on the seawall, and that would be accomplished through geofencing, whereas there's a regulator on the scooter to limit that. That is pretty much industry standard. If you're going to limit it, it's between 8 and 10 miles an hour. We did go and test drive scooters on the seawall to see what that 10 miles per hour felt like, and we felt like that was a good number to be able to navigate around pedestrians and the activity that's on the seawall. There wouldn't be a limit elsewhere in the city. The scooters have about a maximum mile per hour of about 20 miles per hour, depending on the size of the person and the terrain that it's on. Next slide, please. So just a recap of what we're suggesting for the fee structure. And so our current fee structure is $1 per scooter per day. And that did generate about $244,000 in fiscal year 21. What we're proposing is a $50 annual scooter permit fee, and then the fee would be based off of the 20 cents per trip fee. And that would generate about $160,000. When we based the initial fee back in 2019, the fee was based on what we thought it would cost to administer the program when the program's created. What we have found is that, and we'll talk a little bit about our proposed spending plan, is that it isn't costing as much as anticipated to administer the program, since a lot of the administration is done by the scooter program, by the scooter companies, in keeping the scooters arranged and up and out of the way. Next slide, please. So,
why would we want to cut our revenue?
well, we have to be able to just, when we set a fee, you really need to set the fee to be able to support the program that the fee is for. And so when we set the fee, it's generating more revenue than what is needed to administer the program. And so, you have to justify your fees.
To who?
So, to the state. Yeah, when you set, it's within the local government code, is that you do have to justify your fees on how you're setting your fees and what they are supporting.
Okay. Well, I don't really understand that, but aren't we basically charging a fee for the right of the company to utilize the bayfront of Corpus Christi or to operate in this city?
We could see it as a right-of-way fee. Right now, the ordinance isn't written as a right-of-way fee. It's written as a license to be able to operate within the city.
Okay. And that's where we're governed?
That's what would be referenced in looking at the reasonableness of the fee, is how the ordinance is written that set that fee.
Okay.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Yeah, in our comparison, our fee is higher than any other of our peer cities that we looked at. So.
I don't see a problem with that.
Yeah. So looking at the corrals, one of the most common complaints that we receive is the fact that a lot of times the scooters look messy. They get dropped wherever people jump off of them. And so what we're looking at is within the amended ordinance is to have designated parking corrals. And so these would be areas that are specifically designated for the parking. They would be drawn on the concrete or in the parking lot or wherever they're designated. We're looking at a 5x10 corral, which will hold about 15 scooters apiece. And those would be primarily through the downtown, the C District, on the seawall from Cole Park to ABC Center, and then other locations as identified or as requested. So we've already had some requests from local businesses that when we were reaching out, talking to them about this, that they have requested that they would like a corral near their business to be able to have people park in that. Scooters along the parking along the seawall will be required to park in the corral, and this will be enforced through what's called geofencing. And so what would happen is that if the scooter is not parked within the designated area, then the charge that the fee that's being charged does not stop. It continues going until the scooter is put in the designated place. And so, yeah, so it is a great incentive to get those parked into the right to the where it needs to be placed. Within the ordinance, on parking, we're also going to require that if a scooter is within 1,000 feet of a designated corral, that again, that meter would keep going until those scooters are parked in those designated parking areas. And so we'll be working with the DMD, with private businesses, the Parks, Marina, and Public Works to identify the optimal areas to put these parking corrals as we move forward. Next slide. So as I mentioned, the fee will generate about $160,000 a year. What we are proposing is that we would contract with the clean team that operates in the downtown area 7 days a week to help with that scooter organization. Even though we try to do everything we can to get people to leave them where they need to be left, unfortunately, that doesn't always occur. The scooter companies do police their own their scooters, but they're not there 24 hours a day to look after them. And so the clean team will help us within the C district and the downtown area to keep those scooters neat and in the place they need to be. We have about $40,000 a year that'll be spent on the corral maintenance and signage, along with our administrative overhead. And then the fee is able to be used to administer the program along with sidewalk improvements and other pedestrian safety improvements, which will be able to look at the needs in the downtown area along the seawall and anywhere those scooters are being used and bring those projects forward. Then looking at how the licensing works, so like I said, the ordinance does provide a license to operate within the city. And so if council decides to move forward with adopting the changes that are proposed, what we would do is that we would update the licenses with the 2 current operators with a new expiration date of January 2023, and that would include 2-year extensions beyond that 2023 date. We are planning on going out for a competitive process for the RFI. Since we set the fees, it wouldn't be an RFP because they're not competing for the fee. It would be an RFI so that we can see how they operate within other cities, what they bring to the city, how they operate their business, and things along those lines. We will not be issuing any new licenses until the RFI is complete. And then once we want to choose up to 3 operators. And once those are chosen, then we will put contracts in place, licenses with place that would be consistent with how the other 2 operators are operating. Next slide. So what our next steps are is that we're proposing the first reading of the ordinance on January 25th with the second reading on February the 8th. We would issue amended license to the current operators, as I just discussed. And then we would release the RFI in March or April. And then we would hope to award licenses to up to 3 operators in the May-June timeframe. And those 3 operators could include the 2 that are currently operating, or it could be different operators than one we currently have in the system, in the city. So that does conclude my presentation. I'm available for any questions.
Thank you, Heather, on there for the presentation. I'm kind of with Councilman Pusley on there, so we're going to drop our revenue by 50%. And then I'm looking at the $29,000 to the clean team to do things that the scooter people ought to be doing. That I think it'd be preferable, at least in my eyes, to let them pay the clean team for doing that, not coming out of the fees. And from the heat map you put, it's basically a seawall operation and a downtown operation. And there's a lot of places downtown that the scooters can't scoot because the sidewalks are in such bad shape. Mm-hmm. And I think we could, with no problem, be improving those sidewalks for the scooters. And rather than spending money, the $29,000 on what they ought to be doing anyway, I'd much rather see that $29,000 along with the rest of it go into sidewalk improvements. Because you walk some of those downtown sidewalks and you stub your toe every 20 yards with it on there. And You know, that's kind of where I'd like to see that. Like I say, it's fee-based on there. We can justify the fee with it. You've got the geofencing on there. If they want a contract with the clean team to take care of it, let them go for it. Let's spend that money on sidewalks. That's just my view. So,
Okay.
thank you.
Councilman Barrera.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Heather. So how is it that we are going to regulate the maximum amount of, how are we, if we're going to choose 3 vendors, are we going to tell them, okay, you're only allowed 400 apiece? So it'll be specifically that way.
So they would be allocated. So, right now with our current vendors, we have one operator that puts substantially more scooters out than our other vendor does. And so it'd be something that in the negotiation, when we go for those licenses, there may be certain vendors that may not want to put up to, 400 scooters out. They may only want to put 200 scooters, and that would leave capacity for somebody else to maybe put a few more. So we'll do those allocations when we award the licenses based off of the feedback that we receive in the RFI.
And do you have any numbers as to what the demand was during the summer?
We do. And so if you go back to slide number, I think it's number 4. This gives you the average. So in May, June, July, August, the average per day were almost up to 700. In August, it was 747. And then if you compare that, say back to January, February, March. Well, actually, March was high too. We had spring break in the middle of there. Those were more in the 600s. And so you do see that seasonality of ridership during that period of time.
Wow, it stays pretty consistent. That's interesting.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Thank you.
You're welcome.
I've got one more, so and thank you for bringing that up. So as I'm looking at the heat map on there, it's very seawall and to North Beach. So I really like the corrals. When I was talking about sidewalks, the corrals look good, but I'd be a little bit concerned about going to 300 on there, that we're restricting revenue, and I think these are well received by the public, I guess, on there. So we need to be careful on cutting back too much. We cut back revenue, we cut back availability on there if we can find some places off the seawall, but 300 is a low number based on this chart that you had where we're averaging about 800 on there. Very seawall oriented. So taking a hard look at what the right, we're designing it on what we're said we can do in corrals. We need to be looking at what the demand is.
Sure.
And then we can maybe figure out some extra space to do it. So those operators, we cut them back too much and they say, we don't have enough critical mass here and we're not interested.
Yeah. So to clarify, that would be 300 that would be able to be parked on the seawall. So we would be able to park additional ones off of the seawall proper, say in Water's Edge Park, in the parking lots there, because what the 300 would be was, if you're looking at the seawall, the basic walkway along the seawall, we would only have 300 that would be able to be parked on the walkway of the seawall. But in those areas where we have that closed street, there, like by Water's Edge Park up to the Art, we may have other corrals that aren't specifically on the seawall, so they still will be accessible. But your point is very well taken, and we will work with our operators.
Let's try if we can, and maybe a parking space or two that there's a lot of times usable parking for cars, and we get there's no parking fees on there where we're getting $240,000 a year from the scooters. So,
Exactly.
Yeah.
Exactly. Yeah.
Thank you.
Have we had any reported cases of? We don't have a quorum up here. Oh, we don't have a quorum, yeah. Michael, we got Michael on. Oh, Michael's online.
Yeah, I'm here.
Yeah.
You're good.
Thank you, Michael. Saved us. Have we had any reported incidences of scooter pedestrian collisions?
I can't speak to that. So we did check with the fire department and EMS, and so we have had incidences of injuries. I don't know if they're necessary, I'm not sure of the nature of the injury, whether it was a pedestrian scooter incident or if it was just somebody falling off of the scooter or hitting a curb wrong or something like that. So we have had some injuries, but I'm not sure of the nature of them, but I can get that information for you.
Okay, okay, thank you.
Mayor Pro Tem? I don't see anybody else with questions, so thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Madam Mayor Pro Tem?
We're down to just one more item, which is, or two more items under the section of appeals of decision for the Building Standards Board. Item 23 and 24.
Okay.
What's the first one?
I know. Okay, so we're moving on to our appeals
Yep.
of a decision of the Building Standards Board's items 23 and 24. So item 23 is an appeal of the Building Standards Board's order to demolish the dilapidated substandard structure located at 1301 North Water Street and owned by 8058 MK II LLC.
I have a handout that has pictures of the building, and then it's the requestor can present their appeal. These pictures are already in the packet.
This back? Or
In the Legistar packet. And the requestor, this would start with the requestor, city council making his request. He would have up to 3 minutes.
Hello, how you guys doing? I have newfound respect for y'all being here all day like this. So yeah, this is a building that I own that I bought a few years ago, and yes, my name's Ryan Joseph. Yes. When I'm in Corpus, I'm at 201 South Chaparral Street. And yeah, I guess back in May, I got a phone call from a code enforcement officer, and they asked us to, I guess a vagrant or somebody had broken into this building, and I said, yeah, we'll get it patched up and secured. I do use the building for storage of my lawn equipment and materials. I have a property management company here in town, and we are maintaining a lot of properties around Corpus. And I know it's not the prettiest thing to look at, but it's serving a purpose for me at the moment. And yeah, I guess asking you guys to give me some time here before you force me to tear this thing down. So I wasn't aware of I guess the building standards meeting. The first one I had my property manager scheduled to come to the meeting. I guess it got called off. And then they rescheduled it, and they're sending me letters, and I never received those. I was out of town at the time. And, you know, I was kind of finding a little bit ironic that one of the earlier things you guys were talking about was the communications with the code enforcement department here. I left several messages with, I forget the lady's name, I believe her name was maybe Deanna Garza, but several messages saying, hey, we've secured the building as you asked us to. And there's just, the only kind of communication I'm getting from anybody are certified letters being sent to, an address that I wasn't at the time. So when I got back from Florida, I found these letters and I saw that I missed the hearing for this, but so here I am appealing it. So.
Joseph, you said
Macklemore Management.
Mayor.
Macklemore.
Mayor?
Yes.
Would you turn your mic on, please, I think?
Sorry. Okay, yes. Okay, so your company is Macklemore.
Yes.
And, I mean, do you live here or do you?
I live in Austin primarily, but I'm fairly heavily invested here. I've been in Corpus since about 2015. I've renovated quite a few buildings here in town. My most recent one was the one at 201 South Chaparral, which was a boarded up building that had been damaged by fire, and we did a full renovation project there and brought that building back online. I we're getting ready to start another one at 213 Chaparral where the South Beach Grill was. I recently purchased that, and we're going to renovate that. And so I understand this is not something that you guys want to look at, but and I'm getting to it. I actually have I've been working with an architect on this, and we have some plans, and we've talked to the city about it a few times over the years, but just with COVID and then with other projects that have come up, it's taken a bit of a back seat. So,
and you've owned it since when?
I want to say maybe 2018. I couldn't tell you exactly when, but I don't know if anybody else remembers that area or that property. It was pretty overrun with drug activity and a lot of homeless people there. And we took that property, the building next door to it, which you can't see in these pictures. There's about a 12 unit apartment building there, and we cleaned it up, and it's quite a nice place now. I guess it would also be 1301, or perhaps 304 Power Street, 306 Power Street, and 308 Power Street. There's a little bit of confusion on what the actual address is of that place. But it's right across from the railroad seafood station.
And Mr. Joseph, what was your intent, though, when you purchased this building?
Well, this building just kind of came part of a package. Initially, we would have liked to have salvaged it, but it's not worth salvaging at this point. But it is serving a purpose. And so, kind of playing on the, my next project, I guess, put it that way. Well, I have, I've been working with Wright Architects, and I have some plans to put a garage and then a condo on top, right there. Well, we'd be removing that building and
Councilmember Pesley, could you turn your mic on, please?
Oh, okay.
Sorry. So you're going to remove this building?
Yes, this building, there might be some old wood to salvage in there, but that's about it.
Yeah.
So.
Okay. So when do you plan to remove it?
I couldn't give you an exact date right now. It'd probably be possibly later on this year.
Okay.
Things have changed a lot with COVID and the cost of construction and everything, and
That's not
well, sir, that building's been there for 80 years, and it's been quite acceptable. Well, to each their own, I would say to that, so.
Let's see here.
Yeah, is it, this would be there's two parts to this hearing. The next part of the hearing is I explained the applicable law, and 13-24 of the city code provides for an appeal from a building standards board decision. The building standards board decision was to order that the building is dilapidated and substandard, therefore the board orders it removed and demolished by the owner, lien holder, and/or mortgagee within 30 days, In the absence of such, then it is authorized to be removed by the city. So I think the appeal is supposed to be an appeal to the procedural errors of the board. I did not see any procedural errors of the board cited in the appeal, which is stated on the second page that you have before you. Instead, the appellant appears to agree with the city in stating that the building should be removed because it is substandard. We have ordered that the building be removed because it is substandard, and in fact, we want the appellant to do the removal. We would prefer that. So I think we are substantially in agreement with the appellant, and I think the appellant, if you do the resolution that upholds the board's order, you're effectively achieving the same request of the appellant. Well, I think, yeah, it does. The appellant states that he's going to remove the building. His job was to, his appeal, it was supposed to appeal procedural errors of the board. The board ordered it demolished. Nobody's saying the building shouldn't be demolished. We all agree the building should be demolished. The resolution will uphold the board's order that the building be demolished.
Okay, Mayor, I would like to offer the motion that we approve the resolution as submitted to have the owner remove the building within the time allotted by the resolution.
Okay, before we move forward on that, let me open the public comment. Is there any public comment? Okay, we'll close public comment. And Councilman Pusley just stated his motion.
Second.
There's a second. Who's
I have a,
okay.
I'd like to have something to add here. So the fact that this even went to the board to begin with, I don't know how it got there to begin with, because initially I was asked by the code enforcement officer to make sure that the building was secure, which is what we did. And after leaving several messages with her, we got no response. And so she continued to take this to the board when it shouldn't have even gotten to the board to begin with. So how does that happen?
If you didn't, the notices were sent to your LLC's manager address. That's
correct.
In the property records.
Right.
And I mean, I can't talk for code enforcement. I can just tell you.
Do we
what
have
the order
the
of
copy
board
of the?
was.
Does anybody have a copy of the original ticket? Let's see what she actually asked me to do on the original ticket. You know, because that's what we did.
Yeah.
And then she continued to take this forward.
I think all we have here is the board's order and your appeal.
Okay.
And the jurisdiction of the city council is to consider appeals of procedural errors that the Building Standards Board made in issuing the order to demolish. And you have not stated any procedural errors by the Building Standards Board.
No, well, I'm not an attorney, so I didn't know that was the exact case. So.
Okay, we have a motion. Oh, yes, Mr. Hernandez.
Real quick question.
Yes, sir.
I want to, you said the original citation was to secure the building.
Yes.
Was there additional citations that led to the order to demolish?
Not that I'm aware of.
Were there additional citations besides the original one?
So, yes, sir, there was notice sent that the structure is substandard, and he's given time to rectify that. The notices were sent, and you refer to the timeline back in August 3rd, that certified mail was signed that the notice was received explaining the condition of the structure and that action needed to be taken. And so when that did not occur, that's when the building, the property was taken before the Building Standards Board with staff's recommendation to demolish the structure.
Okay, so there was a citation that was sent to the property address of the LLC, was signed for
Yes.
by, I'm assuming whoever,
A representative, an Ashley DeLeon was the person who signed for.
Never heard of that person in my life.
okay, so we sent it to the property with the citation, saying it needs to be demolished
notice.
or repaired.
Yes, a notice is sent.
Okay, so he never received, what he's saying is he never received it, somebody received it, and that's how it went processed. So there is a second citation.
Yes, there was a notice for him to comply, and when that did not occur, then the property was taken before the Building Standards Board and heard by that board, given all the information, the evidence, the photos were shared with the board, and then the board made their decision. They rendered their decision to.
Okay,
have this.
so I just want to be clear on that. Thank you.
Yeah, and I would like to point out that the packet that I handed out lists 4 separate notices that were sent to the owner. Consent notice, notice of violation, notice of hearing, and a notice of final order.
Okay, well, we have a motion and a second on the floor. Is there any further discussion? Okay, all in favor, say aye.
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 Any opposed, say no. The motion carries. Okay, moving to item number 24, and our last item of the evening. This is an appeal of the Building Standards Board's orders to demolish the dilapidated substandard structure identified as Building 1, Building 2, also known as 2711 Mary Street, and Building 3, also known as 2709 Mary Street, located at 2713 Mary Street, and Building 1 and Building 3, also known as 1017 Winnebago Street, located at 924 Waco Street. All structures owned by Marksman Brothers Investments, Corpus Christi, LLC.
Mayor and members of City Council, this is 5 properties owned by the Markman Brothers. What you have, you have 5 orders, and those five orders are actually attached to the resolution that's in your packet. The buildings, but the orders are described and the buildings are depicted in the photographs on the first 5 pages of your packet. Each of these pages depicts a different property owned by the Markman Brothers. And as you'll see, there is the 4 notices that were sent to the owner are dated and described on the front of each of the packets. I don't see the Markman Brothers here today, or a representative of them.
I don't either.
Oh, there is not.
A copy of the Markman Brothers appeal is shown in the letter from David Klein that's on the last 5 pages of your packet.
Okay. Councilman Lerma?
Thank you, Mayor. Madam Mayor, I move to approve on the order.
And this is going to be a little bit tricky. The first 2 pages of the order should be replaced by the resolution should be replaced by the page of the resolution that's in your packet. We found after this went out, we found a few grammatical errors, but the biggest one was the spelling. It was a spelling error. It's actually Markman Brothers, so I want to specify, not Marksman Brothers.
Tracy, did we send, we followed the process the way we should have followed it? Certified letters, all
Yes, sir.
that, were they signed,
Many-
returned?
Many of them were returned unclaimed, but there was also postings at the property. And so all means were made to notify the property owner of the condition of the property and also the subsequent Building Standards Board hearings.
Okay. Madam, I move to approve.
Well, actually, this is the time where council members can ask any questions you have. We'll open public comment and then entertain a motion. So if you have any questions, please ask them now, because then we'll open public comment.
No, I asked the ones. I want to make sure we follow the right process.
Well, that's, yeah. So we need to, anybody else have any questions?
We know they got a copy of the order because they made an appeal through their attorney.
Okay.
And these
Oh,
notices
yes.
are sent out
Thank you.
certified.
Okay.
So the resolution actually has quite a few attachments, and those attached orders would be considered still attached, but those first 2 pages of the resolution would be replaced by the first page of the page of the resolution that's in your packet, that's in the paper packets that were handed out.
Is there anything in the packet where it shows the notification we sent to Klein about the hearing?
Yes, we have sent those notices concerning the hearing.
So Councilman, the notices for the BSB hearing were sent out in October. And
He
also-
requested it October 26th, so when in
Councilman
October would it be
Martinez,
sent?
could you please turn your mic on?
I think it is on. It's on.
Okay.
It's on. Sorry, I'm just not close enough to it.
Okay. Notices for the Building Standards Board hearing were sent October 1st, and also posted in the newspaper.
I'm talking about this
Okay.
hearing that we're here for today.
Yes, that was sent,
It was sent when we were out.
it was sent during the break, and so it was more than 10 days, though, correct?
Yes, yes.
Yeah, it was required,
Yeah, the
at least
sent it.
in 10 days, yeah, for 10 days.
Okay.
So they were notified of the appeal. being
Yeah, I just
heard.
want to make sure, because the last thing that I have in my packet is a letter from him saying, please notify me of the date that the appeal is going to be heard by council.
Yes, sir, they were notified of the appeal.
Okay. Do we have any other questions, Councilman?
What was your question? I'm sorry.
Oh, no, I was asking if they had any other questions. I thought you had something to say. Okay, if not, I'm going to go ahead and open public comment. Is there any public comment on item number 24? I'll close public comment, being there is none, and entertain a motion to approve item number 24.
Move to approve.
Second.
Okay.
Yeah, and I would like to specify that the resolution being approved is the resolution, one page that's been handed out to City Council with the attachments of that are shown in the packet under resolution. The resolution in the packet actually has 23 pages of attachments. Those are the attachments with the that are the Building Standards Board.
Well, this.
5 pages in, there's a resolution, page number 6.
Right
It's
after
right in the
pictures,
middle.
Yeah, there it is. Okay, so we have a motion.
And that just had some, like I said, some spelling errors fixed.
Okay. Mark, right, okay. We have a motion and a second. Do we have any further, do we have a second? Yes. Who was it?
He second.
Second, you, okay. Any further discussion? All in favor, say aye.
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 Any opposed, say no. The motion carries. Okay, there being no further business.
But before we
do
do,
have further business.
Yes.
I'm sorry, gosh. what item was
Do we need
that?
to go back to the executive session item, or?
Ruth,
Mayor, could I just make one clarification? I wanted to let you know on item number 23, Councilmember Molina abstained. I
Yes,
want to make
okay.
that clarification on item
Right.
23, and we do have one more motion
Okay.
from executive session.
thank you. And what item was that on, Peter?
It's item 26.
I don't know.
This is
26 is the
26.
one we need to make a motion on?
Yeah, right. Item number 26 is the last item to consider.
26
so-
is the motion coming out of the exec session.
Okay, so we have a motion?
Yes, Mayor, I'd like to make a motion to authorize the city manager to execute an amendment to the Reformed Cooperative Agreement to operate a public health district to provide for a 30-day extension from January 18th, 2022 to February 17th, 2022, to the city's withdrawal from the public health district to allow for further negotiations between the city and Nueces County concerning issues related thereto.
Second.
Okay, is there further discussion? All in favor say aye.
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 Any opposed say no. The motion carries. Okay, there being no further business, I adjourn this meeting.